Hello. Hello, hello. Kalu Kalay, everyone. How are we doing today? My name is Notepad Anon, and I usually write games for fun, but today we're going to be going over a few games. Now, a couple things. Adjust the audio. A couple things today. Each of the games we're going over today are a little bit, well, funnily enough, fantasy a lot more diverse. 80s and 90s utilized take Conan, Gene Wolfe, Lovecraft, and Moorcock. Common plot twist that the kit fantasy was really a sci-fi one. Kirkbride comic because his bar for generic fantasy was way higher. Yeah, fantasy is always one of those interesting things. I have a weird relationship with fantasy because if you type into fantasy, I want to do fantasy. What is fantasy? Oh, look, it's this. It's look, everybody. It's it's elves, it's dwarves, it's goblins, it's human man, McHuman person. Now, some people have a little bit more of a diverse concept of fantasy. Sometimes there's a final in front of it, and when you Google Final Fantasy, you usually get pretty anime boys looking at you longingly in the camera, and occasionally something good, like Final Fantasy Tactics. But it's a very different vibe. I think the concept of like fantasy is always funny, because if you type in like fantasy elf, everyone knows if I say elf, you're like, alright, I know what an elf is, right? I know what an elf is. You know what an elf is. When I say, oh, I'm playing an elf wizard, you're like, alright. Hold the phone, Mr. fucking fancy pants. I've never seen that one before. What if I want to say a dwarf? Never thought about that. I want to play a dwarf. I want to play a fantasy dwarf. It's right there. Oh, I want to play a dwarf fighter. D&D. Wow, never seen that one. Like, there's always this like very odd line when it comes to like generic fantasy, I would say. Like, I think a lot of people understand when you say something is generic fantasy, you already kind of have the, mental concept in your mind. And if I were to say, hey everyone, I want you to imagine right now, imagine me, an elf ranger, you probably already have a picture of Legolas in your mind. What about a dwarf fighter? Well, you already have an image in your mind about that. What if I do a human ranger? All right, all right, you got a couple ideas there. What about a, orc barbarian? All right, you got a couple ideas there. And I think, like, there comes a point where once you've deviated, how do I want to do it? I think there comes always a point of deviation when it comes to fantasy in general. And I think that deviation is very important to keep track of. Because you could say, oh man, I love fantasy dwarves. Oh boy, here's my dwarf, everybody. Here's generic dwarf. Here's dwarf. All right, this is my kind of thing. I like dwarves, right? You like dwarves, I like dwarves. We all like dwarves. But if I were to say, like, oh, well, all of my dwarves are actually insect people, and they're tall, they just live underground, this is what they look like, I think everyone would be like, no, that's not how that works. Like, that's not fantasy. You're doing it wrong. You are doing fantasy wrong. And that's always the funny thing, being like, you always have that situation of like, oh, well, fantasy and sci-fi used to be the same genre. Well, that's a very weird way of putting it, because like, yeah, no shit, fantasy and science fiction are the same genre, because is science fiction not a fantasy? I think, again, this is what I mean by like generic fantasy. I think everyone knows that generic fantasy, and you can add new things. Every game tries to add, everything tries to add new things every now and again. Oh, hey, by the way, here, oh, hey, this. I think one of the like more interesting aspects of fantasy in general is, I don't know how to word it. Fantasy means your dwarves are short with humans with beards. No, I mean, it used to be all called genre fiction. Yeah, it used to have like a very broad term, and then again, it just, tropes started getting more and more established. And once you have those really established tropes, it's kind of hard to break out of them. Yeah, generic dark fantasy, yeah, dark fantasy setting, of course. I think funnily enough, Russian word for fantasy is fantasy. Well, sci-fi uses French word, fantastique. Yeah, like your like generic fantasy map. You got your, and everyone knows. If I say dark fantasy, you're like, all right, I know what dark fantasy is. Yeah, all right, I know what dark fantasy is. But I think like over time, I think like the concept of, this is gonna sound horrible, like D&D-ification of fantasy has become more and more prevalent. It's a weird way of wording it. I'm not like talking up D&D. I'm saying everything's becoming a lot more generic over time. Yeah, dark fantasy is muscular men in leather. Real. Deep, dark fantasies. And I think it's one of those things where you can look at it, and I think a lot of people try to make fantasy things, and I think a lot of people know you can't deviate too far from it. I think that's always the one funny thing, is it's like the second you deviate too far, it starts being fantasy. It starts being your weird esoteric microfiction. And I find that very fascinating, because I've noticed in a couple games, like, you have the spread of, like, tieflings. I'm going to be going over one game today that actually just has blatantly tieflings in it. They're legally distinct tieflings. I've noticed this a lot. Like, there's a lot of, like, mostly like the OGL Crisis games have a lot of like tieflings in it. There's Dragonborn, there's this, there's that. I always find that very fascinating. But the ambiance kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie. I'll put on real music. How much do you think Roman romantasy, female-centered would affect the fantasy genre? I think a lot of people now who read, I think a lot of people who are like big on reading, and you got Barnes and Nobles and stuff like supporting it, you end up with like a weird, like what is it, Seventh Wing? Is that it? Like Dragon Rider book Wing. What is that? God damn it. I'm gonna have to Crimson Rogue. Let me see. Where was it? Iron Flame. Where was the one that I watched that I thought I was having a fucking I thought I was having a Fourth Wing. Like, you end up with things like Fourth Wing. Like, it's effectively like, oh man, we're fantasy, but everyone wants to have sex with one another. I would really like to believe that, Aragorn is currently being stalked by mediocre romance, the author who keeps sending me her books titled like Lust and Last Dragon and such. I think that's just welcome to Amazon fantasy, as it's an esoteric type of pain. But yeah, you get things like Fourth Wing, and there's a lot of these kinds of books. And a lot of these books usually follow the same format. Yeah, Court of Thorns and Roses map. Yeah, you know exactly. Let me see if I can do a Court of Thorns and Roses map. I need to get the map. Yeah, yeah, you want Kino on the fucking menu when it comes to map. Ooh. That's an Amazon map. Yeah, there we go. Here's the fantasy map. Sorry everyone. Here's your fantasy map. Do you like your fantasy map here? Otherwise known as the UK. Yeah, let's see, there's I think it comes a point like people want fantasy to what they want. Did Scribble make this? Night Court. I love Evil Ireland. Yeah, fucking Night Court, man. But I think with over time, fantasy has always been fantasy expands and it contracts and things change and things do, develop. Why don't we get more like books like Conan? Because books like Conan don't exist anymore. The Pulp, thing is you need to have a series. It needs to be a dozen books. It needs to have interconnected stories, and we have to aim for a movie release or a TV show. And I think that's the problem with a lot of modern writing in general, is that you need, we're aiming for the multimedia experience. And a lot of guys who would normally be doing that, we're not allowed to write books for boys anymore. Pretty much. We're not allowed to have cool things. Mind you, they exist, they're just not very popular, and they don't get very far. Like, the thing is, you could find sword and sorcery books. They're just little tiny Amazon Kindle books that are buried underneath 15,000, dinosaur erotica novels. I don't know about you, but I don't want to search through dinosaur erotica novels. But fantasy RPGs, I think, have such a unique position. Because, it's a fantasy RPG. I like fantasy RPG. That's such a simple thing to say. Earliest TRPGs were fantasy. They're going to continue to be fantasy. And that's the one thing about it. And I think that's always fascinating. Don't knock the non-binary Dino see it till you tried it. Because you get some, I think every year there's a new fantasy RPG. Every single year there's a new one. And some of them are extremely popular, some of them not so much. Like, this is Against the Dark Master. This is a classic. This is a, well, not a classic. It's based off a classic, otherwise known as MERPs. You're like, all right, they got some classic fantasy stuff in here. Then you get things like Errant. We open up Errant for everyone. Errant, all right, it's a fantasy role-playing game. Look, everyone, it's fantasy, TMCR. Do you like fantasy? I know I like fantasy. We can't be too different, though. Then you start getting into some, very specific ones. Do you want to play Monkey? I don't know about you, but no, he looks like he's having fun. Yeah, we're not even talking about, Chinese fantasy, because, that brings out a whole new bundle of wax to deal with. And I think one of the big things in the past couple of years is, what price go right? Don't make them like they used to. Well, yeah, because those games didn't sell well. They don't, and D&D sold well. And I think, nowadays, fantasy is so... this nicely. Fantasy TRPGs are very common, and they need to play it very safe, especially after the OGL crisis. Now, I've talked about OGL babies before. This is a terrible way of wording it. That's not the term at all people use for it. But you get games such as Draw Steel. What's Draw Steel all about? Well, Draw Steel is the MCDM RPG. And guess what? There are elves, dwarves, draconids, and everything else that you can think of. It's fantasy, and it's trying to replace D&D 5th edition, because we love D&D 5th edition. Look at him, he's a dragon person. You get Tales of the Valiant. Again, it's not trying to do anything unique. Not trying to be a different kind of fantasy setting, or trying to be, do something different. No, it's trying to be D&D. That very commodification of fantasy, because it's meant to be whatever you want it to be. Let's see. Let's try to read Tales of the Valiant. Steel Tales of the Valiant. Technically, one of the games we're going over today. There's quite a few of these different games coming out, and some of them didn't do very well. Some of them did. Daggerheart, for example. Here's Daggerheart. Daggerheart is a fairly generic fantasy setting, but notepad, there are turtle people. Fuck you. No, it's you know what you're doing. You like your cards, get your fantasy. Get your fantasy TM out. And I very rarely see people try to do different things with fantasy. And when they do, they tend to fizzle out very quickly, if that makes sense. They tend to show up and they tend to go away. And I usually never hear about them until something like this. But what games are we going over today? Well, we're going over 4 games. Each one's got a little bit of a story to tell. So, going over our list, we're going to be talking about steampunk. Crawling back to D&D. You mean most people crawling back to D&D. Don't kid yourself. Like, we're going to be talking about Peryton, fantasy role-playing game, Peryton. You know what Peryton is, then you know, hey, wait a second, isn't that just... Yeah, I know. Don't worry. I know. We're going to be going over Black Void. You will look at this game and think, oh, it's that. It's not that. It's not what you think. Even I was a little surprised by what this game actually was. We're going to be going over as well. God damn it, there we go. We're going to be going over some good Christian role-playing as well. It's very important. I think this is very important as well. Everyone, get your crucifix out. We're going to be Christianizing ourselves. We're going to be Christian. If you're not, well, what the fuck are you doing here? We're all good Christian boys, right? And then do we have Vagabond. We've got Vagabond, Pulp fantasy role-playing. And you may be wondering, Notepad, why do you have 3 versions of this game? There's a very specific reason for this. But yes, welcome to Vagabond, the Pulp fantasy role-playing game. Now, we're going to start simple. We're going to start real basic. Because you want to know why I want to start basic? Because I want to start with something that's nice and reliable, nice and simple. Because simple is interesting. And I want everyone in here. Give me 1 second. I need a PDF. One of our sample characters, because I'll have you all know I did make a sample character for all of these games, as I always do. Oh, come on, Fargoth, we need you. Get in here, Fargoth. Can't escape me that easily. So, we're going to go look at Peryton first. Fantasy role-playing game, Peryton, Revised Edition. Can you put this on hold? No. Welcome to Peryton. What is this game? This looks very generic. This looks like EverQuest, maybe? Well, Peryton fantasy role-playing game is something that I've had in my folder for quite a while. And I've always wondered what it was. So I googled what Peryton fantasy role-playing game was, and this is the first thing that popped up for Dungeons and Dragons. And you may be thinking, wow, Notepad, that sounds really lame. And then you look at something. Added the catalog, June 22nd, 2010. Yes, 2010. Peryton is a older game. Quite old by all metrics, really. And as you can kind of see, one of the main people, they've got a couple different games. But this is Peryton Publishing. What is Peryton Publishing? Yes, welcome to website design is my passion. Do you like this website design from 2002? You're right, but it is 2004. I just saw that game. Now, what is this place? What is this game actually? Who are these people? Well, Peryton Publishing is mostly Christina Lee and Tom K. Loney. It's mostly these two. And I thought it was kind of interesting, because if you look at Peryton, the fantasy role-playing game Experience Requiem, it is primarily done by Christina Lee. This is a very weird situation where I can say, yeah, no, this is some old school stuff. And yeah, you kind of see the original MMO shop there. All right, I want to You know, various different ones. Lulu, you want to buy it from Redbubble, Cafe Press. Some of these don't work, some of them still do. This is some old school stuff. And I'm like, okay, what games have they done? I need to learn about what games. They mostly handle little games like this. It's like Spacers 180, Rocket Opera, a PDF, $1.50. It's, you know, it's a quicker than most RPGs for the science fiction setting. It's a, yeah, it's a D20 game. Spacers core rules. It's still something different. You know, hey, all of these games. Like, oh well, they use Red Bat. What's Red Bat? Red Bat is their main system. This is something that's Loney's particular game. What does that mean? Well, we're going to look at, as you kind of see, Red Bat does not pop up except for right here. Also, if you see assaulting the Sultane for $1 million. Yeah, if this looks a little confusing to you, yeah, no, welcome to my life. I was doing my best to try to understand this company. Hello. What is this Peryton Pumps? They're calling Amazon a bookstore, lol. Red Bat. I imagine this being one of those sites where you have to physically mail the money if you want to order something. Again, this is old school. Peryton's old. And again, all of their PDFs are really freaking cheap. They're like $1.50. Peryton is one of their most expensive books outside the literal $1 million book that you can get for 50 cents because it's on permanent, you know, because it's on permanent sale. I thought I was losing my mind with this. Is it novels? No, they're little adventures for little OSR adventures. And it's like, oh, here's Tog. What's Tog? Tom K. This is Tom. This is literally just Tom K. Loney's personal game that he wants to make. And then they have like descriptions like this. Yeah, it's like, oh, here's $1.50. Yeah, it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, Red Bat is the real system is the real system for Red, but I've looked into Red Bat and I literally can't find like a core book outside of Wobble Transdimensional Role Playing, which uses the Red Bat rules system, which is right here. Not listed under anything else, mind you. And the perfect, by Justin from 23, this is the most confusingly written set of rules I have ever encountered in my 33 years of playing RPGs. It's so bad, I had to quit reading because of the nonsensical prose. This is 2015, man. This is 80 cents. I checked. Peryton's not like in Europe or something. No, these guys are from the US. I want you to know this. Peryton fantasy role playing, mind you, does not actually use that. Does not use that system. I think we'll have to try to find our way through, trying to learn more about it, because I kind of want to know. Because if you look here, like, yeah, here's all of the games. Gangstas and Goblins. Yeah, welcome to Egg City. Pimps and Pushers. Easter Bunny Hates You. And again, you're looking like $2, $1, $3. Ah, hey, here's this game. I'm like, what the fuck? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Because this used to be Tom's Adventure Gaming. And what happened to Tom's Adventure Gaming? they merged with Peryton. I don't know when, I don't know how. They just did. And all of these, to some degree, use kind of the same systems. They're all vaguely, OSR, but then you get things like Crawl Space. Crawl Space is one of their big games that everyone seems to like. Well, not really. It's, well, Crawl Space 21 and over. Doesn't quite reach Separated by Light. Yeah, it's... Most of their games are from, like, 2010. And it's like, oh man, have the Terrorhawk expansion. And you're like, what? So, who are we actually kind of working with? Crawl Space Gothic. So, who is Christina Lee? Christina Lee. I can find her exact name. Christina Lee. Who is this person? And I'm like, I have no fucking clue. Couldn't find anything on her until I put TRPG in there. She's got some things, including ChristinaLea.com. Oh yeah, have no fear. Here's her .com. She writes books. This is her main thing. She likes to write books. She is a very simple person on Blue Sky. No shit. It's like, oh hey, here's a novel in progress. Do you want to do... Here it is. Like, here's everything you need. But this is all her RPG stuff. It's just like, oh yeah, no, that, like, oh yeah, here's all these things like the Quilladar, I don't quite know how to say it. Quilladar is kind of their main secondary setting. Everyone seems to know, like, people seem to know this one, and it is designed specifically for the Peryton Fantasy RPG system. The Fire Within. And everything's written very casually. Very casual. Yeah, I put these rules together originally just for myself, and then I decided to publish it in 2005 because, hey, it looked like fun. The rules made more sense than any other stuff I was seeing out there. Yeah, Peryton's Fantasy is technically from 2005. Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those things where I've got nothing really too fun to say about these people. It's not like, oh man, they all killed people or something. No, it's just a weird little company. And a weird little company that exists, and that's just something that... It's there. Everyone kind of just gotta expect it. And you got like, oh, here's the True 20 compatible, because they used True 20 for a while. Oh, have no fear, it's the Peryton Art Fantasy game. It's TOG core rules. It's a lot of little things like that. Could I find anything on Peryton Fantasy? Not really. The oldest thing I could find was the old version of the rule book. Some people vaguely talking about it and what a Peryton is. Perytons are nasty little monsters, and that's what they name their this is a flesh-eating deer bird that wants to kill you. Now, we're gonna go into this, and if you were keeping track, if you were keeping an eye on things, you probably saw what this game is actually a version based off of. Yes, this is not 5e, my friends. Yeah, sorry, this is not 5e, my friends. We're going back to 3rd edition. Yes, this is someone's 3e shit brew. Oh yeah, baby. I'm curious. Well, like, this is mostly based off 3.5. You gotta have that. That is the assumption. This is 2 years after 3.5 came out, and about 5 years after, 2 years after 3.5, and about 5 years after 3rd edition. Peryton Fantasy came into existence. Let's see here. 2000. This is the 2009 version. We got all this OGL content. Now, we're going to play a game, everyone. I want you all to raise your hand if you get violently offended about fonts. Okay, I see some hands out there. This game has many fonts. Good fonts? Bad fonts? They got fonts. And we're going to go through them. And yes, this is a book that you can buy for money. So, if this seems, again, graphic designers, look away. Okay. It's only going to get worse from here. Yeah, do you like font choices? It's great. But we start off, again, I think this is like the quintessential, like, I have font to autism, and if someone has font autism, just show them, like, this little section, and you will watch, again, the nose start to bleed, they'll start convulsing slightly. Oh no, does he need help? You know, just like, someone get a doctor. Oh no, show him Helvetica. Yeah, that is, I'm not joking. Yeah, it looks a little rough. But we're going to need some help. We're going to need... So, instead of bringing in my usual crew, I decided to cite some other favorite characters from our favorite fantasy role-playing series, The Elder Scrolls. So, in Peryton, we're going to be helping Fargoth along. Fargoth is going to be helping us. Hello, Fargoth. We all love Fargoth in this house. Thank you very much. He's going to be helping us learn about Peryton. And because we're going to be learning about Peryton with Fargoth, we've got to kind of understand, hey, Notepad, this looks like a shitpost character sheet. I know. Oh, I know. So, basic idea, there's a game master, this is an RPG. Very to the point. What is the system? It is D20 plus mods. Nothing too exciting there. They teach you how to roll some dice. You got hit die. You got rounding and multiplying. Very simple stuff. Even down to just like second page. Literally, this is the second page of the book. And it's like, here is how you make a character. Right off. They don't fuck around. They're like, here you go. Everything you want right here. Fuck you. I'm like, okay. All right, I'm in. Okay, let's go. Like, there's no setting really. And let's roll for now. Of course, Fargoth rolled 4d6 and dropped the lowest. Now, you may be noticing the 18 charisma there. Yes, I rolled an 18, thank you very much. 4 6s. I felt pretty fun. Well, you know, it was 3 6s and a 5. I'm like, oh yeah, feeling pretty good. Fargoth also rolled a 6 for his intelligence. But because he keeps getting robbed by, you know, in Shadanine, you know what? Yeah, maybe that's pretty accurate. But yeah, welcome to, effectively, you're rolling very classic. Like, here's some pre-generated stats, but very simple stuff. And if you've ever done these, if you've ever rolled a character in D&D before, you're going to know what these are. What's dexterity? Well, it's applied to your armor class and your reflex saving throw. Hey, what's your con mod? This is your con mod. HD, yeah, it's your hit die. Yeah, you get hit die. A hit die plus your constitution. That's every time you get it. What's your intelligence? Well, that's the number of languages you know, as well as bonus spells. Because yes, you do have bonus spells. You're gonna know them. Wisdom, it's perception mostly. And then charisma, haha. Now, these are very basic. You roll there. Here's your ability modifiers. Now, generally are meant to be approximate your character's full potential. Training show up in the form of level-based ability check bonuses. Ability checks at next chapter from information, the next pickup as you adventure. Yes, unlike a lot of games, like in this particular thing, these attributes not going to change. These are going to roughly stay the exact same the entire way through. I'm level 10, I get a +1 to 2 of my stats, right? No. You're going to stay 14 con, 14 wisdom, 18 charisma, 6 intelligence. You're going to stay that way. And as you can kind of see here, bonus spells. Yes, don't make sure to calculate your bonus spells. We're going to need it. Luckily, Fargoth cannot cast magic, and he's very stupid. Because we love Fargoth, though. He keeps trying his best. And then we kind of immediately go into, go straight into character race. Is there lore to this? No. Those monospace fonts in a fantasy game? Oh yeah, this came way before the OSR. Boom. Way before. Yeah, it's very basic stuff. Again, you know what you're getting into. Here's character race. Is there lore to Peryton fantasy? No. There's no lore or anything. There's some basic ideas. What's a human like? Well, humans are like this. +2 to a saving throw and +1 to each of the other two. Pretty good. Fargoth's got a pretty good saving throws. He's got +2 to all his saving throws. What do dwarves do? Dwarfs dwarf. They have stone cunning and all these different abilities. Hey, what does an elf do? Elf get all these bonuses. Obviously, as Fargoth, we are playing an elf, so we had to bump up our dexterity and lower our constitution. Yeah, I had 16 con at one point. Fargoth is doing pretty good. Yes. Very to the point. And probably the best race, like if you're looking at just raw mechanical things, probably would be half-elves. They get the most number of bonuses. But yeah, you want to play an orc, it's here. Orcs kind of get fucked, I'm not gonna lie. Orcs do get screwed. They don't get anything. Why would anyone play this instead of D&D 3 or Pathfinder 1E in 2009? Well, the thing is... I think the best way to think about it is... The D&D 3 was dense. Pathfinder 1E was dense. You can't really say it wasn't. Those were dense games. D&D 3 by 2009 was dead. It was 4E now. You gotta remember, 4E came out in 2008. 4E is the new thing. I don't like 4E very much. Pathfinder 1E is too complicated. Too complicated. I want to play 3rd edition, but I want to make it simple. That's Peryton Fantasy. That is the best way to describe it. It is a really cut down and streamlined 3rd edition. And if you're like, I want to play 3rd edition, but I don't want to deal with anything else, it's right here. It is also $5 that you can use pretty much all your 3rd edition books for. That's the beautiful thing. Like, do you want to use your 3rd edition books for all this stuff? Yeah, you can. Nothing's really stopping you. Yes, we do have halflings. Halflings are here. Yeah, orcs do kind of get... Orcs don't even get a, like... Oh, cool! You get, like, a berserk rage. No, nothing like that. You just lose shit. Now, race and language. You know common. Cool. That's all you get. You know common and your normal language if you are not human. Yep. That's it. What character class are you? Do you want to know what character class you are? I like care because it is an OSR game. It's so slim it fits an A5 booklet. It feels like an earlier version of that pre-OSR. if there is, I would say this was Peryton Fantasy. You know, we'll talk about a little bit more of it, but Peryton Fantasy is the template from which a lot of OSR games took from. They may not cite it, they may not know it, but this was the kind of thing they were looking at. Let's take big game, apply my shit brew rules to it, and publish it. We're just going to slim down 3 and apply my own rules to it. This is the like theoretical missing link between what price glory. Here's my AD&D shit brew that I published and you want people to pay me money for. In the OSR, here's my D&D 5e shit brew. Pay me money. It's an OSR. It's O5R or whatever. This is the missing link. Now, instead of a barbarian, we have a berserker. Berserkers are real simple, all things considering, and maybe like, hey, base attack bonus, what does that mean? You're going to see what the base attack bonus means. Get ready for bonus attacks. The fighter. Oh boy, we're fighting. Yeah, this is the entire fighter class, by the way. Yep. This is the entire fighter class right here. Nothing more. And I found that really interesting. What's the fighter's gimmick? You have armor, you have weapons, you kick people's asses. Why? Because at the 11th level, you have 3 attacks. Level 11, he doesn't. Level 10, he doesn't. He doesn't even get 3 attacks. Mystics don't get 3 attacks till way later. Oh man, do the rogues it? And they get 1 way later. You get 3. What's your gimmick? I want to fight people. Cool, that's your thing. Now, mystics are, I think the best way to think about it, like, mystics are like mystics are clerics without armor. A lot of people can be a mystic. It's a very vague class. I like it. And you get things like heal on, like, you know, lay on hands. Like, yeah, what's a mystic? Well, you can be kind of anything. You get the lay on hands ability, though. So you're kind of like a paladin, or maybe not. We'll get to the reason why this is kind of interesting later. Accurate guesses. Any ability check involving knowledge, usually intelligence, a mystic may make with special cosmic awareness check. Yes, at level 1, you get cosmic fucking awareness, and you can transcend. Yeah, if you have a wisdom of 12 and a charisma of 12, you can lay on hand and say, nuh-uh, reroll dice. Cosmic awareness. Now, yeah, cosmic, you know, call other plane, astral projection. Fargoth is a rogue. Yes, Fargoth is a rogue. Fargoth can only use simple weapons, plus the hand crossbow, rapier, short bow, and a short sword. We cannot use shields, though, but we'll understand that this is kind of a lie. Now, we've got all of this. Again, Fargoth is an elf rogue. We know he is a Bosmer. We love Fargoth, the Bosmer. And after I kind of wrote everything in, it was like, yep, that's it. That's my character. It's a sneak attack. You know what sneak attacks do. Because if you've ever played these games, you kind of know what's going on. Even down to things like, hey, you got touch DC. Yeah. Are you wearing a heavy... You know, are you wearing a really heavy thing? No. The attack deals extra... Anytime we're talking, would be denied a dex bonus to AC. So engaged in melee with another character. Those extra attacks is D6 per level. Yeah. So, you kind of see, sneak attack does more damage. So, my armor class is 12. Effectively, I would have an armor class of 12 if someone snuck attack Fargoth, and Fargoth gets a plus, you know, would make your dex go away. Even magical, unusual attacks, great agility. Make a reflex save. Uncanny dodge, quick study. And then we go to Templar. What's the Templar? The Templar is Paladin It's like the second half of, like... Shadow Dark is not professionally formatted. It's done in Google Docs, by the way. Fun fact. Is Fighter the only one with highest BAB? Fighter does have the highest BAB by far. Even the Templar does not get that. Yeah, Paladins don't... The weird thing is, like, they split the idea of, like, a Cleric and Paladin, like, down the middle. So, you want to play a Paladin character, you're playing a Templar. But Templars aren't necessarily, like, full-on Clerics either. Of course, Wizard. Here's your Wizard spells. Oh man, are there a bunch of different kinds of wizards? No, there is the Wizard, and he can cast spells. Here is your Wizard spells. Fuck you. Yeah, even it's interesting too if you notice that Templars don't get casting. The Mystic doesn't get casting. Yeah, these guys don't get any magic. Well, strict magic spells. Only the Wizard does. The Wizard is the only one who gets spells. Here's your spell list. Make sure you prepare them correctly. Oh, here's like all right. Here's a bunch of little, cool. Now, sometimes what you have in mind doesn't quite fit any of the available classes. Multi-class is often a solution to this. The thing is, multi-classing is very simple. Multi-classing is legitimately you just write in whatever your new class is, and then you have a level in that. Vargoth can be a level 3 rogue, but level 4 through 7, he can just say, I want to be a mystic. And you just write in mystic. That's what he gets. That's his gimmick. Hey Vargoth, what do you want to be? I want to be a Templar. I want to be a fighter Templar. Okay, here you go. This is what you need. I want to be a fighter wizard. I want to play a Gish. Then you put in some levels in fighter, and then you put in some levels in wizard. That's it. You need any more? Come on. You need more? That is how you multi-class in this game. But now we're going to start getting into knacks. Yes, knacks. Well, equipment first. Buy rope, you wish you had it if you don't. Yep, here's money. Money's base 10. You know how this works. You want a gold piece? It's worth 10 silver pieces or 100 copper pieces. I do find it funny, though, being like, yeah, hey, here's trade goods. Here is a pound of gold is 50 gold. A pound of saffron or cloves, 15. Well, here's a pig. Here's a ginger. A pound of tobacco. A pound of iron. Very simple stuff. Yeah, you got loot. Valuable and easily exchange almost anywhere if it was cash itself. That's it. Hey, you got something that's hey, yeah, this is a trade good and it's worth 10. I can trade you a square yard of silk for 10 gold. Hey, category pertains to what needed. Most people can use simple weapons. The more exotic the weapon is, the more exotic things get. Now, some things, like double weapons. You can fight with both ends of a double weapon. Cool, you accord normal attack penalties with 2-weapon combat. So yeah, if you want to have like a spear and then back someone and hit someone on the edge of the spear, you can do that. You want to have a Darth Maul saber? Yeah, that's possible. You can do that. Now, most other weapons, you kind of look at that and be like, well, weapons weapons aren't too extensive. But the most important thing when it comes to weapons are here. Is it light, one hand, or two hand? If it's light, you get no advantages for two-handing it. Because yes, there are some with, two-handing it. You add your dex to attack rolls, and instead of that's it. You add your dex. Hey, one-handed weapon can be used either the primary hand or the offhand. You add your strength bonus to the damage roll, and everything is, or half your strength bonus in offhand. If you choose to two-hand it, you +1 to the damage roll. It is entirely possible, and encouraged in most ways, by the way, two-hand weapons. Dark Souls this shit. You are wielding a sword, two-hand that shit. You can do one hand if you want, but two-hand it. Bonus damage. If it's two-handed, you get 1.5 times the character strength bonus for damage rolls. Now, there are weapon qualities and various different types of weapons. Get ready for all of the different kinds of weapons. Do you want to have some special hand crossbows? Cool. Hey, you want to have a gauntlet spike? Spiked gauntlets? Cool. That is different than a flail, or a halberd, or a lance. All of these do have little rules. Nothing huge. You've seen it before. Now, this is the weapon list. Anything else? No. This is your weapon list. Well, that's the basic weapon list. This is the martial weapon list. Alright, yeah, we got options. Alright. But don't worry, this is not the exotic weapon list. Have no fear. You can be wielding a whip, a chain spike, or a bastard sword, if you really want to. And yes, hand crossbows are here, and Fargoth does have a hand crossbow because he is a rogue and he wants one. But yeah, you get things like, oh man, I want to use the two-bladed sword that does D8 each, or a dire flail. Why are they in? Because probably someone wanted that. But yeah, the interesting thing is you get things like this. This is the bastard sword. If you are one-handing the bastard sword, it's considered exotic. If you are two-handing it, it's a martial weapon. Oh. That seems pretty convenient. That seems pretty easy to understand. And the one thing is, if you're... God, a lot of this starts making sense when we see it later. But yeah, Fargoth has a rapier. He cannot two-hand a rapier, unfortunately. I know, 0 out of 10 game, we hate it, but bear with me. But yeah, armor, also pretty simple stuff, nothing too exotic. I went with leather, because leather. +2 to my AC, +6 max dex bonus to AC, no armor check penalty. And that's it. Congratulations, you have made your character, and you are now ready to play. Everyone, start with some adventuring gear, obviously. You can take some toolkits if you feel like it. Always nice to have some. Get some new clothing, food and drink, transport. You don't start with a ton of money, but you start with enough. Now we're going to start into ability checks and knacks. This is where the game starts getting a little bit weird. Yeah, this is weapon tables over the years. I used to have like a lot of different weapons. I'm like, oh yeah, I like having a bunch of different weapons. I'm gradually being minimalist pilled in that regard, where it's like, you know what? Do I need a dozen different weapons? No, I could probably deal with like 3, maybe. Like, cut down the number of them. Yeah, it's take the minimalist pill today. So, whenever there's a doubt about whether or not your character will succeed, the GM will say, yeah, roll the dice. Easy enough. Same core mechanic as the rest of the game. To make an ability check, roll 1d20, add your character ability check to the modifier. Ability check is calculated as ability plus level divided by 3, plus any modifiers. What do you fucking mean? That is 99% of checks that you do in this game is whatever your level is divided by 3. Not a base attack bonus, everything almost. So hey, I'm playing a level 1 little rogue, I don't get a bonus. Level 3, I get +1 to all my checks. Level 6, I get +2. You may be thinking, wow, Notepad, that sounds awful. That sounds truly god-awful for nearly everything. But then you start getting into knacks. Also, opposed checks, pretty simple stuff. So, I'm gonna swing down here to the concept of knacks. As characters continue their adventure, they will discover what they have a flair for certain things. Anytime your character makes a successful ability check in a crisis situation, make note of it. Whenever you gain an even-numbered level, choose one of these action types and add it to your list of knacks. Knack for something, you add your level instead of the roll. Now, the idea... We're up here just to make sure we can cover all our bases. The idea is something pretty simple. You don't have a skill list. Instead, every even level, pretty much every other level, you get a knack. And it could be anything. And because you can get a knack for anything, you just add whatever your character level is. So, as a rogue, we start with 4 knacks. Listen, stealth, sleight of hand, and search. Technically you get more, but this is what Faryath chose. Instead of adding a +0, I add a +1. I go to level 2, all of these get a +2. I go to level 3, all of these get a +3 all of a sudden. It's a very... Let's see. I will double check just for you. Checking to calculate ability score modifier plus level divided by 3 plus any miscellaneous modifiers. No, it does not say round up. Let's actually see. Is there the round, like... No. There is, in fact, not. Yeah, with a fraction, if you wind up with a fraction, round down. There you go. Up here in the dice roll section. Yes, you are rounding down in situations. Now, well, why is that interesting to me? Because you are not restricted. The interesting thing to me is that you are not restricted to what knacks you can pick up. How many games are we? We just started this one. We're a little bit late. And why is that interesting to me? Why is that fascinating to me? It's very fascinating to me because I see this and it's like, yeah, technically your fighter can learn skills that he just likes doing a lot. All right, cool. If you want to play a fighter who gets the stealth knack, fine, you get it. That's yours. All yours. Perfectly fine. You want to play a wizard who's really good at acrobatics, you can do that. You want to do this, you can get that knack. It just means that all your skills are very personal, and I do like that. Now, there are, again, hey, what's advantage and disadvantage in this game? Advantage is +2, disadvantage is -2. You do also have the idea of reducing the DCs as well. Generally, it's, are you doing something? Are you doing something, or is the world doing something? Increase the difficulty if the world is doing something. Increase the difficulty if you're doing something. So, yeah, checks without rolls. You can take 10, you can take 20. GM fee up. Now, more weird things. With some knowledge of weapons and armor use. Character with the army not proficient in adds 2 of the armor check penalty and subtracts 1 from the perspective value of the armor. Ooh. Can attempt to learn individual weapons armor, such as spear or chainmail, but not broad categories, like martial weapons or heavy. Oh god. You know, and, oh hey, add to your proficiency list of knacks. I want Fargoth to learn how to use martial weapons. I just use a martial weapon, and then at an even level, I take whatever the martial weapon I'm using is. That's all you do. I want to learn how to use an exotic weapon. So you use the exotic weapon with all the problems with it, and then you get to learn how to do it better. There's a very naturalistic way of advancement in this game. You level up, you get some bonuses. Oh yeah, also choose what a knack. Choose something that you've been doing to improve on. You want to be a sword wizard? Then be a wizard, pick up a fucking sword. Yeah, sleight of hand wizard can also double as a magician, street magician, which is that. Yeah, if you want to play street magician, that's what you do. You just say sleight of hand, and I get that. I'm like, okay, you know, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, it's a very fuzzy mechanic. Like, yeah, like the big thing here is they're like you can assign difficulties and very simple game. It's very to the point. Now, the fine art of hacking and slashing and running away. How does it's 6-second combat round? Okay, determine what are they aware. All right. Begin first round of combat. Roll your initiative, by the way. Act in initiative order, and that's it. Congratulations. Even down to having, when everyone has had a turn, the combatants with the highest initiative acts again, and steps 4 and 5 will repeat until combat ends. So important that step 4 and that step 5 does not exist. It's got soul with a V. So, you make an attack. Now, you can get multiple attacks pretty early on. Most every class will at least get 2 attacks. The only ones that don't are like wizards, but that's like much later they don't get their second attack. The big thing is your second action must always be, how do I want it? Your first action must always be an attack for your second action to trigger. I attack, I quaff a potion. I can't quaff a potion and then attack. Little thing, that's what it is. But you make an attack. You move. Do a full round action. Or do a free action. Anything else? No. Hey. Roll d20 and add your attack bonus. That's how you make it. Bargoth has a 0, but he gets a +2 to his rapier. That's it. Congratulations. Hit their AC. AC is never high. Like, you know, base attack bonus. You know, like, nothing is really ever, like, super high. Most things give you a strength bonus. Multiplying damage, you might do it if you crit. Very simple. Again, if you've ever seen a game like this, you know what I'm talking about. You know. And it's like, okay, like, since you know, since you know what's going on, you know what a touch attack is. You know what dodge bonuses are. You know what natural armor is or whatever. You know what these things are. But it's very truncated. What happens when you hit 0? You're disabled. When you're -1, you start dying. -10, dead. That's it. Here's your saving throws. I like saving throw. Do you like saving throw? Of course you do. What's an initiative? DC 20 plus Dex. That's it. No, bingo, bango, bongo. That's it. No worry. Have no fear. I'm in. You in. Are we all good? You want any more? Oh, God. Yeah, attacks of opportunity. Yeah, attacks of opportunity are in. Effectively, are they trying to leave your threat range? Are they moving, performing a distracting action, and then you just say, I want to attack? Now, an experienced character, you don't have to make an attack of opportunity if you don't want to. Yep. Is a single melee attack. Lower attack bonus, you make your attack of opportunity, however, your normal attack bonus, even if you've already attacked in the round. Yeah, interrupts the normal flow of actions in the round of attack opportunity. Provoke, immediately resolve the attack opportunity, then continue next character's turn. Yeah, so effectively, attacks of opportunity kind of eat your actions to do things later, and that does mean, like, a very competent fighter should just be stabbing you to death. They want to get up in your grill, and they want to do some combo bullshit. You do heal very slowly. I will say that. You heal real fucking slow. Because with a full night's rest, 8 hours, you don't recover, your hit dice or anything. You recover 1 HP per character level. And if you bed rest for an entire day and night, twice your character's level. Saying, like, at level, like, 3, if we're level 3, let's say D6 plus 2, so let's say 2D6 plus 4. How much HP does Fargoth get? 7, 11. So you'd have 19 HP. At level 3, let's say Fargoth has 19 HP. And let's say, oh no, I am damaged. Fargoth is hurt. And he only has 2 out of 19 HP left. To recover everything, that would be full day's rest, mind you. It would be full day 1. He would heal 6. He would have plus 6, so he is currently at 8 of 19. Full day 2, another plus 6. He is currently at 14 out of 19. He's not doing anything, mind you. And then let's say day 3. He only gets plus 3, 17 out of 19. And then day 4, with another plus 3, he would be out of 19 out of 19. And that is with a D6 hit die character, and I rolled a 5 and a 2. I want you to imagine you have a D10 or a D12 at this rate. A competent fighter may be laid up for like a week. Like, you are just incapable of doing things. Sorry, queens. Yeah, no, that's really fast from a real world standpoint. Yeah, I know, but it's one of those things where you think about it like 5e, for example. 5e, you rest for 8 hours and you get half your health back. Like, and that's kind of the thing. It's like, oh, well, you take a short rest and somehow you're at, like, full health. And it's like, oh, okay, that's 3. That's a very, things are slower than you would expect for how fast everything else is. Honestly, when I first read it, I'm like, oh, you just recover everything. I'm like, no, you recover 1 HP. I thought it was hit die at first. I'm like, oh yeah, you recover a hit die. No. Magical healing. There are magical healing. And there are a couple of ways to do ability damage. Unlike, like, real old school, ability damage is very temporary. It's not like, sorry, you've been level drained to being a bimbo or whatever. No. You get, oh no, Fargoth lost some, like, 2 dex points because he got really fucked up. No, he doesn't. He gets it back. Now, turning undead. Here's how the rules for turning undead. Make a charisma check. Literally just insult them. Delaying your action. Usually delaying your action isn't a bad thing. When in doubt, distract spellcasters. And always remember, is there a spellcaster doing something? If the answer is yes, throw a rock at them. Oh no, I'm the evil wizard Grumblemax. So get a rock and just fucking throw it. Yeah, cast fireball now, bitch. Rock to the face. Nothing's gonna happen. And yeah, and when Fraggletooth the wizard gets a rock in his face and a broken jaw, then you start beating him up some more. Yes, 2-weapon fighting continues to be a super meme. Every game of this every one game we're talking about has a slightly different version of doing this. And then, hey, you want to do a special maneuver? Here's literally almost a flow chart of, does it do this? No. Does it do this? No. Does it do this? No. Does it do this? Nah. very basic move, like exploration system. Very basic. And you want to do movement? Here's movement's pretty simple as well. It does lead to the very fun minute with a constitution score of 9 or higher can run for a minute without a problem. Yeah, you can just run. Oh. Well, I think everyone, we need a cleric. Hey, manly cleric, how do you do? We got a party up here. So yeah, it's just like we've got our fighter, we got me, the bard, my Byleth. We also have our cleric. All we need now is the swarthy rogue. But yeah, most of this is pretty simple stuff. Kind of going through this because it is very simple. They have a little chart, like, do you have 30-foot movement speed? Yeah, if you hustle, this is what it is. Are you walking? It's that. Hey, are you running? It's this many feet. That's all. Are you a fucking manlet? Yeah, you move slower. But why you are a manlet? You know, various amounts of... Oh. Immediate Russian on Russian violence. Immediately. How does this keep happening? Healer down! Healer down! Just immediately gunned down in the streets of Guadalajara. Vision and light, illumination. Hey, how do you level up? You level up by doing cool things that the GM likes. You get 1 point of XP anytime you are in a cool battle, clever situation, at role-playing, or contributing substantially. What happens when you get? You need equal level, it's like you need equal amount of XP to your next character level. So, Vargoth wants to level up, he needs 2 XP. If he wants to hit level 3, he needs 3 XP. This is not cumulative either. So this is, he needs 2, 3, that would be 5 in total. He needs 5 XP in total to reach level 3. After about level 5 is when things start slowing down. It's not like every other session. It's every 2 sessions, every 3 sessions. Yeah, it's... One big thing here is, once you level up, this is the big thing, once you level up, you just write in anything you want here, pretty much. You want to be, Vargoth wants to be a fighter, he can write Fighter 1, and he's character level 2. He only has all the rogue level 1 feats, and all the fighter level 1 feats, and that's it. Congratulations, we did it, everybody. You are just a fighter now. That is how you multi-class in this game. It is very, very simple. Magic is also pretty easy to understand. Again, have you played this game before? The answer is, yeah, I've played a 3E hack before. You know how this goes. And they talk a lot about, like, oh, you get new level spells, you get these spells. What are the spell descriptions? So we're gonna go down to some very basic one. A lot of this, by the way, is very particular, like, how do we forge magic items? How do we create spells? How do we do this? Well, not spells. How do we create scrolls? How do we do this? How do we do that? How do we do bonds? How do we do this? So, here is your wizard spell list. Here are all your level 0. Those are cantrips. You get them pretty easily. For all your first level spells, all your second level spells, and yeah, no, it's let's see. I want to see 9th level. Does not look like we can get Wish though. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Queens, we cannot in fact get that. Weirdly enough, Shape Change is a 9th level spell. Why, I do not know. But most of these are pretty detailed. Others of them aren't really all that detailed. Like, some are pretty simple. Others can be very, This is still a 3E game. Let's not kid ourselves here. Is there any particular spell you want me to see? The thing is, like, with shape change, is... the $20 Bratty toaster is here. Again, you kill the toaster, but not the Bratty. You kill the fucking... You kill Manly, but not, you know... Jacking in! Yo, polymorph. Certain spells are jacked up in value. I will say that. Certain spells are jacked up in value. Others are, like, limited down a bit. Let's see. I'd like to head the detect thoughts. Let's look at detect thoughts real fast. Just to give everyone an idea. Let's see. Disguise cell, detect thoughts. Level 2. Divination spell. Cone-shaped emanation. You detect surface thoughts. Information revealed only how long you studied the area. First round, second round, third round. Arcane focus. A copper piece. That's all it really does. Very simple stuff. That's all you really need to know. It's, if there's ever something we can make easier, we're going to make it easier. Here's Featherfall. This is all you need. I want to use a spell, my hyper cool spell from 3rd edition. You can probably port it to Peryton Fantasy in about 5 seconds. Anything 3E or 3.5, you can probably bring in here pretty easily. Yes, have no fear. Phantasmal Killer is in, and I will still not use it. Prying Eyes, Projecting as Pyrotechnics. Yeah, there's let me see. Shape change. Any non-unique cube from fine to colossal size. Your form cannot have more than a caster level and hit dice to a maximum of 25 HD. Yes, you can choose that. Because again, there's no druids or anything like that. You want to play a druid, you're playing a technically mystic wizard archetype. How do they change chill touch? Detect thought. How do they chill touch? Let's see. We want to find chill touch. So, necromancy, level 1, verbal semantic, creatures touch 1 level up, instantaneous, fortitude partial, or will negates. Touch your hand, the glowing blue energy, disrupt the life force of the living creature. It deals 1d6 points of damage. Touch creature also takes 1 point of strength damage, unless it makes a successful fort save. Now, an undead creature you touch takes no damage from either sword, but it must make a successful will save throw or be panicked for 1d4 rounds. It does d6 damage. Now, preparing, like, upcasting, if that makes sense. Upcasting is technically a thing, sort of. Like, let me see if I can find, yeah. Depending on the caster level, spell preparation time, resting, yeah, see. Yeah. Now, one thing to note, so I want you to, spell slot, like, hey, I'm going to go back up to our stats here real fast. Just to, again, it's one of those things that I find kind of interesting to note. So, one of the things is, when you get to things like magic, if you're not good, if you don't know how to cast magic very well, and you are not very smart, you may end up in a situation... Yeah, no, you may end up in a situation where, yeah, the minimum intelligence required to cast a wizard is 10 plus the wizard's spell level. You are not casting a 7th level spell if you do not have 17 intelligence. It is too difficult for you. But wait, Notepad, does that mean with a 14 intelligence I can only really cast up the 4th level spells? Correct. But that doesn't mean you can't prepare more of them. Yeah, that's just one of those weird little notes where it's like, oh, well, look at all these cool, super powerful spells and stuff. Like, yeah, you don't get access to have them because you're fucking stupid. On the other hand, it's not like you don't get a lot of options. Higher level stuff does mean it's bullshit. On the other hand, ain't that bullshit, though. Yeah, get ready for, yeah, it's very basic. Yeah, if you know it, you know it. Have no fear. It's sleep. You know what sleep does. Here's all the various summoning monster spells. Where was the, and then we get to the GM's Grimoire. I will say, hey, how do we make a dungeon? Instant adventure. What are we doing in this dungeon? Well, it's a mine. In that mine, there is... let's see. An old chieftain. What other enemies are around? Let's say, well, we got Karkoxi. We got some Karkoxi in there. We got some kobolds, and we also got a let's see. Looks like we also got some thugs. There we go. That's our congratulations. We have successfully learned how to get a full dungeon up. Here are some items in there. This is the GM section where they're like, here's how you make a really fast dungeon. Here's how you wing it. This is how you make a dungeon. I'm like, oh. One thing about it is like, yeah, you can reward experience points, like avoid private lectures if all possible. Because technically you can, they encourage you to spread XP out unevenly. It's like, oh, who's contributing, who's not. I don't think this is ever going to come up unless you are playing it that kind of way. Again, knack tracking, make sure you track what's there. It's not too difficult, it just takes time. Yeah. Hey, minions are 1. How do you make overpowered enemies? Don't do that. How to do environmental hazards. What's out there? There's quite a few different things that you can do, and they all have something. This is a very easy way of saying, hey, do you want to have a nice spot rule in place? Here is what happens when you get dunked in lava. Like, you take 20d6 damage. Gotta run, boss. Might catch the bot upload when it goes up. Have a good one. Yeah. And, suffocation, while, what are some monsters that we can fight? Oh, no! Onkegs, carnivorous apes. Let's find something that we all like fighting. A bear. Bears are fucking scary. Note the plus 11 to hit, the 27 strength that does D8 plus 8 damage. Yeah, no, Fargoth dies immediately upon getting hit by a bear, effectively. Yeah. But bugbears are in, chimeras, centurion ants. Quite a few different monsters are in here, but you can, again, adapt pretty much any monster you want to this game pretty easily. Any specific monster we want to see. Any specific monster any of you are like, oh, it's monster time, or whatever. Because if it's most likely in here somewhere. Yeah, manticores, medusas, lizard man. Good old lizard man. We got, like, mummies. You like mummies? I love fighting mummies. Let's see. Orc TM. Yes, orc enemy. Yes, you can fight Peryton. There are multiple types of Peryton that will fuck your day up. By the way, a wild Peryton does a lot of damage very quickly. Hey, I want to fight a gigantic, a void Peryton. You know, 5d6 chill damage. Yeah, no, they know 10th level wizard spells. They can just do at will. Why? Because fuck you. Here's a rust monster. Ooh. Want to fight a rust monster, everyone? You know, we love rust monsters. The Sleph. Look at these little guys. Look at them. Look at them. Adorable. Curse of Ra. Yeah, no. Tiger. You can fight tigers. Have no fear. We can fight tigers. So, varies. I want treasure. Here's treasure. I want this. Here's this. I want magic here. Hey, I want a staff. Here's a staff. Hey, I want magic. How do I do that? Here's this. Very to the point. Here's the thing. Do I like Peryton? I think Peryton's a very reliable game. The question is, hey, do you want to run effectively pre-OSR 3rd edition with some of those OSR-ish ideas? It's that. You're going to feel real comfortable playing this game. But if you want something heavier, it's not 3rd edition. You know, you don't get every option of 3rd edition. But do you need every option of 3rd edition? Probably not. And I think that kind of follows into the same idea here. I wonder why there's no OSR equivalent for the storyteller system. The Curseborn thing is kind of that, but made by Onyx Path. Well, I can tell you that that's a very simple thing. And it's this. You see this single page right here? This is the OGL. The OGL, the original license for 3rd edition, was very permissive. D20 Fantasy was a thing for a reason. D20 games in general were that for a reason. We still have the OGL. And no other company really did that strictly legally. Like, as with the amount of legalese that Wizards of the Coast did. And, like, Storyteller system didn't do that, because Storyteller was getting passed around by multiple different companies, and nobody really wanted to do that. And hey, like, why didn't Traveler do it? Traveler has, but it took a long time to get the Cepheus engine going. And it's still not like a massive super game that, you know, everyone and their mother loves to play. It's Cepheus engine. You like it, you may not like it. It's kind of 50-50. And, man, I can only imagine what it was like during that time. I mean, it's the same idea. Like, it's the same idea as we see now. It never really changed. It's the idea that you get a bunch of slop. A bunch of slop was out there. Probably, if Jaeger's in here, if Cole's in here, he can attest. There's a lot of slop in the D20 era, a lot of slop in the 3E era. I don't think anyone's going to deny that. I saw a lot of the slop. Oh yeah, it's slop. It's there's a lot of 3E slop out there. A lot of D20, you know, bullshit. It's still there. And there's a lot of 5E slop. I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of 5e slop, there's a lot of OSR slop. It never really changed. And when Gamer started as a fanfiction writer before he got an official position. Yeah, like, they want to make World of Darkness fan games, and they can make World of Darkness fan games. You just can't sell it. You can't sell Princess the Hopeful. That's kind of the genius transgression. Yeah, you couldn't sell it. Peryton, you can buy Peryton. That was the big thing. That was the big catch-22 kind of. Is you had the license saying you can use this, say that it is this, put in all the logos, say you take things that people already know and just sell it, make money off of that. Like, and that's a strong risk for other companies. It really is. Especially smaller companies like White Wolf was at the time. Because again, you gotta remember, White Wolf died horribly like 3 times because they ran out of money, and if someone was like, oh, well, I'm gonna publish Princess the Hopeful and make a bunch of money off of it, they might, the copyright things get called into question. Suddenly people don't own copyrights, they do. Does Princess the Hopeful own the copyright? Does this? It's a mess. It is a big mess, and no one wants to deal with it. But it's, again, it's the same idea. It's copyright stuff gets in the way, and there becomes a lot of, yeah, again, Fate, they open that license up. You can make a Fate game whatever you want. You can do whatever you want with Fate. Because they have a license for Blades in the Dark, Forged in the Dark, same thing. They got a big license for it. There's very explicit wording in it. And I think that's why we saw such a wave of SRD stuff. Like the wave of SRD stuff, because the D20 system, OGL was so powerful. And there's a reason Peryton exists. There's a reason this is a revised edition, even, is because people like that, and because people feel very comfortable. But thank you, Fargoth. Everyone say goodbye to Fargoth. He's going to be gone now because we're going to steal his ring for free healing. So, next, we need to bring out, we're going to go over the next game. Taking a very hard turn. We are going back, though. We're staying in the same era. We're going back to 2005. Yes, everyone. You, me, we're going back to 2005. And we're going to be talking about Jesus. And you may be wondering, Notepad, why are we talking about Jesus? We're talking about Jesus because we love Jesus in this house. So, and because we love Jesus in this house, we're going to need Joffrey from Oblivion. Joffrey from Oblivion is going to be helping us learn things. Yes, our little Breton knight's going to be helping us learn how to follow the word of God. So, what is Holy Lands? This is a game that is very fascinating. So, if you Google the Holy Lands, you get Jerusalem and Israel, the Holy Land, the TMCR. However, the Holy Lands TTRPG, you end up with this. Welcome to the Holy Lands, the Christian RPG, a medieval pen and paper role-playing game. Yes, the Holy Lands game. Not just any, it is the Holy Lands experience. You're not being like cringe nene baby, are you? This is the one. Now, I couldn't really find too much on this. This is where things get very strange, though. So, it's made by a company called Faith Quest Games. Yes, Faith Quest Games. Could I find anything about Faith Quest? No. I believe this might be them, or at least a variation of them at one point. I don't know. We're gonna learn how to play Jesus with, well, AI Jesus cards. But Faith Quest Games, they made the Holy Lands. That's pretty much all they made. They made the Holy Lands game. I could not find anything too exciting about it. I couldn't find anything else about it. It is just Faith Quest. Alright. Technically, there are 4 editions to this game. We are going over 2nd edition for a very particular reason. 1st edition came out a long time ago. It's the, So, the 2nd edition, or the Light Edition, yes, because that's what we're doing, and was originally offered for sale on Holy Land's website. Now, this is where things get kind of weird, and I couldn't find anything about this. The 3rd edition was a web-based application that used a similar format to the tabletop game and was available with the choice of either a free or premium account. Free accounts can only have 1 character at a time and do not have access to the creation tools. Enterprising recanters GM were enticed by robust creation tools that came with a subscription to a premium account. $12 per year. Database shared content tools to create things such as NPCs, holy items, dungeons, towns, and scenarios. There was not enough fan participation to justify the operating cost of the site, and it went down eventually. Holy Land's 3rd edition is just not there. It's just gone now. The 3rd edition does not exist. And I find that very funny. The fact that this game simply, like, 3rd edition of this game just ceases to exist. Right now we are on Trinity. Yes, we are on the Holy Lands Trinity. This is 4th edition. And apparently there were some big issues with that game. Viewer has been significantly hindered. He's taken on a vast majority of the works of his books 2 and 3 by himself. The marketing of the game has all contributed to slower development. As of January 2016, there's no release schedule of book 2 and 3. Despite all materials being officially out of print, the game maintains a following of loyal fans who continue to provide support and fan-created materials. You can get the version we're going to be going over for free. That is the specific reason why I wanted to go over 2nd edition, is because of the fact that it is completely free. You can get this pretty easy. Now, if we look at here, this is the actual website. Holy Land, the Christian role-playing game, right here. Role-playing, it's critness, it's limitless, and it's adventure-focused. And get ready for some AI slop. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's some AI slop. He's still updating it. Somewhat. Doing his best. Now, it's not entirely correct. You can technically buy Trinity. You can buy books 1 and 2 right here, right now. You want to buy book 1 and 2 Trinity. I have a strange and beautiful feeling. The speed of this went a little bit faster due to, let's just say some things probably went a little bit faster due to various reasons. But yeah, technically the book is out. It's here. If you want to play the Holy Lands game, it's all available. I do not believe there is a PDF available for some of them. For $55, you too can buy the 3-book set. In case you're wondering, yes, we can make a official Holy Lands character. This is the Holy Lands RPG sheet. We're not using this one. We're using another one. But let's say I want to make a male. I want to make a fighter. I want to be a common folk, and I want to make my character. I've made my character. Yeah, there's a character generator. And yes, you can, in fact, print out this character sheet and just have it there if you really want. I tried to find more information out about this. I really couldn't. It is just, let's hunt some devils. It's devil hunting hours, everybody. Could I find anything more exciting? No. Is there some secret that I'm missing? No. You want to have the player's purse dice set available to you? No. Blogs update pretty infrequently. Let's see if is the Twitter. Oh, here's the Twitter, everybody. He hasn't posted anything since 23. Now, a few things to note. There's a few things to note about this. One thing is that there is a fan community for this. But Notepad, what are you talking about? You're speaking in tongues. You're speaking things that don't make any sense. It is right here. The Holy Lands RPG. I'm going to do this just so, yeah, there are people still playing the Holy Lands RPG. Let's see, I just want to double check. Yep, there are people playing the Holy Lands RPG, and there are people who engage with that content actively. And it's there. Everything's here. I don't see anyone talk about the Holy Lands TRPG for obvious fucking reasons. Not exactly the quintessential role-playing game experience. Not a lot of people know that much about it. Now you kind of see here, this is the official YouTube channel. And we have a advanced combat lesson in right here. So this is, we go to 1080. This is the lead dev, and I believe that's his wife. Yeah, the Rackmaster Eve. I believe that is the main guy, and that is his wife. Yeah, like interesting experience. Mind you, that was 7 years ago. Yes, it's been quite a while. Did you cover the Funny Indestructible game yet, or is that going to be in the stream? It's going to be in the stream. We have not covered that yet. We started a little bit late. So, just to set the stage a little bit for the Holy Lands, and I'm going to say this. I think the Holy Lands is an interesting game. I think it's a very fascinating game. Now, the boys from Colorado who bring the Holy Lands art to life, yeah, Chachi and G Money Hernandez. Chachi and G Money Hernandez. What a hero. Yes. Yeah, the faithful support of his ministry. Yes, Jeff C. Have no fear. Yes, Faith Quest Games. So, what is this game? What is Holy Lands at the end of the day? Well, the Raconteur, Rack for short. You are the storyteller. You and your NPCs, the narrated personality characters. Yes, narrated personality characters. Revenge of Janus. I am fascinated by Christian RPGs. I read Dragon Raid. Dragon Raid is something I encourage everyone to read because it is such a unique game for just how fucking bizarre it is at points. Oh man, I want to cast a spell. Okay, do you remember your fucking Bible passage correctly? Like that, it's such a unique entity. And Holy Lands falls into that category as well. It's such a unique game. For better or for worse. Now, what is this game? This game is ultimately a D20 system. I'm putting an asterisk there. I want you to know that because these are the common dice rolls. Attribute, ability, combat, skill, and saving throws. Most of the time it's a D20 roll, except for attributes where it's a D12 roll under. Why? I do not know. Just like, you know what we need? D12 roll under. It's going to feel familiar in some ways, and it's going to feel very different in others, and that's interesting. This, when it says gifts, talents, and crafts, that sounds really complicated. It is not complicated. It is doing its best to fuck with you, I think. Now, life and faith. You have your life points and your faith points. Joffrey is a knight. He does not have a lot of faith. Other characters have an absurd amount of faith. The best way to think about it, this is your mana. You will be using faith for a lot of things. If you are playing a certain class, you will use faith for it, and you will cast magic using an amount of faith. Oh, there are bards in this game. Have no fear. They are one of the very few classes that can cast miracles. Is D20 also a biblical number? Hello, phone. What's poppin', phone? Can I roll book with Cathar? No. So, yeah, things are pretty simple. Again, it kind of takes a very good beat to things, we'll say. Life, death, restoring life. You restore life fucking slow. Again, it's an hour of sleep for 1 life point, and you can actually have a good chunk of life, by the way. You have a good chunk. Usually it's about 8 hours, unless you have someone with a medical skill. One second. And it's like, if you have someone with the medical skill, it's like, okay, I'm going to, like, doctor you now, and now you have full HP. There's also just being healed by faith. Clerics, man, they're built different in this game. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, oh man, I want to, like, clerics are lame. How much actual theology does it have, or is it more Christian fantasy? I would lean toward Christian fantasy. I think that's the best way of thinking about it. To give you an idea, this was put in... What do I want to work? This was put in a same category as Lord of the Rings for people wanting to play Christian fantasy games. It was Holy Lands was put in there next to Lord of the Rings. I was like, I see. Yeah, so faith, God, spirit, perform miracles. Yeah, one of the big things is using miracles. You just cast, it's just AMP, it is just magic points. However, faith points, you can do a lot with faith very easily. It's very interesting. Yeah, clergy, clerics, and saints. Yes, a saint. You would get 1 faith an hour. Everyone else needs needs 8 hours of sleep. You really need to spend faith pretty actively. Most character classes are going to get 1 faith every level. You don't get a ton. Sometimes if you get up the higher levels, you can start spending, more daily faith to get more skills. I get a skill I need. I get a gift. I get this kind of thing. I need a skill now. God always supplies the faithful what they need. It's how they use it that shows. Rounds, 10 rounds. It's 30 seconds of game time. Yeah, good old saving throws. Saving throws are actually pretty, we'll say pretty demanding. Now, as you can kind of see here, all of these are basic. So I want to say, what's my save to use magic? It's 19. I rolled a 2, I fuck up. Hey, I rolled a 20 versus death, because yes, death. Alive with 1 life. Oh yeah. Use magic death with chance to save. Yeah, for average people, characters are just built different. Enemies do technically get that, and animals get them pretty easy. Yeah, animals don't die easily, it turns out, but they will flee from phobias a lot easier. Oh yeah, have no fear. Now, let's go straight into combat. We're gonna talk about advantage now. What is advantage? Holy Lands does not have initiative. What do you mean by that, Mr. Notepad? It means exactly what I'm saying. You do not have initiative. you have advantage instead. Effectively what happens is two people roll, you roll. I got a 12, you got an 11. I would go first. I then get the advantage bonus. Effectively, I get to act before you. Then, after I've acted, you act. Then I get to act again. Except, this is not quite how it's done. That's the most basic way of thinking about it. For multiple attacks against a single opponent, the entire group can attack first if one of them wins advantage. It is effectively I go, you go. That's all it is. It's an I go, you go system. However, shit can get lethal very quickly. And yes, natty 20, your advantage rolls do make a difference. Now, we do get down to what do you attack? I want to attack you right now. Going to go bang, I want to hit you. What do you actually need to do? What you need to do is attempt to beat that. Is to beat there. If I go to Holy Lands, you need to beat their defense. That is what you need to attempt to do. Hey, that seems really, really easy because you are wearing a bunch of armor and 11 defense isn't difficult. Yeah, it's not. Or they're going to try to, but they do get to add a bonus due to their defense. Now, counter weapon. A defend roll is normally a combat action. Okay. But must be at the attack roll to be successful. The character adds a weapon skill bonus from that. You can always, pump your defense bonuses up pretty easily. And try in a way just to protect yourself. Though you will always have to determine whether you are dodging or defending yourself. Dodge is usually pretty good. Now, why is dodge kind of a shit show? Because dodge is a shit show. Because again, it's different, and if it's kind of an all or nothing. Defending, you get a lot. Yeah, it's yeah, dodging means big success and big failure. However, if you do natty 20, you do get to stab them in the back. Get ready for your natty 20. Northern Crusade campaign, conflict Baltic region with Teutonic Order, Principality of Novgorod, a bunch of pagan Baltic people stuck in the middle of the whole thing. Yeah. Unironically, yeah, that's pretty easy. Yeah, there'd be magic in it, but yeah, no, it's not very difficult at all, in fact. Now, most things are going to be doing a little bit of damage. Now, you can do knockout damage, and yes, in case you're wondering, there is a full system to just bushwhacking someone. Yeah. Yeah, no, you want to bushwhack someone? Yeah, time knocked out. Knockout damage plus strength AR -4. I want to go up behind you, and I try to knock your ass out with a fucking hammer. Or, let's say I hit you over the head with a fucking plank of wood. And let's say that's an object right here. D8 plus damage bonus. My damage bonus is pretty high. Let's say it's a +1. How about that? +1. Let's roll my D8 here. 7 plus 2, let's say 1, 8. Ow. Oh no. 8 damage, plus my strength of 8. So that's 16 -4. You're out for 10 rounds. Now, mind you, each 10 round is roughly a minute. You're out for 12 minutes straight because you just got bushwhacked from behind with the pummel of a weapon. If you manage to avoid getting knocked out, you could literally say nuh-uh and start fighting. Fall damage, of course. What is your ATR? Well, your ATR is attacks per round. And some of you may be having a suspicious moment here. And maybe, if you know if you know, you may be thinking, hey, Notepad, this is sounding a little bit familiar. What's this? Are you? Don't worry. All your answers will be revealed soon. The very funny answers. So, ATR is attacks per round. The amount of time the character can attack an opponent in one round. Now, this is the interesting thing. I'm going to do my best to explain this. And this is a good chart for it, but I'm going to open up a Notepad document because we can do that. Let's say we have character A. We have character Albert. Actually, no. Let's say we have Albert, PC, and we are fighting Bob. Bob, who is an enemy. Now, let's say Albert has an ATR of 2. He can do 2 attacks per round. Bob has an ATR of 2 as well. What happens here in one round of combat is, let's say Albert gets advantage. Albert goes, Bob goes, Albert goes, Bob goes. And then this would be round end. Now, okay, that seems pretty easy. But what happens if this happens? Well, very simple. Albert gets another round. What happens if this is going on? Albert just gets to go twice. Because he's just got more ATR than you. You can block a number of times. Pretty much your defense, your defense and dodge per round is 3 times whatever it is. So you can do 3 defenses, and Albert would be able to do 9 defenses. ATR is the most valuable skill in the game, because that means more shit you can do, but they do limit it. Usually it's only 3, sometimes it's only 2. You're not getting many of these. Very few of them. And you can lose it too by taking damage. Oh yeah, you got 3 Oh man, you got 3 ATR, but you get stabbed? Sorry, you only have 2 ATR now. You lose an action, you lose an attack. Because you got fucking stabbed. It's very easy to lose your attacks per round. It's also easy to really murk someone if you are just a better fighter than them. And it's like, okay, they are independent. Now, you get this, so. And everyone runs out of ATR again. Who wins advantage? Attack, defend, attack, defend. If you have 2 people with 3 ATR, they are very quickly going to be, ripping through their abilities. Yeah. Actually, it's 2 times, not 3 times. So yeah, you get even less chance to defend yourself if you suck. Again, get your ATR up. You need it. Now, attribute rolls are D12 roll under. Now, you kind of see Joffrey's stats here. Joffrey kind of got cracked stats. Not gonna lie here. Anything above 8 is cracked. Anything like 7 or above, pretty cracked. You're doing great. So, let's say as Joffrey, I want to make a strength check. And I would roll my D12. I said I roll my D12. I said I roll my D12. And I got a 4. That's a success. But, Holy Lands is also a hardcore role-playing game for some fucking reason. The attribute difficulty modifiers are the difference of -3, -6, -9. That effectively means, hey, a moderate difficulty in my strength is actually 5. A difficult one would be like a 3 even. Or even a 2. Like, it can get pretty fucking difficult. That's why, like, attribute checks are not as common. Like, that's like the big thing. It's like they are not that common. You should really only be doing attribute rolls when you absolutely have to. And it's an interesting way of doing it, don't get me wrong. Again, it's difficult though when you first start out. but you can increase these pretty consistently. 12 is the max, but if you every class has a primary and a secondary attribute, which can go up to 16 and 14 respectively. And here are all of your attributes: intellect, wisdom, patience, strength, agility, speed, endurance, beauty, and charisma. All right, pretty right there. Nothing too exciting there. Patience is very good. Patience is amazing. Patience is real fucking good. Do not doubt patience. We've got speed even. Yeah, of course. 5 times his speed. Speed AR. Joffrey's got 6 speed, so he can move 30. You have 5, you can move 25. If you end up with like 2 speed, you can move 10 feet per round, because you are literally made of slugs. Yeah, you ain't strong. Now, they do actually make wisdom fairly like, it's wisdom. How do you actually do things? Teach and learn what others found in a book. Why? Yeah, wisdom does play into things, but not as much. That leads to abilities. So I'm going to go to abilities. Actually, well, here's the attribute bonus table, but I'll explain the bonus table. Effectively, anything above 8 or above, you end up getting bonuses. You get bonus life. You get bonus charisma, bonus abilities, bonus skills, bonus faith, bonus damage, bonus ATR. Yeah, you can get some. Hey. Weirdly enough, Ethiopians and Armenian Christians are real. What did I miss? We went through Peryton and we're going through Holy Lands right now. Oof, okay, give me 1 second. That sandwich is coming back with vengeance. Okay, that felt better. So, All I'm saying is, here's the thing. I have a sandwich place where I used to go to all the time. It was a nice deli. That guy moved out. He said, I don't want to have this location anymore. I'm going to focus on my other location. And he sold it to his coworker. Coworker, and I think his wife, girlfriend or something, changed it and made it different. Now, the problem is, they have all the same sandwiches. Well, some of the same sandwiches, not all the same ones. They just increased the price by like $5. And I'm like, oh, okay. And they don't even have the fucking sandwiches that I used to get all the time. They don't have those ones. Oh no. They've got the $13 fucking apple sandwich. They've got that, but they don't got a fucking 5 cheese, goddamn, grilled cheese with bacon on it. It was amazing, and they don't have that anymore. I'm like, god damn it. Truly, we live in a society bottom text. There's me and my talk about fucking sandwiches. They changed it. Now, they added like a bakery section to it. So they used to have like the pre-packaged cookies that I got like once because he fucked up my order on accident. Like, we ran out of chicken. Do you want turkey on it? I'm like, yeah, here, you can have a cookie for free. I'm like, this is fine. But they're like, oh, well, we had cooked all the breakfast goodies. I'm like, you're a sandwich place. I want to get a sandwich here, and the cheapest sandwich you have is $5 for a PBJ. I don't like. I'm like, when my sandwich used to be $8.25, and now it's $14 fucking dollars. It's a little painful. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little painful. I'm like, oh, well. Because it used to be, what I used to do is they had the 2 cheap sandwiches I like, 2 cheap paninis. They had an Italian panini and they had a the 5 cheese grilled cheese with bacon. 5 cheese grilled cheese with bacon, fucking amazing, amazing, delicious, perfect size, felt amazing. That was like $7.50. Honestly, totally worth it. Great bread, great cheese, awesome. And I was like, cool. I would get that. Like, I got that. And I would go next door to the coffee joint. I could go out $15. I would have a great fucking lunch. Easy. You need a decent kebab shawarma for $5. Okay, a cheaper one. Oh, not around here, my friend. The cheapest shawarma, if you want to get cheap shawarma or a decent kebab place that is in like a relative close distance to where I am, I have to walk 20 minutes downtown, go to a place, and it will still cost me about $15 to get like a good thing of shawarma. Kebab and shawarma are going to cost me about $15. It's where I am. We have a lot of little or local places that have been having to jack up their prices to stay competitive. And like all of the places that couldn't do that or didn't want to do that just died. And if you go downtown, everything's trying to be like fancier and more pretentious. Like all the little Ohio gozaimasu. All the little places that are good, you know exactly the type, the little good places, they are way out in the suburbs now. Like they are 40 minutes by bus kind of thing. Or they are like in little tiny nooks and crannies, and they'll still cost you $15 to get a fucking sandwich. Again, UK, you can always get good food in the UK. I love me some shawarma places there. Had some great fucking shawarma. Nearly died in one, but man, it was good. See, again, I have like a really weird thing on food. Probably like the worst. I can't remember the worst food I've had because I just mentally block it out. I do not like fish and chips. Don't like fish and chips. I've tried it 3 separate times. The first time, awful. Tasted like shit. The second time was pretty good, and it had to be made by a Turkish man with the thickest accent I have ever heard. Great. Awesome food. Third time, went to a nice place and got it now. Still sucks. Tasted like ass. Don't get how Brits do it. Brits have no taste in food. It's very fascinating. You have that. France, I did not like French cafe food. But that might have just been, we were in Paris. Paris sucks. Paris sucks. Not gonna lie. We're back to game. At least we 2-3 more of the food discourse than a recent let you conclude. Alright. I just wanted to talk about food because I had lunch and I wanted to make sure everyone knew my fucking my goddamn new place. It sucks now. See, this is the kind of conversations I like, but let's start talking about abilities. What is an ability? These are common activities that everyone can do. Every single person is effectively trained in perception, search, climb, jump, balance, and hide. Is this your bonus? No, you have to roll over that with your d20. What do you see with your eyes, Joffrey? I see what I need to see. I rolled a 19. What do you see? Joffrey, you need to climb. I rolled a 14. I succeed. Joffrey, jump over that pit over there. I rolled a 15. I succeed. Like, these are, and you kind of see, like, some of these are, like, these are pretty, your stats are leaning toward higher. I will say that. And you see some of these. This is why I say patience is really fucking good and really, like, something that you should be kind of investing in. Because you see patience, patience, patience. Like, patience gets used for a lot of things. Obviously, Joffrey didn't have that high of patience. But, like, yeah. As you can kind of see again, like, these are very common abilities that everyone can see pretty consistently. No, let me see if I can find the fall damage table. Like, where's the fucking fall damage table? Because the fall damage table is actually kind of funny. Yes. So, damage that characters fall from behind, measured from their head, is d6 plus 1 point of damage per 5 feet. Likewise, you would apply 1d6 plus 1 of damage for any height under 10 feet, assuming your character tripped and fell while walking or running. Yes, if you fall over, if someone pushes you over, you do take 1d6 plus 1 damage. Like, that's just a very bizarre rule that I'm like, probably somewhere someone thought this was being very clever. It's not. It's very strange. But that's half the fun. But yeah, as you can kind of see here, like, modifying your abilities are, oh, well, I want to make it a normal check. It's plus 5. So instead of having to roll a 10, it's rolling a 15 up. It's rolling a 12 up. It's rolling an 11 up. That's one thing I will comment on this game is, oh, well, you found your ability here. Well, that's not your real, actual, normal one. It's actually plus 5, or it's actually a -3, or it's actually this. It's like, okay, that's a little odd. But then you get weapon skills, and if you're noticing something, you might be noticing something. There's another weird one. Now, weapon skills fall into very broad categories. So, you have combat arms, which is literally every single weapon. Hand-to-hand, which is karate. Being able to kick a motherfucker. Missile weapons, throwing weapons, or shield play, which is shields, or beating someone to death with shields. And every time you get weapon skill bonuses, you'll get a couple of them. You'll end up placing it in either advantage for initiative, attack to hit better, defense to defend yourself, dodge to dodge, damage for damage, and your ATR, which is the number of attacks you have. I'm not gonna lie. Come, roll and roll them. Character sheet, you know it. Yeah. Yeah, these are pretty, yeah, kick attacks are actually pretty good. Yeah, so, for each of the attack rolls, but using the weapon skill. 20% beating opponent does not have any bonuses in that weapon skill. Because most of the time, when you're actually competing against someone, you're trying to beat them on a check here. Like, that's a big one. You're trying to beat them on a check. Then they have to try to beat your armor score. They can hit you pretty reliably. Again, this is way above, I would say, this is actually above curve for the amount of armor. I wanted to make Joffrey. This is above curve in this regard. And he's got 11. Like, standing still, people have a 50-50 chance to hit him with 0 skill. Now, you can learn them. You get a couple from your class, not many. Anytime you get more weapon skills, you're going to be actually increasing these attributes, these abilities, increasing them further and further and further up. These can be very good. You can't buy ATR though, but you get ATR in very specific instances. But what happens if you want to punch someone out? Well, most of the time, you're going to be doing, well, you're going to be doing a d6 damage. If you have a weapon skill in something, though, if you have any weapon skill in hand-to-hand damage, it goes up. One weird thing to note about this game is that kicking the shit out of someone, I mean just going fucking sicko mode on them, going goddamn Karate Kid on one of these. Karate Kid is a valid tactic. Oh, I'm playing a chivalrous knight. Rip shirt off, fucking Kazuma Kiryu, fucking beat the shit out of someone. Valid tactic. Oh no, there's a problem. What should I do? BRB. Let me just fucking spin kick and kick someone in the head. What are you gonna do about it, fucker? And it is lethal. Joffrey's got a broadsword that's 2d10 damage. Thing's kind of cracked. As you kind of see here, but you do have a lot of prerequisites. It's pretty easy to learn hand-to-hand, though. Paired weapons, though, well, fun fact, if you learn, you can learn paired weapons. And what does that mean? It means later on, I can get the ability to use paired weapons. And if I do that, that means I get bonus actions. But there's prerequisites. There's problems I gotta do. Yes, with this weapon skill, it will complete their combat round with a kick. First, use a different weapon skill. Playing Heroes in Might and Magic is possible. Hey, what do you mean? I'm playing all I'm saying, if you want to play Heroes in Might and Magic, you can, and this is one of the very few ways to play it accurately, otherwise known as kicking all your problems away. Oh no, there's a problem. Punch, 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 roundhouse kick. What are you gonna do? That is D8 plus 3 damage. Yeah, fuck you. Bang, I'm gonna kick you in the head. Ow. My face, you broke my jaw. I can break fucking more. I'm like... Yeah, again, playing a, yeah, first use different weapon skill with more than one ATR. Yep, you want to bash someone in the head with your shield. Do it. It's great. Yeah, of the weapon skills, default against any non-starter attack that one of the other weapon skills is not encompassed, such as a tentacle or tail whip. Now, character classes are a little bit interesting. We've got the Bard. No, Bards don't get too much. Now, most characters are actually pretty simple. We're going to kind of zoom through some of these other ones, but you see, like, Bards can't wear helmets. They can use any weapons they want. There's no restrictions to what kind of weapons they want. But yeah, no, Bards aren't using anything too great. They do get a lot, though, including the GE, we're gonna talk about GE and why GE is the funniest fucking thing in the world. Hey, you see gifts, you see class skills. This is going to make a lot of sense. The fact that he's got all of these and read write as a gift, very good. Very basic initial equipment. Damage is pretty high in this game, though. I'm going to say that right now. Damage is pretty high. 2d6, 2d10. Joffrey's pretty tough, and he's got 31 HP. That's 3 good stabs with a dagger, and he's out, and he's going to be out of the fight. 3 good stabs with a dagger. Not to mention a broadsword that does 2d10 damage. That could be 2 good hits, and you're out. Look at that bard. Yes, this bard is quite fantastic. He is also one of the very few, this is important, very few characters that can actively, mind you, cast miracles. If you want to play a bard who can cast magic, you have to pick Miracle's holy songs. Yes, your bard can be a choir boy and can belt it out and sing and cast some fucking magic. Oh yeah, have no fear. Playing a cleric, blessed is thou who doth oppose the devil with a great fury. Yeah, so as usual, I have to remind people, I read games at like this speed. I'm at 231%. Why? Because I have very bad eyes. And at first I'm like, okay, cleric. All right, cleric. I was not quite expecting like fucking luscious, like little legs as like this man has skipped leg day permanently. But yes, yeah, at the cost of no faith. Yeah, they don't actually they get a free lay on hands. Yeah, 1d6 plus 1 per level of experience. They just get to free heal you. This is why I'd say clerics are one of the best classes in this game. You can't use blades or missile weapons, but hey, who cares? Just beat people to death with a mace. I know there is different XP limits. You kind of see here, they're not huge. It's like 20, 30 XP sometimes difference, but it does gradually get worse. I see it's 89,000 XP to get level 15 as a cleric, and it takes only 79,000 to get to level 15 as a bard. Yeah, so don't like that. Not a huge fan of that, but hey, what do I know? Yes, you do get, you may choose one of these as a weapon skill. You don't start with any good weapon skills, really. Invest in combat arms, as usual. So, the knight. I decided to play a knight. I thought Joffrey would fit a knight very well. I'm late. What's the core resolution? A D20 roll over, except when it's D12 roll under. This is a knight. Yes, you are noble warriors. If you reach, mind you, if you reach Patience of 10, you get the skill Miracle's Cleric. Yes, you can cast cleric spells effectively if you reach 10 patience, because you are literally just that holy. I have a patience of 5, so that's not going to happen for a while. At level 5, I may be able to do it. Knights cannot use missile weapons. Mama didn't raise no pussy. And a basic attribute required, and our life. Now, I'm going to explain what GE means and why GE is the best mechanic in this game. Anytime you roll any kind of dice with a GE, it's your grace. It is your grace. Because you are literally members of God, and God likes to keep you alive and keep you doing things. Let's say I roll the dice and, oh no, I rolled a 1. Got a 7 and a 1. I get to take that one and just re-roll it for free. The shit's free. You just re-roll it. If you roll a 1 a second time, you can still re-roll it, but you can only have half the die value. So if you roll a 5, it would be a 4. Yeah. You are predetermined to be a lot stronger. You kind of even see, like, knights get strength, endurance, and wisdom. We go all the way up here. Strength, endurance, wisdom. I believe there was one. I think the saint gets a lower one. But yeah, no, like, you look pretty tough. And you kind of see knights get combat arms and shield play right off the bat. You can invest in throne. I wouldn't recommend doing that. Various skills that you can take on. Not as difficult to level up as a cleric, though. Yeah, knights are easier to level up as cleric. If you want to play like a fighter man, this is your best bet. But now, I'm going to show you my favorite class. Welcome to the Martialist. They dream of knowing their opponent, while others study fist first. I don't know. I don't know how this got here. Members does God have? Who do you fight? Well, you fight a couple different things. Mostly you end up fighting either demons, who are very scary, or other people. Most of the other enemies in the book are actually literally just you make a character, and that's who you fight. Yes, martialists beat the shit out of people, but they can use any weapon. Their entire thing is that they have literally learned kung fu and use it to fight in the name of the Lord. Why? I do not know. But you do start with bounding, evade and disarm, grappling, hand-to-hand combat. You have no real skills. Which is funny. You have no real skills. You literally just have to do this. And in case you're wondering, yes. As the very dog shit meme. Let me show you my my dog shit meme, as many would say. Are demons scary or Tim Curry from Legend? Demons will tear you limb from limb very fucking easily. And they do not fuck around. It's very funny. This is... I don't know what compelled me to make this. I want the people to know. But, it is really fucking difficult, by the way, to level up martialists. It's not like they get more things, by the way. They just get a lot of combat skills. And then you get Gandalf, I mean, the Saint. Yes, they, can illuminate crucifixes for free. They wear literally no armor, and they can only use a staff. Contrasting that, they do get the power of having a lot of faith. A lot. All of these, very good. All of these, pretty decent. They can invest in combat arms. They shouldn't, but they can. And then you get Scout, who are your rangers, and kinda dull. Spies, obviously. Yeah, they have the spies. You want to play a spy? Here it is. Here's all your basic combat skills and all your different skills that you can invest in. It's all there. Pretty easy to level up, all things considering. Or you can play Conan the Barbarian, effectively, with the, the quote of fight, fight, fight. You want to play a warrior? Here you go. They're actually a lot easier to level up than everyone. Hey, Notepad, I want to use the exact same level chart for everybody. You want to use the exact same level chart for everybody. I would recommend probably either using the Saint. I would go with the Saint or the Knight. Those are probably the easiest to develop consistently. Having 80,000 be the max. It's texting me. But yeah, that would be my suggestion when it comes to that. But yeah, Spy is in there, Warrior. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you all a couple other classes. Because this book in particular, see, it's 214 pages. That's not quite right. Because this is a compilation of every single piece of information related to this particular game. And you see here, this is the Devil Hunter's Manual. You get a new class, the Devil Hunter. All of these voices inside my head, flood the curtain rain. Frustration, it's getting bigger. Bang, bang, bang. Pull my devil trigger. Yeah, no, it's yeah, the Devil Hunter class is here. They they can get miracles, by the way. They can cast that, have no fear, and they will fucking fight people. This is your fighting demon bullshit. Yeah, this is the demon bullshit, and what I mean by, like, they will fuck your day up pretty quick. So let's keep going. Here is the Jester class. Yeah, you want to play the Jester class? It's here. Your thing is that you get a bunch of ability, a bunch of, like, kind of seemingly random skills that are not actually bad. Here's the Soldier class. Again, kind of the same thing there. So let's see. You're gonna see more ads, by the way. You're gonna see a lot more ads. The Chancellor class. You want to play a face character. He gets barely any. He gets very few combat skills. I want to play Boromir. Let's go down some more because I believe there is. Now, these are the enemy classes, because yes, enemies get special classes. We'll talk about these a bit later, but I just want to kind of go through things and just tell you all, like, there's like, oh, those classes seem pretty basic. You want to play the healer? Yep, here it is. Yep. And here's how you play a healer. You get all these bonuses. You can only use staves, though. And if we scroll further down, I believe there's one more class. Yes, the Voyager. Can you play a pirate in this game? For some fucking reason, yes, you can play a pirate. A literal seafaring pirate who just does that. Why? Because you can do that. Why not? Yeah, and I was like, Nani? What? But hopefully we all kind of get the idea. Now, we're going to have to write our attributes now. This is the Grace Effect. Now, Grace Effect is very good. Now, you're going to roll for your stats 2d4. 2d4 seems... Yeah, Nani the pizza? Oh. Yeah, no, if you want to play... Hey, do you want to play a... Literally go on a seafaring adventures, swashbuckling pirates using the power of fate, using the power of God and anime to beat the shit out of your problems? Yeah, go for it. Nothing can stop you. All I'm saying is that if you want to have the Dante's Inferno Odysseus edition, which was literally Dante Alighieri's fan fiction for the Odyssey, you can play that. That is a completely valid way to play the game. And back's making horrible noises. But yes, all of your stats are 2d4, but you get to reroll ones. It is very, generally speaking, your stats are going to be higher than you think. But just roll 2d4 and you'll kind of understand, like, you're not going to get like, oh man, I rolled a 15 or something. No, you're going to be like, wow, cool, I rolled a 6. Like, it feels good to roll like a 6 on the 2d4, and it kind of threw me off. If you have a 7, if you do not have a 7 or a 5, you get those, and you just, or you get to re-roll the entire list until you do. Now, choose your character class. Here, all of their, yeah, again, martial artist, noble warrior, someone. I can almost guarantee you, Dante Alighieri's what? Wait, Mr. White, did you not know Dante Alighieri wrote the sequel to The Odyssey? Yeah, Dante Alighieri wrote a sequel to The Odyssey in which Odysseus gets bored, gets back on a boat, and then sails to Purgatory on the other side of the world. And that was one of the reasons why, if you look in, if you go into the Inferno, not the Inferno, I believe it is, God, is it Purgatorio? I want to say it's Purgatorio. Early Purgatorio. You can actually find Odysseus there. And Odysseus is like, yeah, no, I'm stuck here. But why are you stuck here? Because I literally sailed here out of my own hubris. And he's literally making a reference out of his own fan fiction he wrote of the Odyssey. It's completely insane, but Dante was a weird guy in that regard. We all think Dante Alighieri is like this well-spoken, like, you know, detailed man. Dude was like, I'm gonna write fan fiction of my enemies getting tortured in hell. Why? Because I fucking can. Dante was a fun guy. Cool dude. Although it's because Odysseus wanted to sail beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Yeah, literally the reason why everything happens is because Dante literally wrote a book about that, how he wanted to sail to the Purgatory. It wasn't the alien parrot. Yes, it was. It was Beatrice was a woman that he really loved, and but character class, then your height and weight. Yes, you will need to choose your height and weight. And it is very appropriate. Luckily, it is very luckily that as a manlets are in fact persecuted. I don't think anyone quite understands how happy I am that manlets are persecuted. Like, anyone below 4 feet tall, you go back home. You are a literal dwarf. Unless you are playing an actual dwarf, and then you get a bunch of bonuses. But yes. Or you can just say, hey, I am literally playing a 7.5 foot tall giant. Why are you playing a 7.5 foot tall giant? Because I feel like it. Joffrey is 5'8", so I went with 11. Now, from there you can choose your weight factor. You have to choose your weight factor, and some things might come up. And anytime you use something like, oh, it's weight factor 2 or weight factor 6, weight factor 6 means it's 60 pounds. Weight factor 10 means it's 110. Pretty much whatever your weight factor is, times it by 10, and it's roughly that weight. So if you hit someone with something that's weight factor 2, it's weight factor 2 would be 20 to 29. Now, we have to add our character's strength to their height factor, which led us to 19. Joffrey is 190 pounds of pure fucking muscle. Joffrey's built different. Because you look like a little child. This was typed by elvish hands. Yeah, now, I believe in 4th edition, I believe in 4th edition, you do have more set races when it comes to that regard. But yeah, nothing's really stopping you from saying, I want to play a dwarf. Okay, what kind of dwarf? Well, I want to play the HF7 dwarf. Yeah, okay, write it in there. I want to play a 7-foot tall man. A 7-foot tall man. Cool, you are a foot taller than everyone. You're just a giant. You're fucking huge. I want to play a dwarf. I want to play a fucking manlet. Cool. You are literally a little manlet. You are this tall. Fighting in the name of the Lord. Yes, here's all your abilities. You do like, oh, here's your sim. You can earn a lot of experience for your character by playing sins and phobias. You play to your phobia, you play to your sin, and it's more than you like playing against it as much. This is a problem that you have. Generally, this is kind of a Raiden thing. Like for Joffrey, his sin is that he wants to control things. Which, as the leader of the Blades, it's very important that he is being able to do that. He does have a phobia, though, of being alone. He does not like being alone. And then you get a +1 to any saving throws, and every level, you get a +1 to any of your saving throws. That's it. Joffrey chose to have one against spells, because he is a Blades member, and a Breton. Fun fact, Joffrey is a Breton, he is not Imperial. Now, this is where we get to gifts, talents, and crafts. Something that I actually genuinely like, and something I genuinely think is a good idea. So, anytime you make a skill check, I want to make a skill check. It is D20 versus a target number. Wow, Notepad, never seen that one before. However, instead of you just rolling blind or rolling an attribute or anything like that, instead using these. If you have a gift in something, you have a +3 in it. If you have a talent, a +2, a craft, a +1. Now, what they aren't showing you right now is when it comes to advancement. Whenever you advance, you are getting +1 to all of your gifts. You only get +1 to, I believe, 2 talents and +1 to 1 craft. What does this mean, Notepad? What this means is your gifts are improving very consistently as you get better. Your talents are improving a lot slower, but you usually have more of them. Crafts improve very slowly. Very slowly, but you can acquire more crafts pretty consistently. It's like 1 or 2. Not great. I like the skill system, personally. I like it. I think it works pretty reliably. Like most weapon skills, you have to distribute among all of your bonuses. As I have a gift in combat arms, I was able to distribute quite a few different things here. Because I have a gift in shield plate, I got 3 here. It's because Joffrey knows what he's doing, he was able to add a bunch of things here as well. Oh my god. That's because I believe I think I got one of these for free as a craft. Some do. I would say that. Some do. On the other hand, those are ones who are deliberately out to do things like that. There are other demons who are like, oh, hello, what are you? I am an 8.5-foot tall cyclops and I want to eat you. I'm going to kill you now. And you're like, oh. And then you hear a comical bonk noise or a goofy scream. Oh no, what happened? Oh, it's a goofy scream in the distance kind of thing. Like, sir, do you want to strike a Faustian bargain? Again, get your life points, get your faith. Then personalize. Now, I do like the fact that, like, if you have really high attributes, you're probably going to be older. Doesn't really matter what your gender is, which honest to God, I was surprised when I saw this. I unironically am very surprised when I saw this. Though, land of origin in your native language. Oh, hey, you know, everyone knows Gothic. Everyone knows the Traveler's Tongue. Each additional is a little bit more difficult. You need certain skills. You gotta read and write. Arabic. Berber. The fact that they separate it. Celtic and the Irish chiefdoms. Chinese. English, French, Gaelic, German and the German Empire, HRE effectively. Gothic, Eastern Europe. Greek, Hebrew, Italian, Japanese, Latin, Norse, Persian, India, Slavic, and Spanish. Have no fear. Yeah. Can you play... All I'm saying is, you too can play Jesus' brother. You too can play Isakiri. I don't know about you, but Isakiri is the real hero of the story. Can you play a martial arts Japanese man who converted to Christianity? And yeah, Jesus' brother. Do you not know the story of Jesus' brother, Mr. Y? Oh God, we're going. Okay. Okay. No, we gotta do a little bit of a detour, a little bit of a detour for everything. Not Heavenly Kingdom, different Jesus' brother. Isakiri, a little known Japanese legend. It's believed that Jesus Christ didn't die on the cross. Instead, his brother Isakiri was crucified. Jesus went to live in Japan until he was 106. Hence, this is the tomb of Jesus Christ in Japan. Yeah, Isakiri, Japan. Yes. Technically, what occurred was, what occurred was Jesus' Japanese brother went to Jerusalem. And said, "No, Jesus, you have to live," and chose to be crucified in his stead. And I want everyone to know, I will make a point of going to the tomb of Christ if I can. I will attempt to go to the tomb of Christ, yes. That's just one of those things where you look at, you're like, what do you mean? Yes, Isakuri, yeah. So just a little bit of a fun historical tidbit for everyone there. That was Buddha, Tomb of Christ, Japan. Is Isakuri canon to Japanese Catholicism? Yes, no, yeah, can you play that? Yes, of course you can. Why shouldn't you be able to? Yeah, no, it's there. You gotta remember, there are some very strange. It's not Protestantism isn't actually huge in Japan. You gotta remember, it's not actually huge. Protestantism's big in Korea. In Japan, it's mostly Catholic. But it's a really very strange way of doing Catholicism in some places. It's doing what Catholicism does best. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's where it's doing what Catholicism does best, which is merge with the local customs, and that's what they did. They merged with local customs, and all I'm saying is, do you want to have Jesus Christ buried on your land if you're a Christian leader with some Christian servant? I want Jesus buried on my land right here. So, add some modifications if you really want to. Yeah, this is the attribute bonus table again. really you can only end up getting to like 10 at this point, and that's if you are like 7 feet tall, which you shouldn't. As because I'm a little bit stronger and I have decent agility, I got +1 to these. So, equipment and weapons, we get weapons and damage, attack and defense. So, every time you level up, every time you reach a new level, you can and choose to increase your own level, or go choose the dual class and get more dual class. Increase one attribute by 1. Yes, we can increase it by 1. We can increase our attributes pretty consistently. I can get strong. Joffrey can get stronger. Increase any 3 gifts by +1. 2 talents by +1. 1 craft by +1. It's... yeah, but instead gifts now act as characters. Yeah, it's... this is the old class thing. It's... The big thing here is you can only get up to 10 in all of your gifts and crafts and stuff. You want to pretty consistently get them. Hey, you can get different gifts. You want to have, anytime you level up, you get better at combat. You get way better at combat. Increase your life, get your magic up, faith, and add a new craft. Add on 1 new craft. However, at levels 3, 6, and 9, you instead take a new class skill or class weapon skill as a talent. Effectively, like, the knight doesn't really get that many. My thing would be, you can choose any talent you want. That makes sense. Hey, you want to choose a weapon skill? You can do that. Hey, that's pretty easy to understand. That's just a me thing. But yeah, you're pretty consistently getting more little abilities, and you're pretty consistently upgrading your talents to make them better. You're upgrading your gifts to make them better. And it's a very continuous beat to things. And you do get quite a bit of it. Do you achieve a mission? That's 200 points, charitable deeds, all saving throws. Yes, all saving throws. All attempts at using faith for each faith spent. Yes, power leveling is possible. Now, knights, you can dual classes. You can dual class if you really want to. However, one of the issues is you get more skills and weapon skills. Problem, you get things go much slower. Knights cannot dual class. Saints cannot dual class. The bard can, of course, dual class with anyone else. Clerics have to go to become a knight or a saint. I do like the idea that clerics have to become a knight or a saint. They don't really get the option of just staying. If you want to expand on this kind of system, personally, my thing would be have basic classes go to advanced classes. That would be my thing. There are quite a few different skills. This is the difficulty modifier scale. How badly do you want to, how big or how bad you want to have something happen? This is 11. You need to beat, TN 11. I need to make a Joffrey. I need you to make a political science roll at target number 11. Wow, you rolled 11 plus 2 for 13. Good job. You did it. Don't mean to hit that button. Yeah, otherwise, have them increase it up a little bit, increase it down. But generally, it's a 6, 11, 18, or a 27 up. It's kind of difficult. You do get new skills very consistently. And the thing is, you need to actually, if you want to learn skills that are not part of your class list, you have to literally go to school. Go to fucking school. Learn it. You know it, you can pick it up. Get it. Learn it, know it, do it. You're like, wow, look at all these skills. One thing about this game that I want to tell you all that I've been hiding from you a little bit. Weirdly enough, I don't know if this is just convergent evolution. I don't know if this is on purpose. This game actually has a lot in common with Palladium. A weird amount in common with Palladium. And when I was reading it, I'm like, oh, attribute checks are different and inform a lot of abilities. Oh, there's combat and weapon skills and all the OCSS skills, which are combat secondary skills. Yeah, no wonder I was like, oh yeah, I like this. This is pretty good. We do have some of the funniest fucking skills in the world, and we're going to talk about my favorite skill of all time, bounding. This combat skill allows you to backflip out of harm's way in place of a dodge, and the round stops over. Yeah. Oh no. They rolled advantage on me. They've got more ATR. They're gonna beat the shit out of me. What can I possibly do? Boys, I think we know what time it is. Do a fucking backflip. Reset the round. Oh no, there's a problem. Backflip. Oh no, there's a problem. What do we do? Backflip. And the fact that you can learn to backflip with literally everyone, it makes it infinitely funnier. Like, there's something just perfect about being able to just say fuck it and just do a fucking backflip. Full plate armor backflip out of the way. But yeah, you see some like evade and disarming skills, grappling skills, being able to jump kick a motherfucker. Yeah, you want to jump kick a motherfucker? Yeah. Profiling. All the profiling skills are like, oh, learn what they do here, roll what this is here. The one thing that tipped me off finally, you know, the thing that finally tipped me off about what this game was right here. CSS roll with blows. That's for those who don't know. In Rifts, there is always the option to roll with punch. And the second I saw that, it fucking hit me. I'm like, that son of a bitch. They just remade Palladium. Ah. Yeah, you could twirl your weapon, provide extra damage. There's quite a few different skills, but none of them feel too weird. Some of them are very specific, but do make sense, like empowering crucifix, mechanics, like, what was the, light sleep is very particular. I'm like, yeah, light sleep, days of learning, one night. Hey, I need to learn how to perform miracles. Yeah, okay, well, you need to be a saint character, you need to be a bard, you need to be that. Hey, I would like to learn how to learn to have night vision. Oh, I would like to learn political science. I see. Yeah, profile character, profile read and writing, sleight of hand skill. There's like, again, very consistent ones, but it's like, yeah, you want to learn the, do you want to learn like, quite literally sign language? Pick up signaling. Go for it. Why not? When in doubt, pick up sacred studies. It's, some of these are very funny and very particular. Others of them are like very open-ended. I'm like, all right, I like this. Now, welcome to miracles. Miracles are actually usually skills, and those skills are going to influence how well you can do it. You know, that's why it's like being a saint, being a cleric, being a bard. All of those allow you to do certain spells. Jesus. So, sometimes you don't even need to. You just need to spend faith, because you get faith back pretty consistent. Now, you can also do group prayer. you want to cast, you want to use a big miracle, get 40 people. Literally, kumbaya in a circle together and cast super magic together. And that's like, yeah, you have to do, again, clerics or saints have to be the one leading it. But yes, that is an idea. You want to do a miracle, you want to perform miracle combat, go for it. Now, some of these are pretty simple, like heal, for example. Hey, miracles 2d6 of life plus additional +2 per proficiency bonus. I have a proficiency bonus of 3. That means 2d6 plus 6. My faith for upwards of a good chunk of HP, not bad. Not a bad deal. Relieve coma. Now, the big thing is you're like, oh, well, I don't get all of it. You get all of these. You just get them. But you have to have these. Only the Saint has Holy Fire, Fumble Weapon, Redirect, Hellfire. They're the only ones who get these abilities. These are the only ones the Bard get. They don't get many, but every single book does add more. Now, guilds and monasteries. Guilds help you learn things. They're very important. You know, nearly every shrine throughout European kingdoms, close to network of cooperative guilds. Now, you will need guild masters. And again, this is a good place. This is how you train up. And a good place to sit down and being able to, you know, have something to eat. Joins a guild, cool. The first guild, Martialist Guild. All skills and weapon skills pertinent to Martialist character class. Yes, have no fear. Do you wish to become part of the Kung Fu Guild? You get Ranger Guilds, Royal Courts, the Sages. Guild of the High Courts is an elite secret guild. And the Guild of Sevens, which is kind of, I think the big thing is that the Guild of Sevens is kind of like the special one, because you can kind of see they get a lot more. There you're like, oh, well, we're trying to stop them. Like, we're trying to stop, you know, evil people. We want demons, devils, sorcery, and other cults to go away. So we need to teach clerics and saints how to do miracles and things like that. And they literally do not protect monasteries because it's too important that they stay alive. And yes, you do oppose the Thieves Guild. And then you have various monasteries. And again, I like the way they go into monasteries. Here's services. You want room and board? You want to bless a holy weapon? Hey, you want to get things? Go for it. Fun is not allowed, though. That is very important. Fun is not allowed. Lore on devil summoning cults. Couple of the other books. We won't be covering them as in great detail, but they are there. You kind of see, again, very basic weapons. Nothing too, like, extravagant in that regard. Usually the more... How do I want to word this? The more extreme weapons are pretty basic, all things considered. It's like the mace and chain versus the mace. Yeah, nothing. Don't. You're not looking at anything too extravagant here. You do get bonuses, and if you are a big character, if you are 7 feet tall, great, you have a great weapon. Or if you are a dwarf, you get a small weapon. You get a tiny baby weapon. And here are your armors. You can have head, chest, arms, and legs AP. Because your defense is effectively your how do I want to word this? If you are not actively protecting yourself, you have this. If that makes sense. Because Joffrey is the way that he is, technically he would have a 12 in this. He has 11 naturally and 12 if he is wearing a sword. So that's your 2 hit. You can get hit pretty consistently in this game. On the other hand, just improve yourself. Get better armor. Kind of see all of this. Quite a few different things, like you want shoulders, you want chainmail, surcos. I think this guy was a bit of an armor autist, and I respect it. Honestly, I do. Armor autist every time, respect it. Now, there are holy weapons. What's a holy property? Well, there's a few different things. First off, crucifixes. A crucifix is important because all that it is, this is instead of having a spell scroll or a wand or anything like that, you have a crucifix. Hold up that crucifix and cast Hellfire as you blow someone's face off with a fireball. There is a problem. I don't like it. It dies. Crucifixes are effectively there. Now, you can bless weapons to make them even more extravagant. And some of these can be very interesting, like a supernatural hue, or the fact that it just returns to your hand whenever you do when you want it to. Or it just heals you for 3d6 plus 5. Go to a monastery, bless that staff, and heal yourself. Get a fucking staff, Saint. We need heals. Yeah, no, and there's more of these throughout the book. You get more and more and more throughout the expansions, I should say, of different poisons. And here is the map. Now, we're gonna play a game, everybody, and that game is: can you spot the issue? Yeah, very uncivilized. Yeah, again, okay, the Muslim Caliphates, we got Egypt, we got Arabia, the Seleucid, uncivilized barbarians, and then the entirety of just East Europe, Eastern Europe, and then German Empire, with, I do enjoy these borders, very fascinating borders we have here. We have lost Prussia. Nobody lives beyond this point. There may be some vampires in Carpathia. I don't know. And again, it does make sense. Like, oh yeah, by the way, we know that China and like Japan exists. By the way, it happens. So, the Devil Hunter's Manual. Of course, we got the Devil Hunter fighting more. Now, this thing is like, you want to fight demons. Demons are big. They are scary and they are, well, worrisome. Some of them can teleport, some of them get shattering blows. Some of them can just travel in shadows or call lightning bolts and just hit you for fucking lightning. So let's see some horrible monsters to fight. Let's see. What a dragon. Oh yeah, they only have 293 HP. Just a bit. Oh, what weapons do? Oh, they do 3d12 damage. They might fire breath you every now and again. Just girl things. Hashtag. Yeah, they're only worth, mind you, 975 experience. Yeah, you're not leveling up very quickly due to, enemies like this, by the way. Just know that. Dragon walkers, let's see. Ghouls! Ghouls can be very scary. Gremlins, a glass golem. Grimwolves, hellhounds. Like, You get, like, the little ones are not, like, too bad. Like, yeah, look, it's a fucking imp. Imps aren't gonna do much. Imps go down pretty quickly. Insanely quickly, even. And, yeah, and, that's kind of the point. But then you've like, oh no, it's a Kryn. What's a Kryn? Kryn are, dragons and devils. Yep, they can call lightning. You know, a minotaur looks like he's twerking it. Yeah, no, if you want to fight horrible things that want to maul you, everything is here. Vampires, wraiths, wraith knight, wyverns, zombarinos. Yeah, devils and cults. They do talk about devils and cults, how different, you know, hey, who worships Poseidon? Greece. Who worships Ra? Yes, Ra is considered a devil. Baal, Canaan, Dagon, Canaan, Hera and Juno. All right. Of course, we got the Jester class. More special holy items. New miracles. Again, we got new miracles. You can now fight a horse. Never speak for God. You are effectively known as the Imp Master. Now, one of the big things is you get things like, yeah, hey, you're not like, most characters are made effectively for that. Yeah, it's like, hey, he stands an intimidating 10 feet tall. This is his stats. Hey, you're Sir Enric. Yeah, you know, you can try to be a good person. You can fight a dwarf if you want. Yeah, they do have an event, you know, the thing here. You got to see some. Oh, there's cave imps. You want to fight the former imp master. Let's see, do we have anything? New holy items, new miracles. So we're gonna zoom down here a little bit so I can show you all effectively what they need you to do. They run out. It's like, we need to make sure that we can make spells or something like that. So instead, like, sorcery is bad. However, again, you want to do curses. We can do curse of, you know, hey, we want to do remove curse spell, but there are curses. Lots of different magic items. Ooh, special magic items. Magic is scary. Yeah, for something magically ingested, yeah, no, you just die. Don't. Yeah, any magic item is probably fucking evil, by the way. Magic, bad. Blessed, good. Now, one of the ideas is that, like, you get a lot of these. Hey, this is a druid, a lesser druid. What do they want to do? Well, if they're actively trying to hurt you, you should deal with them. But if not, don't really worry about them too bad. But then you do like, oh, here's an advanced druid with the idea of trying to maul me. Oh, hey, here's a literal priest of darkness. This is a demon monster. We need to kill this creature. Oh God, help. You know, rogue adventures, you know, hey. Arab Muslim warriors, invaders attempt to take over Christian villages and lands. It's common in both directions historically. Yeah. Like, hey, rogues kind of fall into like the human enemy categories, and they can be pretty fucking scary. Sorcerers, all sorcerers are fucking evil. Don't deal with them. Kill. And then we get to new holy items. Yes, new holy items, new miracles, new enemy class. Because, yeah, the idea is like, you need to make enemies kind of by hand in some. And that might be a population Dota 2 lobbies. Yes, yeah. Breastplate of Victory, Cleric's Cocktail, Cleric's Hammer. More. Good old assassins. Luckily, we can fight snakes now for whatever reason. If you want to fight snakes, it's there. Yeah, lots of different adventure paths that you can kind of go down. Here is a wind serpent, in case you want to fight that. I can't stop you. I did try to find, yeah, I did try to find Spiritual Warfare, the role-playing game. Couldn't find it. I could not, I know it exists, I could not find it anywhere. Golgotha Games is gone. Couldn't find it, so I might go on a little bit of a hunt to try to find Spiritual Warfare. If you find it, send it over to me, because I always find that funny. Now, we do have, again, Voyager, new things, Holy Fire. Hey, you want some new things? You can technically play other races. These are the Nether races. Effectively, God sends you down a personal helper if you need it. You're always bound to a human master. And the big thing is, they are really fucking good. Usually very strong. You have Hux, little tiny, effectively super dwarves. They get a bunch of they technically count as a class, which I realized again, wait a second, that's an RCC. Yes, this is an RCC. Racial character class. Literal half-demons, technically, who are literally used to infiltrate demonic holdouts, but they are good people. And then a fucking angel. A featureless face. You can make them. And yes, here's Dragon Raid. Again, we love Dragon Raid. And yeah, that's pretty much the rest of the game. Do I like Holy Lands? Yeah, I kind of do like Holy Lands. I think it has, hello, Notepad, you esoteric slug, you, yes. Why is the manual riddled with ads? You know, to the mission up the end, yeah. Only because it's Palladium. No, I like it, genuinely speaking. I think it has some good ideas in it. I think it does what it does, and it says, I want to do this. Game's not too complicated. You can teach this game in about 5 minutes, and get people playing quickly, if that makes sense. If you want people playing quick, it's very easy. Characters feel strong fairly consistently, and leveling up is slow, but you can probably up the ante there pretty reliably and get people doing adventures, get people slaying monsters, and, you know, get people doing things. And the big thing is, you can also change things pretty easily to make it so, oh, hey, we're casting magic, but we just call it that, something different. That's the secret there. Why is the manual riddled with ads? Because this was originally sold. This was originally a paperback book that he compiled together. And these were at the end of all the little not little DLCs, all the little expansions that they would put out. At the end of all of these, they would put ads for for people they worked with games. Otherwise known as, oh, hey, where can you buy more games like this? Hey, you want to play Principality, the collectible card game? Of course you do, because you work for our fucking publisher. And he literally just copied and pasted them all into a single document. I find it very funny. But yeah, Holy Lands is interesting. It might grate on some people if you are like, I'm not a Christian and I don't like Christian stuff, and it's gonna, like, that's fine, but it's clearly made by someone who really likes tabletop games, and I always like that. It's made by someone who really likes tabletop games and really wants to tell you why they like tabletop games, but can't let Father Jeffrey know they like tabletop games, so they wrote their own version. That's good and holy, and we can play it on Sunday school and no one cares. Pretty solid game in that regard. I enjoy it. Well, yeah, it's a small industry. Specifically Christian role-playing games. So, next one, next game. Yes, it's 3.5 hours, and we got 2 more games to go. One's 400 pages. I know. We're going to be talking about one that's a little bit strange. Got a little bit of a little bit of a story with this one, because that's what we do best, right? Readjust things, of course, or we'll open you up real fast. So, this is Vagabond, Pulp Fantasy Roleplay. Now, you see that up there? Don't worry about that. We'll talk about that in a second. So, what is Vagabond? Well, let's do some, let's look around a little bit more. Vagabond is not complete yet. Vagabond is complicated, and I'm going to talk about why Vagabond is very complicated. So, if you Google it right now, Vagabond Pulp Fantasy, you get right here. This is the quick start. Quick start's not here anymore, though. So, you get this. $25, $24.99 USD. New take on D20 OSR, play modern character experience, low math, high act, truly open, new SRD, no OGL. Kind of a Kickstarter baby. Not Kickstarter baby. Understand that this is very much a OGL baby. It had Kickstarter right here, lean and mean. Made 29 grand of a $25,000 goal. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Here's this, Land of the Blind. Now, you might know this guy from another place. This is by a person named Indestructiboy. Right here. You might have seen these videos, you might have seen them before, you might have talked to them before. The thing is, Indestructiboy is a TTRPG YouTuber. Platinum best-selling TTRPG game designer with a focus on D&D 5e. I'm not gonna lie to you, and I don't think I should not lie to you, and you should not lie, and we're working together here, everyone. This guy's a 5e guy. I'm not going to insult him any further than that, outside of insulting him for being a bit of a weirdo, but he is a very, this man is a 5e person, and that's something you always have to remember with that. He is 5e. And that's going to inform a lot when we read Vagabond. This is what this guy does, this is how this guy does things. Now, you may know Indestructiboy for a few different reasons. One of them, he got into a pissing match with a bunch of people based off the one girl, let's see, where was the one? I would say, God, about a year or two ago, there was the one girl being like, I'm a professional GM and I've never read the player's handbook kind of thing. Yeah. The Twab Scamp game. It's, he keeps saying he's trying to break free from 5e. No, he's not. He's not. Do not believe him for one fucking second. The big thing with him is he defended some people and he got mad. He tried to get things taken down and it was a shit show. Looks like he's pivoting a little bit to try to, I don't know, appeal to the based audience, I guess, at this point. I don't know. Again, one thing that's very important, I do not follow any TRPG YouTuber. I follow none of them. I have no fucks for any of them. I literally started, Yokel Gao. Yeah, that's, if I remember correctly, if that's who I think it is. God, is this the... Yeah, no, this is the guy that I think it is. Oh, his count's gone. Yeah, that's, the NSR guy. I could see that. He's big in the Shadow Dark, the Karen guy. What about Mildra, the German fetish man? Mr. Y, I don't watch Mildra. I don't watch Mildra all that often. The other guy, I think he only uploads his streams every now and again. I don't watch streams all that often either. Yeah, Instructaboy's got some history with some people. Some people like him, some people don't like him, and he has some opinions, and I'm not going to delve too much into it. Why? Because I don't feel that's too important, but just understand, this man is a 5e game. He also likes sucking the cock of some people. Every now and again, he will get on his knees and suck cock. I'm not going to lie, it happens to the best of them. It happens to the best of them. It's welcome to the 5e YouTube sphere. That's what you got to do. He knows what he's doing. But yeah, like there was the Candela Obscura video, which I fucking called it already. The king of grimdark TRPGs. Fuck you. I know where you are, Daniel fucking Fox. Yeah, it's... Do I like him? I don't really care. I think he has some... I've read some of his opinions, and I've watched some of his opinions. I do not care, because he's a fucking 5e dev, and I have 0 fucks given. It is your call if you like him or not. He's got a Patreon. He's got one of these. Now we get to the other thing. He had this. Alright, cool. Yeah, Goof on Kickstarter sent me the questionnaire just for clarification. The PDF that's currently provided, different from became available on GameFound. Yeah, it's... Apparently there was some weird things going on. Hey... Yeah, it's the final phase of playtesting. It's this. We were having some extensive issues finding the correct version of this game. Why were we having extensive issues? Because there's a couple different versions out there. And we're going to talk about 2 versions, primarily. Now, weird thing here. Vagabond TRPG, The Rook and the Crook, non-Euclidean, system-neutral adventure design. Yeah, okay. And 20 days left for this, out to more players. He needs $7,500 more dollars. He's even got Bob the Shill Builder, working for him. And, yeah, he's got all these things. Apparently, there are some issues. There's an actual play, there's everything, and it's kind of like here. We originally planned ordering at least 1,000 copies. You're on Kickstarter print run through GameFound. GameFound campaign concluded to October 24. Tear us through a massive wrench in our plans, despite originally using all American manufacturing. We're actually using Chinese manufacturing, which caused our budget to balloon in the course of a week. We had to reassess. Yeah, stock retail distribution, but in order to fill our project, we needed to cut our manufacturing down to 500. Yeah, he needed more money to actually get people their books properly, from what I've gathered. There is some... Again, this is why it's like there's some funding hinky-winkiness. This is a post he made 6 hours ago. Again, Kickstarter just launched pretty hard. We're running a second campaign, Hail Mary, to try and complete our order as we had intended. This is the Hail Mary version. Looks like people are backing. I'm assuming people will back it. That's the thing. I'm not going to doubt people are going to back it, but yeah. Oh. Yeah, he needs money. Fun fact, Simberzite, he didn't actually start the NSR. He didn't. He took over the NSR from another person called Pantheist. Pantheist has currently gone on to do fuck all and write for Critical Role. Maybe. Or they might have got unpersoned. I don't know. That's a very weird story. Yeah, no, he didn't. Remember, Yoshai Gal did not actually make that. He instead made, yeah. Look, weird things going on in that field. Just understand that. But yeah, Vagabond. When they're talking about, oh, it's a Hail Mary, it's all these things. I don't quite. How do I want to word this? I do not know what he is meaning when he says, "Oh, this is a, hey, we want to get our original 1,000, so 500 backers, 500 this, so we want to do that." I'm like, what's the plan here? Like, are you not going to give people their books? Are you going to give people their books? Don't know. And shine on again. All I can say is shine on. Hopefully we don't hear a story in a couple months of this guy took money and ran. I don't think he will, but hey, literally never doubt anyone. Always doubt every single person. Always remember that. So, that's kind of the basics. Now, we've got some more things, obviously. Why? Because this is what we do best. We go to the catalog here. I said if we go to the catalog here, and again, lots of... He knows what he's doing. He's got merch. The guy's got fucking merch. Oh, excuse me if I am not being too kind to certain things. We don't have enough money. You have merch. Yeah, Shadow Dark. He's a big Shadow Dark supporter. Big Shadow simp. He's got, where was it? It was... He had another one. Yeah, magic cards for the item card PDFs for $1. Yippee! Now, the Hero's Handbook print pre-order. The core rulebook, the Hero's Handbook. Again, he's got things on pre-order. There are things already here. Let's not kid ourselves. And we're going to learn what's in the basic Hero Handbook, fun fact, together. So, my Vagabond, and it's like 50 pages. Yeah, it's Vagabond is much larger. He wrote the manifesto for the NCR. Again, Pantheist wrote and the NSR manifest. Yochai Gal just made NSR actually work. Because Pantheist had a fucking meltdown. Good times. So, but why have I opened 3 different versions? I want everyone to know something. So, this is the earliest version I had access to. This was version 4.5. I said, okay, I'll take a look at this. What's going on? I don't know. Now, in version 4.5, things are clearly not done. And I'm like, all right, fine. Then, I get told, hey, core rulebook. Here's beta playtest 5. Beta plus, beta 5. That must be the most. That must be the original one. And there are more things in this book, things that are not in. You kind of see in the way that this is laid out a little bit. There are things not in the base book. We're gonna see. You might be looking at some of these, being like, "What the fuck is all of this? I've never seen any of this." In Vagabond Core. Yeah, and other things are not in. There are some significant changes to some. So, alright. Interesting. What's the catch? Well, welcome to the actual core rulebook. Through the efforts of many, and the heroic nature of many more, I thank all of you involved in the process of getting this shit hammered out. We actually have the most recent version. This is a PDF of the effectively finished product right here. This is what we're going to be using. First 2 pages are literally the basic rules. And yes, it's pretty much 2 pages. Have no fear. It's one of those. Aaron Pound, human made. Crowdfunding consultant, Daniel fucking Fox. Fucking Fox was involved in this game. Yeah, we've got some interesting creatures in here. We've got some very interesting people. Again, this is not a small. Yeah, you gotta remember, this is not a small group. I want everyone to remember that. Again, a lot of people get mentioned. A lot of people get taught, get asked. Neoclassical Geek Revival. Yes, the NGR. Morkborg, of course. We love Morkborg. I love Morkborg. I fucking hate Morkborg. So, preamble. What is Pulp Fantasy? Pulp Fantasy is sword and sorcery. I want every single one of you people to say sword and sorcery in your head as we look at this. Yep, that's what I see as sword and sorcery. Not really. It's a very specific term. Where was the... Yeah, I think this summarizes... this summarizes a very strong opinion. Twab scams. Your version looks very weird. Oh, yes. Again, we have a little bit of a jank version, Tor. Yours, everyone else's, if you get this officially, yours is going to look a lot different than mine. None of the writing will be different. It's just going to look a lot better. Again, there was some efforts to go around. Let's just say that. We did things, we did a little bit of editing. Yeah, Tolkien Fantasy is a zoo, Pulp Fantasy is a safari. I know what he's saying. The term... Okay, drawing from medieval romance story, dungeon synth, dungeon crawlers the past 50 years, action role-playing where players take the role of daring, powerful heroes. Yeah, I like sword and sorcery. This is no secret. I like sword and sorcery. I like all that shit. My jam. It's a little bit... Yeah, it's a little bit odd. It's Pulp Fantasy, and you might look at it a little bit. Oh, again, Brando Sando gets mentioned, Terry Pratchett. Full Metal Alchemist gets mentioned a few times. There is a lot. And this is an action game, not a tactical war game. They're granted storytelling They're a storytelling toolkit. Common sense is king, and all that beautiful things. So, we're going to talk about touchstones. Falling Touch are cultural landmarks for the, again, replaced Pulp Fantasy for sword and sorcery genre, and great place to get an idea. Berserk, Claymore, Faraway Paladin, never read it, still don't know it. Full Metal Alchemist, Princess Mononoke, Record of the Lotus War, and Vinland Saga. Horace, we've talked about your peak fiction before. Film, Army of Darkness, The Beastmaster, Clash of Titans, Dragon Slayer, Excalibur, The Northman, Princess Bride, and Willow. Okay. Conan, alright. Dungeon Crawl, Carl, alright. Elric, Farseer, never read it. First Law, never read it. Gentleman, Witcher, okay. Music, I've never heard of any of this music before. I don't know if you have. Now we get to video games. Dark and Darker by Iron Mace. Dark Souls, FromSoft, Darkest Dungeon, Dragon Quest, Elden Ring, Fire Emblem, Legend of Dragoon, Legend of Zelda, Skyrim, Legend of Skyrim specifically, Slay the Spire, Slice and Dice. Now, I want every one of us, I want all of you to see what's wrong with this. Can someone spot what's not right? Come on, everybody, I believe in you. Dragon Quest, oh, you're getting close. You're getting close. Oh, does Horus have it? Is Horus going to win the big bucks? Horus going to win the big bucks, everyone? Come on, Horus, I believe you see it. Come on, tell the class, I believe in you, Horus. Can you all see it? Yeah, Dark Souls is from 2006, by the way. Now, this is one of those things where I get a little bit confused about wording here. So, if we look at Dark Souls release, this is Dark Souls. Dark Souls came out in September 2011. Even in Japan, it was, around September 11th, around 2011. Okay, maybe he's talking about Demon Souls. Let's do Demon Souls 2009. Maybe he's referencing Bleach Dark Souls? Yeah. Yeah, I got nothing. Yeah, I've got really no... We even made a guess, like, is it Kingsfield, maybe? But it's not Kingsfield, because that would be Kingsfield Additional 1, would be the earliest there, which would just be a sequel to the original Kingsfield. Yeah, I don't know. Dark and darker, like no innocent power struggle and something. Jesus, that's horrible. NSR, I can do an entire thing on NSR, but another day. Ask me after stream. Yeah, but I don't know why he has it as 2006. Now, in case you're wondering, Notepad, this must obviously be an error on your part, because you have a fucked up version of the game. It is all your fault that it's wrong. Well, let's go to the other two versions I have. The other two, again, this is the official version. This is version 4.5. We scroll down, and wow, look everyone, 2006. Let's go to the fixed version. This is updated version. Let's go down here. Wow, 2006. Yeah, I don't know. Is this like the alternate? Yeah, it's a very interesting thing. And then you get, one thing that I get a little bit confused about is like, oh, Dragon Quest. He cites the original Dragon Quest. Do I think he played the original Dragon Quest? Probably not, because that's a SNES game it's a Japanese SNES game, and he does not seem like the type to do emulation. And, we've got the Legend of Dragoon, the original Fire Emblem he cites from 1990, which not even hardcore Fire Emblem fans play, quote unquote. But Elder Scrolls Skyrim, specifically, not even like, oh, Elder Scrolls, starting with Arena, or Elder Scrolls, maybe Morrowind or Daggerfall or something. Very specifically Skyrim. I do find that funny. Dragonbane, Drakarak the Menor. Technically, these are the same game, but we get a RuneQuest, Warhammer, and of course, Zweihander, because again, Instruct the Boy's on his knees, sucking cock, and, sucking Daniel Fox's cock, you hear that fucking... Again, you're hearing that a couple times. You gotta make sure Daniel Fox is happy and make sure he shills for us, right? Just NES, yeah. Grab the blue paint, Jigen. Then we got, again, Adventure Time, Merlin, Mighty Mightor, Herculoids, and Xeno Warrior Princess. I want you to remember all of these games for Pulp Fantasy. Pulp Fantasy, which is sword and sorcery based off of Conan. I want you to all know this and just embrace it, you know? You get what I mean? I'm a little bit... It's a very weird experience. And why I'm bringing this up so much, why I'm sitting here so much, is that it's a very bizarre thing that my hand hurts now, by the way. I was too busy slapping my hand. Yeah, I was too busy slapping my hand to simulate Instructaboy sucking cock. Just got in. What are we looking at? This is Vagabond. This is a Vagabond Pulp Fantasy role-playing game. We were looking at the touchstones and how the touchstones are kind of weird. There's no setting or anything to this game, which makes it even stranger. But, like, when I think of, like, sword and sorcery, maybe I'm weird. Like, I don't really see Fire Emblem. Like, I don't really see any character from Fire Emblem being a sword and sorcery character. I don't really see Zelda as one. Dark Souls, you could maybe make an argument. I don't really see Guts. I don't even, like, Golden Age, I don't see that at all for sword and sorcery. Maybe if you want to make a very specific argument, you could do that. Claymore is a bit odd. Full Metal Alchemist? That's not really sword and sorcery. To me, anyway. Am I losing my mind? Northman is like almost a... To me, anyway. The Northman is almost like a quintessential opposite sword and sorcery story. It is literally about how doing all that shit sucks. Doing all that, like, cool sword and sorcery stuff sucks, and you shouldn't do it, because it will end in your death. Northman's an amazing movie, by the way. You should watch it. But yeah. A little bit odd. It's not really... dating strategy game? More of a strategy game. It's a very tactics, but, like, all the main characters of Fire Emblem are usually nobles of some variety. Or at least become noble, or are good people in general. Unless you are playing the more recent ones with Chrom, where Chrom is specifically not. So far, are we not through enough to tell? We kind of just started, because there's a lot of setup to this game, because the setup is a very odd one. But yeah, the core expectation is this is a power fantasy. Violence, delving into dangerous location, and brutally killing terrifying monsters. Core tenets. Players aren't up for this experience, they should play a different game. Alright, again, we should kill monsters because monsters are evil, and wait a fucking second, you are bringing up things like Adventure Time. You are bringing up games like The Legend of Zelda, which isn't necessarily about that kind of stuff. Like, it's very specific things that's getting brought up. Or even Claymore, how about humanity is the real monster. But, okay, I'm getting off track. But yeah, this is one of the weird things. I'm going to do my best to kind of give you an idea here. The writing in this book's a bit weird, because there are a couple expectations, and there's about, I would say, 3 ways to play this game. There's convention play, which is really fast pickup games. There's the expectation of solo gaming or co-op, like there's no GM. And there's also a standard way of playing. All 3 of them kind of share... All 3 of them share page space sometimes, and it can get a little bit confusing. You kind of see event play, session 0. Everyone always talks about session fucking 0. Yeah, give and take feedback. Avoid stereotypes and tropes. Avoid identity trauma narrative. Yeah, don't be a bad person. Lines and veils. Blah blah blah. Inspired by those in Rowan, Deckard, and Card. Yeah, he likes Eat the Reich. I don't like Eat the Reich. Okay, I'm gonna be the first one to fucking tell anyone. A bit of the old ultra violence. What's the deal with Session Zero? What do you mean by that, Mr. Y? Session Zero is not a bad thing. Sword Sorcery, oh, Byleth Incest Cubed Family Bush is hilarious, though. Is that the secret? But, yeah, kind of the basics. The absolute basics is that this is a D20 game. This is a D20 game that fetishizes critties. We love our natty 20s. We love our natty 1s. So get ready for that. So, we're going to need a helper here. So, obviously, I brought in Eric the Slayer. I couldn't find anyone, so you get handsome Eric the Slayer from Skyrim, obviously. Yes, Eric the Slayer from Skyrim. He is a good boy. We love Eric the Slayer. He is our friend. Let me put this where it should go. There you go. So, yeah, here we are. As you can kind of see, we are a fighter. We are Nord, of course. We're a proud Nord man. We got all our abilities here. We got all our perks. Oh, I didn't put in my situational awareness perk very much, did I? Oh no. Put that in later. This will be a special tool for later. Yeah, I try to make everyone based off various Elder Scrolls characters, and we do have a very special one at the very end. But yeah, so we got our basic stats. We got our check. The most basic idea of a check is you're going to be taking one of your skills, and all it is D20 is 20 minus stat times 2 if trained. So, for example, I have a dex of 5. My finesse would normally be 15, but because I'm trained, it's 10. Oh no, I'm not trained in reason or medicine, so it's 20 minus my logic of 2. Technically reason, but they change the stat names around between editions. Don't think about it too hard. And so it'd only be 18. That's kind of the issue there. It's very simple. Seems like you scoffed at Session 0. Session 0, I think some people... My thing with Session 0 is that Session 0 happens very naturally when you are setting up the game. When you are sitting around in a Discord call saying, we should play this game, okay, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to do this? How do you want to do this? I think Session 0 happens a lot more naturally than people give it credit for. And usually when people say Session 0, they try to bring out safety tools and lines and veils and everything else in the beautiful world of X cards, and I always find those very annoying to play with. And anytime people bring them up, I get very annoyed because I don't think they work. I genuinely think the fuck are lines and veils. Lines and veils are I don't want to see arachnids because I have arachnophobia. You can hide arachnids, but you can't see them. There are lines, which is saying I won't cross this, and veils, which is you can have them, but just keep them in the back. We don't want to see slavery at all, but we know slavery exists, kind of thing. Versus, we do not want any slavery at all. Again, I think most safety tools are useless. Unironically, I'm not even being mean. I think they're useless because people are going to be weird no matter how many cool tools you bring out, and it's just encouraging people to do it more in case someone doesn't explicitly mention, oh hey, I don't want to hear your vor fetish in the middle of things. Sorry, you didn't tag, you don't want to hear my vor fetish, so now I'm going to tell you it because it said it's fine. Don't X card me, bro, and everyone just gets mad. It's... Ugh. Yeah, it's things like that. But yeah, one of the big things is you're going to be critting. Almost everything is going to be, you want to get a critty on. Now, hey, are you attacking? Cool, you get to do extra damage, you get to have extra effects, good things happen. Save, hey, you don't use that. You can use an action. The big thing is 20s are momentum. Critical 20, big crits or anything are giving you actions, are giving you ways to do things. And since a lot of things are saves, because things are saves, you're going to be able to use actions a lot more. Make a little bit more sense upon it when we get to combat. But favor and hinder, not advantage, disadvantage, it's add d6, remove d6. Pretty simple stuff. Shadow of the Demon Lord does this. Pretty reliable. Damage. Pretty easy stuff. Nothing too exciting in that. Really, honestly, it's nothing too exciting. Very, how do I want to word this? Nothing too exciting in this idea. Hey, do you like time? Do you like having a scene for 10 minutes or a shift for 6 hours? Hey, here's what moving looks like. Here's what speed. Here's your speed types. Here's your riding mounts. Here's position. What size are you? You occupy a unit. You occupy this. Hey, are you flanking? Are you grappling? Here's the grappling rules. Yippee-ki-yay. Resting. Very simple stuff. Now, this does lead to progress clocks. Again, this look a little bit fucked up. They're clocks. You know what these are. I get mad at clocks because clocks usually find their way wormed into things. I really don't need them. I think they work fine here. It's the premise is you want to keep up the pace. Clock isn't bad. I don't much care for them. I wouldn't use them, but you don't have to use them. A lot of effects. Hey, when do I make a character? Well, get ready. We have to go through combat first. What is the distance? Again, this is what I mean by having a lot of... If you have a GM, you will never roll on this table. If you don't have a GM, you can. What's the reaction? NPC's reaction. Well, we don't know. Just roll. And, the GM's going to decide on this. If you're playing solo, that has its rules. Technically, combat is my team goes, your team goes. Sort of. It's a little bit funkier. There's no solid initiatives in this game. You gotta remember that. No solid initiative. These are all of the actions you can do. I attack, I cast, I hold, I jump, I rush, I use. You can also move, and anytime you defend yourself, again, block or dodge. Now, what does this mean? What this means, if I go down here to defense checks, anytime you are being attacked, the enemy is not rolling a d20. That's the big thing. The enemy is not rolling a d20 against you. You are trying to beat your dodge. Oh no, someone is trying to shoot Eric the Slayer with a bow. He's going to roll a natty 20 on his dodge and be able to take an action, because it's technically a save. That's like one of the big things. This is technically a save. And when you score a natty 20 on a save or a crit in any capacity, you get to take an action. Counterattacks or things like that. Keep up the pace. That's all you got to do. Keep up the pace. Never stop the pace. I will say this. The game does have a decent pace in that regard. It really wants you to keep moving and keep things going. But then we start getting into... How do I want to word this? There's a reason this guy shills himself as a 5e superstar, because... don't be too creative, if that makes sense. So, in front line, mid line, what are we doing? Oh, back line, kind of things like that. Does this mean anything? No, this is not a zone-based system. This is at its core, this is not a zone-based system. This is a 5-foot square, but they want to put in the concept of zones. Because they want to. Various traps, various movement, how to travel properly, what complications are going down, what's downtime look like? Well, here's crafting activities, here's hunting, studying. If you take an entire 6 hours of the study, you can spend a favor, you can get favor on a d20 roll you make the next day. Yep, you get an extra plus 1d6. Good job. Ooh. So, let's make a character. Obviously, we are playing Eric the Slayer. We are human. We are a fighter. So, choose our ancestry. Interesting thing about ancestry. We will talk about that, why it's a little bit silly. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 18 classes in this game. 18 classes. So close. As a Kingster, everyone's save tools are lifted almost verbatim. Certainly only works for everyone involved actually cares. Have it actively screened for it. It mainly matters when you actually want to delve into unpleasant stuff, psychological horror games. Yeah, it's the problem with it. I think some people use it as a like weird gotcha. Oh, hey, you didn't mention this, and because you didn't mention this, it's fine. Or well, you mentioned you just don't want to see it. Well, I'm not showing it to you. It's people use it as like a weird justification to be odd rather than having the social norms established by a group saying, we know Bob does not like mushrooms. We're probably not going to have the mushroom wizard show up this time. Unless we want to fuck with Bob because we think it's funny. For that, like, one session, like, one joke, we see him be a little uncomfortable or something. Because it's funny. Hi, Jack. How you doing, buddy? Man, we have 18 classes in this game. You might be thinking, wow, Notepad, that sounds like each class is really going to, like, each of these have, no, they're not that interesting. Now, technically, I do not believe you can actually make your own stat block. I don't think there's any way to randomly determine it outside of these 12 pre-built options. Now, Eric got 8, so 7, pretty average across the board here. If I were to be, hello Ding Ding, what are you doing? So, if I were to be a, let's do a quick check. So 15, actually, let's do 25, let's see, 12, 16, 19. I think you have 25 points roughly to distribute among everything. So if you want to make your own stat block, just distribute 25. A minimum of 2 in everything, though. A maximum of 7. Do as you wish. I think this is pretty much all the possible variations that you can really do, but... Now, everything does something. Might gives you XP, gives you inventory slots, and these are good. Hey, this is fine. Okay. Dexterity gives you actual speed. Yes, gives you speed. Gives you finesse weapons, gives you lock picking. All right, cool. Everything has, like, there are very few skills. Skills are very directed. You know what skills are going to do the second you see them. Nothing too exciting in that regard. And is that bad? Is that good? Kind of depends on your thing. Technically, you also have luck. The basic idea of luck is that you have luck points equal to your luck. This is the only kind of weird mechanic. You can spend one, grant favor, reroll an unresolved die. The big thing is, I would almost always put in either this rule for everybody, or you go back because they removed some options as well. Generally, luck is pretty useful if you need it. Again, very basic how to set all this up. So, ancestries. Humans. Again, there's no lore to this game. I think this is a very important factor as well. No lore or anything like that. This is a completely independent entity, because as we all know, Sword and Sorcery is famed for the fact that there is no lore or no consistency with it. So don't worry about it. Yeah, so you just get stuff. Humans are probably one of the better ones. We've got Dwarf, which, cool, and Elf, who do elf things. You have Halfling, who... Yeah, technically we have Draken, which are just... They're Dragonborn, they're dragon form from... Yeah, it's... Yeah. Yeah, Scale, Draconic Resilience. Gorblin. We love Gorblins. Oh, okay. Nothing too exciting. Orc, mutant knightkin, taking on a variety of opinion. Okay. You know, calloused and vigorous skin. Typically settled close-knit tribes. Might is right. Of course, you get beefy. Or hulking, where, yeah, don't worry about any of that. Just pick the real one. Now, all right, pretty simple amount of things. What if I told you it wasn't everything, actually? That pre-order book. You know that book you can pre-order? Yeah, well, what if I told you... What if I told you that, there was more? Want to play an empathetic elf? Here's this. Want to play a stellar elf? Maybe a wild elf? Oh, halflings. Well, here's the basic halfling traits. Here's Draken. Changelings. As you can do, become a doppelganger of someone. I can't believe they're not... a personal favorite of I can't believe they're not tieflings. Kindled, which are effectively Gensai. Quite a few different varieties of Gensai, in fact. Multiple types of beast folk, actually. Yeah, multiple types of beast folk. Some of them actually have quite a bit, such as birds. Rabbits get fuck all, because that's what they deserve. Turtle person. Shark person. Yeah, there's a lot more options in the version before that, for some reason, for no reason at all, perhaps, got removed into this version. I don't know if they got removed willingly or they're going to be put into a different book. I don't know. Coming the Frogman hype created by the Daggerheart game. They got removed in the real version of the game. That's what I'm thinking, like, most likely, like, a lot of the character options here, because notice how orcs aren't in here at all. My guess is that a lot of them are going to get reworked in a later book. So you get new things, because you kind of see, like, oh, hey, you get, where was the one that I saw? Where is it? Where? Yeah, like your trade influence have a D4 bonus on checks to convince other beings you are their ally. Yeah, they changed the system a few times, so this is 5. Again, the core system's done, even though they changed the core system again. I see. Now we have classes. Now, classes can be either, you know, estimated campaign length, 2 to 5 months, 5 to 12 months, 1 to 2 years, 2+ years. Now, big thing. You do have XP for literally, did you pass a hinder check? Did you make a discovery? 50G, fail resolve. Otherwise known as a destiny, which was just a milestone advancement system. That's it. It's just milestones. Every time you level up, get more HP, you increase stats at level 1, and you get perks at every odd level. So, alchemists, barbarian, and of course they do get rage. We love rage, of course. Bard, yes, bard. From very popular, yeah, okay. Yeah, also, if we look at a barbarian example of Brock Sampson, Conan, Guts, and Logan Ninefingers. I do not know who Logan Ninefingers is from First Law, because I've never read First Law. Guts I wouldn't see as that outside of just yelling, but hey, what do I know, right? They also brought in dancers from Fire Emblem. Very specifically dancers from Fire Emblem. because once per turn, you can use your action to perform an enlivening dance. Doing so allows you to roll a second d20 on reflex saves until the start of your next turn, or use the higher result and give it to an ally of your choice that sees you a second action this turn. You literally say, I'm going to dance, get a bunch of bonuses, please, hero, do something useful. Have no fear, it's perfectly fine. Druids do change spell, they do get some spells. Spells have pretty interesting, I do like the way they did spells. But yeah, as you can see. So, Fighter McFighter Man. Beowulf, Gilgamesh, Sir Lancelot. This is the entirety of the fighter. Fighters are not too complicated. You get a perk, get 2 perks. You get Valor, and the roll required is 19 up, and then it increases at 4th and 8th. So at 8th level, you are critting on a 17 or higher. Because again, Crit City USA. And yes, this is including dodging and blocking attacks, and attacking. Which means that on a, weirdly enough, combat gets a lot easier higher levels because you are just trying to out-crit one another. Yeah, muster for battle, 2 actions on your first turn. Harrying attack. You can attack twice with the attack action. Generally speaking, double whatever the character level is. That's roughly what it would be for 5e, character level wise. Gunslingers are still memes. Sorry. Arthur Morgan gets mentioned. Why? I don't know. Gilgamesh? Yeah, Gilgamesh is a little... Yeah, figuring out to accommodate everyone can be difficult. Yeah. Nobody wants puzzles. Yeah. Gilgamesh is a little odd to me, but I also don't see Gilgamesh as a fighter. I see him as a Dawn cast. So, yeah, gunslingers get memes. Yes, we have gunslingers in the sword and sorcery pulp fantasy game. Are you seeing what I mean by being a little bit back and forth on this game? Like, I keep having debates with it, and I don't know. I don't know about this one. I'm gonna drink some water. Compared to older versions of this game, they do rely a lot more on perks on this game. We love our feats. They're feats. Don't call them they're feats. Now, Deadeye, when you pass a range check, you lower it. If you fuck up, you actually reset it. Yeah, that's how you crit City USA. Again, crits are the one thing this game has, and it wants you to keep critting. Of course, we got Hunter, which is Hunter, Samus Aran, of course, as we all know, and Aragorn and Aloy. Okay. Luminaries are effectively clerics, but we can't call them clerics anymore, but that's what they are. Don't think about what they aren't. Magus are a Pathfinder variant Magus. They are spell swords, but not as cool because they get a free perk called Gish, which means that they get spells. Ooh. Yeah, they get more things. Ow. Yep, that's what you do. These are the actions that you are using, and these are the skills that you have. This is the things that you can do. Merchants are Morshu. Lamp oil, rope, bombs, you want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have the rupees. Yes, Anna. Marco Polo is an iconic merchant. Tomeko, Talun, okay. Yeah, literally, you have a thing where you can just get free items. Well, not free items. You have to, like, you have equivalent exchange, and you have more items. Did I mention he wrote a merchant class for 5e? Just bring that. We love Morshu. Aragorn's a fucking ranger. Yeah, they don't have ranger. They have hunters. See, as a what? Dawncast? Yeah, Dawncast. Exalted. Yeah, Pugilist. I'm like, okay. A Revelator, which a Revelator is a Magus, but better because it's just a Paladin. Also, don't worry, Luke Skywalker and Wonder Woman are our two examples. And a quote from Doom Eternal. Yeah. Have no fear. You effectively get free, you get a free lay on hands at level 2. It's pretty decent. Rogue gets sneak attack. Have no fear. We love sneak attacks. And then you get Sorcerer, who gets more things and they can kill themselves for magic. Vanguard, it's the joke, get it? Move, bitch, get out the way from Ludicrous. It's Havel, get it? It's from Havel. It's the man with the big shield. It's a defense tank. Which is the scary one. Have no fear. And then, of course, Wizard, which is legally... Of course, I see this and I immediately think sword and sorcery. Oh, goodness. Yeah, get ready for perks. So, majority of perks require you to have a stat, and then you have to be trained in something. As you can see, this is what I mean by perks are the most important thing in the game. Technically, you can pick up anything. A lot of the perks are... Some perks feel big, some perks feel a lot smaller than others. Like, Bookworm, you gain an extra study die when you take 6 hours of doing nothing. Okay. Hey, cat-like reflexes. Sounds good. You just take any fall damage by half, and while prone, you can stand up using only 5 foot of speed. Okay. Hey, deft hands. Some feel very good, and some of them don't feel as good. It kind of depends on what you're feeling, or how you are doing things. Again, have, hey, Gripit's damage will explode on 1. For Eric the Slayer, he has heavy arms, second wind, and he's going to get situational awareness. Mage Slayer, you gotta be trained in certain things. Hey, you want to do impersonator, you want to have this, you want to have various things. These are perks. Some perks apply to very specific situations, other perks don't. It's going to be one of those overrated and like not actually bad, just above average, made popular by D&D tuber who's developed an audience connected with the book, could watch it being made and have a deep emotional connection to it. No. Ooh. There's some interesting things in there. We'll talk about the end. Panache, Poisoner, Necromancer. Hold me closer, Necromancer. Yeah, I'm gonna pick second wind up. Let's see, where is situational awareness? Yep, that's this is my ability that I get. I'm gonna put it right here. Yay! I did it, everybody. That's really all the character needs. Characters are pretty simple in this game, and I don't hate that. I don't hate the fact that it's simple. I think that sometimes it can be a little bit... The way that things are written can be a little bit better, and I'm not talking about, like, oh, the kerning's all fucked up, why are you getting mad at that? What I'm meaning is, here are starting packs. Yeah, it's like, oh, you have one, but sometimes it says it doesn't, and like, oh, you also get the starting pack, but not the starting pack. These are not starting packs. This is a starting pack. Sometimes it gets a little bit confusing of what you want. Again, it's just something you just gotta double check. As you can kind of see here, you can't do it. They do have minimum requirements for might. Luckily, you get an armor rating. When you do it, you get some weapons. We got the medals. Oh, you want to get some cool metal? Well, that's kind of neat. That's cool. You want to have a sawed-off shotgun for 1 gold. You want to invest in the have no fear. I need to invest in my shotgun, my D10 shotgun. There is a problem. What do I do? Bang, bang, bang. Pull my devil trigger. Do you? I don't know. Like, yeah, lots of stuff here that you can buy. Is it useful? Is it not? Your call. Sports ball. Thank God we have sports ball here. A lot of alchemical gear. Again, if you see here, a lot of alchemical items because there's a class dedicated to doing alchemical shit. And you're going to do that because alchemical shit is important. So you want to have everything so you can throw it at the problem and do things, because that's the point of being an alchemist, right? So, now we get to the best part of the game. Yes, he is a Shadow Dark's strongest warrior. He does like himself some Shadow Dark. I will say that. He likes himself some Shadow Dark. And he does talk about it. And he does say you could probably convert this game over to Shadow Dark, which is why that first part I was like, yeah, okay. Damage. One big thing about spells. Every caster has mana. Mana is important. Now, I'm going to do the best way to kind of explain it. So, hey, I want to cast Burn as a 15-foot sphere of flames that deals 3d6 damage and keep it active. 2 mana for damage can start the d6, 3 mana for sphere's area, and focus. 1 mana for every turn, 5 mana per turn. That is how spells are cast. There are not many spells in the game. There are not. There are very few spells. However, let's do Burn. Burn does a lot of different things. You want to cast Fireball. Fireball's a lot different than, say, Remote, or doing a cone, or doing a line, or doing an aura. A lot of those are different, and I think, hey, that's interesting. You get few spells, but individual spells do a lot more. Can you play Megumin in this game and just cast Explosion constantly? Yes. Nothing says you cannot do that, and it's funny every time. Hey, here's Control. What does Control do? It does that. Having even like 1 spell is still good. It still feels like, cool, I'm doing something bigger than just fucking around. If you pick up a perk that says, oh, you get 1 spell, cool. I could do goop damage. What does goop damage? It does all this shit. I don't know what it does. What does Kinesis do? It does that. Hey, what does Knock do? What does Hold do? What does Leech do? It's a lot of little things. And I think that's good. These are good things. Is that a bad thing? No. Yeah, shit spells are basically the elements of your spells. Yes. So you get things like, again, like Mute. You can change Mute to be everyone around me is mute. You, in particular, are mute. Everyone in this square is mute, kind of thing. You can do things there, and it's like, okay, that's kind of neat. Some of them end up being a little bit more like, okay, we have to do something in a very particular way. Or kind of do the same thing, but with a different gimmick, if that makes sense. Like Terraform and a couple other things kind of do the same thing, but they just do it a different way. And it is interesting to say, hey, yeah, I've got Terraform and Goop. What do I do with this? Okay, I can make things happen. My guess is that on a character sheet like this, You know, you got your front of your character sheet and the back of your character sheet. I'm going to make a wild guess that what's going to really happen is a caster, you know, a caster is going to write down very reliable spells that they like to just say, I want to do this again. Everything in a 2x2 radius in away from me takes this. It takes this amount of damage. I want to do this. Or everything around me gets lit on fire. All of this does this. And they're just going to write down what they want. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I think that's fine. Because you get things like, yeah, someone's going to say, oh, I want to do zap, but zap at range. Okay. You never have like a ton of mana. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, they talk about magic weapons. A lot about magic weapons because this is how they kind of have to reward you for doing certain things. Oh, you want the Harpy's Croak? It's this. Oh, you want to get the Helm of Telepathy? Don't forget it's only worth $10,000. Hey, you want an Orb of Many Energies? 2,500. Everything kind of has the gold value. Everything has a... How do I want to word this? We want to be very reliable to things, and this is what, like, then we get to like threat level. Yeah, what, you thought you could avoid CR? Huh? You really thought you could get rid of CR? Huh? No, you're never leaving CR. We love it. We love TL, you know, threat levels. So, a vast majority of the time, if we want to fight like a, let's see, I want to fight a, we're just going to go down here. We're going to, how about, I want to fight a Viper, TL 1.8. It's got 9 HP. It wants to make an attack at me, a melee attack. I need to endure or become sickened. So what do I need to actually do? I need to dodge, or I need to do something. This kind of leads us back to combat. Again, every single thing in combat, this is probably the easiest way of doing this, is you either endure, or you block, or you reflex save. There you go. You ignore one of the attacker's highest damage die, highest roll damage die. This is very fascinating for all of the wrong reasons. What does this mean? What this actually means is that anything dealing like 5 damage or 6 damage, 6d6 or 8d6 means you're pretty much going to take damage unless you crit. Unless you manage to crit, you're going to do it. So let's say if we go down to Giant Tiger Beetle. Oh no, the Giant Tiger Beetle. It's attacking me and I want to block it. It's going to go from 2d6 damage to 1d6 damage. Alright. He's got R3 armor, 3 armor. That's a lot of fucking armor, especially for Eric the Slayer. He only rolls d10. Hey, here's a cat. You know, cats aren't very threatening. Chicken, a giant cat, electric eel, hippopotamus. Let's see. We can fight something. Giant weasels, cryptids. Of course, we want to fight a cryptid. Let's say I want to fight a bugbear. All right, there we go. Long-lived top Garblinoids. There we go. They do 8, so we would just do d8 damage. And so if we block or dodge, they do nothing. Oh, God. Let me, someone posted me again on fucking 4chan. God damn it. Why? Why did you post? Why is this here? Someone posted me on fucking, like... Yeah, it's... Why did people post me on 4chan? Why does this keep happening? I blame fucking Reddit. But yeah, like, a lot of, like, TL stuff, usually it's each threat level is worth one character. So, for example, a carbuncle, small armadillo, is roughly worth 1.6 players. It has 1 HP, but it has armor 3. Yeah, very aggro game, if that makes sense. We'll say that. It's a very aggro game. You are fairly... At 17 HP, you're fairly hardy, like, relatively speaking. Like, if you, like, what are some goblins? Like, you fight 3 goblins. You know, like, oh no, we're fighting 3 goblins. Like, 3 goblins, if they all hit you, are going to do 6 damage. On average. And that's if all of them hit you. Yeah, that's nothing. But you don't heal as fast. It's kind of more difficult to get health unless you have a luminary who is able to do it for free. Yeah, you see the... Even some of, like, the really big ones, like 72 HP seems like a lot, and it is, because armor 3, there's a lot of whiffing in this game, I've realized. But again, just crit. Just keep critting. Why aren't you critting? Crit more. Hobgoblins. Yeah, the Minotaur, yeah. Yeah, also, for some reason, I don't... Yeah, they are verbatim. Now, have any of you ever seen a sea lion before? I'm going to bring up a sea lion for everyone. I just want to make sure that people know that sea lion are like actual real animals. I know it's not referring to sea animals as we know them, but I do find it very funny. Yeah, again, it's like, oh man, we want to fight a sea lion. Like, look at these little goofy guys. Look at these little goofy goobers. Look at these little goobers here. Yeah, I'm like, oh man, like I don't know about you, but I don't see this poor little, like, I don't see this little goofy goober here. I'm like, oh man, look at that little goofy goober, and then immediately like, yeah, no, this thing's gonna fucking eat me. Nah, man. It's like, oh man. Yeah, it's just one of those goofy things. I'm like, really? Yeah, we have a literal also Tarask, by the way. Like, I wonder, is Tarask owned? Tarask, let's see, Tarask copyright. I don't think. Yeah, Tarask are technically used. Goblins, Hydra, and the Tarask can be used by everyone. It's just synonymous with D&D. And the thing is, the thing is with the Tarask is that when they are talking about the Tarask, they are not actually referring to a French Tarask. They are referring to the D&D Tarask. Just know that. They're referring to that. Because we know it, they know it, we all know it. Not silly. Frogs, were-rat, werewolf, yeah, the fearsome yeti. A lot of options here. So yeah, you can kill a lot of things. Nothing wrong with that. Primordials. Fight a goo. Want to fight goo? Want to fight gooners? Infinite goon. Do you want to get in my goon sesh, everybody? Yeah, couple different story hooks, how to do room and key quests. You know, Ruinous League, you know, nothing too exciting here. Compatibility. When in BX derivative tabletop Vagabond, these detailed sections, generally any material that uses a basic expert dragon game as a foundation for its damage, should work with Vagabond without major interpretation. I've been specifically approved for compatibility. Yes, all of these have been officially approved for compatibility with Vagabond. Yes. However, do you want to have you can convert it. Luckily for us, we can convert everything over. Yeah, and we can convert everything back as well. HP, D20 rolls, like, yeah, technically there is Thaco, old school, no change, contemporary. Yeah, I like the fact that they're there, if that makes sense. I mean, I'm okay with that. I don't like the new character sheet as much as I like the old one. I do find it funny. There is the paper D20, though. I think every game should have a paper D20 in the back, even if it's not even a D20 game, because I find them funny. Do I like Vagabond? Well, I'm... I think Simberzite kind of hit it on... It seems like a decent OSR thing. It's just already... There's already a lot of OSR things. So here's the thing. What the hell is a paper D20? Literally, paper D20s and paper D6s. Literally, it is a piece of paper where you close your eyes and just put your finger down, and that's the number you roll. If you don't know where it is, they usually mix it around a bit. It's literally just random dice. Very funny. There's even a paper D6. They had one in Dragon Raid because we're like, we don't know if you don't have dice. So, oh god, is Vagabond good? I think Vagabond's reliable. I think if you like Dragon Game and you want more Dragon Game TM content, it's there. We want to play D&D, but we don't want to play D&D. We can play Vagabond, because it's like every other one. On the other hand, this is important. On the other hand, hello, phone. Oh, Jesus. Someone got hit. Someone got hit by a car nearby. Someone died down the street yesterday. Fuck. Where was I? Like, one of the things with Vagabond is Vagabond exists. Would you kindly? Yeah, I'll send you. I'll send all the book. Shit, call 911. No, it was last night. It was last night. Cops did show up dead at scene, kind of thing. I didn't realize it was down the street. I thought it was for a couple blocks up. But you have Vagabond. But you also have Shadow Dark. You have Draw Steel now. You have Tales of the Valiant. You have DC 20. You have every OSR game in existence. You have so many options that fulfill the exact same niche. How do I want to word this? Is Vagabond going to be someone's favorite game? I don't doubt it. It does have the solo play niche. I'm not going to doubt that, but a lot of OSR games also have the solo play niche. There's a lot of people looking at there's a lot of people who that solo play niche is there. Honest to God, that's what I kind of mentioned earlier. Like, there's a lot of sharing page space between those three methods of play. I would hope my thing would be remove a lot of the solo play stuff from the main book and put it in like a separate zine thing of like, hey, here's a full zine of how to play this solo or co-op, and we can really show you more, if that makes sense, rather than it sharing page space with everything else. Like, hey, you want to run Vagabond solo? Here's a little booklet. It's like 15 pages most. And that is all your solo rules in there and more. So it's like you don't have to flip back to check some other things with the solo play stuff. That would be my thing. It's probably already in the works. It's probably already there, and people already probably are going to print out the things. That's just a me thing. Is Vagabond going to be the next big game? Probably not. Is it going to have a fan base? I think it's going to have a fan base, and maybe it'll be... Maybe people really love it. Maybe he will make sure he can fund it by making more 5e content. Maybe that'll be the case. I don't know. And I think that's the unfortunate thing with Vagabond, is that it's very very back and forth. So, 4 hours and 40 minutes into the stream, we are now going to the 4th game. I am losing my fucking mind. We spent too long looking at other games. Now we need to go over the largest game. One, I was actually extremely interested in. Looks threatening, do not worry. Black Void. Black Void, Black Void, Black Void. Hello, Sea Lion. Cover looks radical. Color looks cool. Yeah. Black Void is a TRPG. Wow, I know. Black Void's a TRPG. It says it's from Modifius. That's not quite right. It's by a company called Black Void Games. Here's Black Void Games. They do Black Void, if that wasn't obvious enough. A couple of different places you can buy the game. Modifius is doing publishing. Yeah, Modifius is covering the publishing, I believe, in the UK and a couple other places. That's what they're mostly doing. You kind of see a lot of this. It's the Quick Start PDF. Honestly, if you wanted to look at the book, look at the Quick Start PDF. That's really all you need. Yeah, you have to see the character sheet here. It's... I'm like, all right, there's a couple different expansions. A lot of these are like campaigns, or we're like expanding out the lore more. We're giving you more options. We're giving you more things. I'm like, okay, what else about Black Void? Okay, we need something more about it. Well, that's where we start getting interesting. Well, we got our mechanics. It's a D12 system. Don't forget that. Setting, ambiance, concept, games, themes. What makes humanity? Survival is only the beginning. This is a very interesting game. Esoteric fantasy. That's the best way to word it. Esoteric fantasy. So it's got a Kickstarter. Yeah, so it's like, oh, hey, you want to do yeah, here's the Kickstarter way back in the day, 2021, when this game kind of officially reached the circuit. And people talk about it. This is Nebula Skies. The original one is also Hello, Christopher. We'll talk about you. This is the original Black Void. Came out in 2018-ish. And if you notice, he is Danish. He is from Copenhagen. He's from Denmark. And Christopher here is a little odd. Look, who's Christopher? Christopher Sivaldersen. I'm Christopher Danish person. Black Void. That is what he does. And he's also written for Parallel Worlds a little bit. Parallel Worlds, we've talked about them before. They're pretty decent. We like them. Now, this is him, as you kind of very clearly see. I just want to make sure that we all know we're on the same wavelength here. This was very easy to find. He is the co-owner and head of marketing at Leadership Capital Group. Head of marketing at Order Steering. Marketing team, Global Connect. Founder and creative lead in Singapore. And apparently his full-time job has now ended in January of 22. For some reason, he's in Singapore for this game. I don't know. going to be genuine here. I don't know if this was a fluke, if this was an oopsie doopsie, what? No fucking clue. Apparently, it's based out of there. I never saw anything about that. But then you see, co-owner of House of Manat, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. So, Al Riyadh governance, Saudi Arabia, 4 years at Pandora, marketing director for the UAE and 6 regional markets. Dubai, board director, Deira City Center Advisory Board, Dubai, and then he works for Spectrum. You poor creature. So, when I was, you're going to see a lot of Arabic influence. And you might be saying, well, he's not Arabic. That's kind of weird. Man was in literally Dubai for, looking at this, man was probably in Dubai for a couple of years. He knows his shit is what I'm trying to get across. He knows what he's doing. My guess. My guess is he might have needed that. He knew people. That's the big thing. I think he knew people, and knowing people is the most important thing in this industry. That's one thing you always got to remember. 280,000 backers. Clearly people liked Black Void. They like the idea behind it, and it is an interesting idea. So, anything else damning, or oh no, we're going to find out the secret to whatever? No. A vast majority of this game is very to the point, very easy to understand. Core book is actually not as a bestseller as I thought. We're looking at 250 copies sold. Nothing too, again, it's not like a fucking Mithril Platinum. Some people get like, oh, well, there's a really big one. I think one of the big thing is, instead of being H.P. Lovecraft or Robert Howard, this is Clark Ashton Smith. For those who don't know, this is a lot of Dying Earth stuff. That's kind of one of the other big three. A lot of kind of pseudo Dying Earth, but not Dying Earth. Very esoteric, weird fantasy. Very specific. And I'm like, okay. And once you look at it, you're like, all right, cool. Yeah, pretty reasonably priced, all things considering. Again, this book is 424 fucking pages long. It's fucking huge. We're not going to be going over all 400 pages because most of it is lore. But I just want to get people the understand. Like, this is a pretty big thing. Yeah, you kind of see over here. Full-time occupation. It's not. It ain't. Yeah, playing, GMing, and RPG since he was 10 years old. So, what's the gimmick with this game? You might be thinking, you might be looking at this being like, whoa, Notepad, this has to be some Cthulhu bullshit. I'm going to give you a quick rundown on the lore real fast. Just a quick just once over on the lore. Babylon was great. Everyone liked Babylon. The entropy of the universe, i.e. the void, showed up one day, destroyed Earth, and legitimately said, okay, humanity's just kind of around now. Earth is destroyed. Humanity is shattered. And people are kind of just, kind of not necessarily waking up, but kind of wandering back to the city, to the eternal city of Lin. Of Lin, or Lilin, I don't know how to fucking say it. Of Lin. Everyone's making their way back to the eternal city. Why? Because it's the only place they know where to go. Humanity is fucked. Everything people were screwed. There are, across the cosmos, the void has devoured and destroyed Earth, leaving nothing there. And you are a bunch of people, generations after, living in this new world. or should I say, worlds, because Black Void actually is a kind of a science fiction game. Not quite science fiction. It's a very specific kind of science fiction. Right when we were talking about when we first started, that's why I kind of brought it up. I kind of brought it up a little bit, you know, in sci-fi and, you know, fantasy. It has a good mix of the two. Black Void wants to be science fiction with enough. How do I want to word this? The best way to sum up Black Void setting is ancient Babylonian spaceships. On the other hand, no one's got a gun. No, we don't need guns. Why would you have a gun? You have a bow, you have a sword, you have a spear. You just hop on a boat and you traverse the void to go to another planet. You traverse the fucking Imperium. You know, have fun, asshole. And I was like, all right, you know what? I was interested. And the game does a good... One thing about the game I will say is... If we can explain it in a paragraph, we're going to explain it in 4 paragraphs. It's a little wordy at some points, and that's where that page count starts kind of coming in. He wants to explain things a lot. He wants to explain the concept and the game themes. Now, this is very important. I want everyone to know this. This game is not literally a Finno-Korean hyper-war-inspired setting. Not quite. There's something. You might look at this and say, oh, it's Cthulhu. Oh no. Lovecraftian horrors from beyond the colors of time, boring. No. The Void doesn't give a fuck. Doesn't care. Never cared. It's an enigmatic thing. It is a fact of life. This is a game about humanity where we're not top of the fucking food chain. Oh, give me a second. Someone is yelling for me. my mama wanted to talk. But yeah, this is not a Cthulhu game. I need you to remember that. I need you to think about that. I need you to understand that this is not a Cthulhu game. This has a very specific vibe. But we start right off making a character. Also Arabic themes. A lot of Arabic themes here. Now, of course, I had to make Cyrus the Restless. The hero of Hammerfall, the hero of Hammerfall, obviously. What do you think we're going to be doing? Now, this may look complicated. It really isn't. Question mark? So, I'm gonna kind of zoom through a lot of this stuff because it's a lot, but it's not that complicated. So, most everything you have is based off of character points, or CPs. Hey everyone, make sure you got your CP on your hard drive, right? No, don't do that. Why does Horace keep sending these things to me? They just make me mad. I don't know how it keeps happening. Yeah. We already got our CP, our character points. Generally speaking, you have 24. This is a lie. Understand that it is not 24. You have, in fact, 24 for your traits and 24 for your talents, backgrounds, attributes, powers, and skills. This seems like a lot, and not gonna lie, it isn't. You do not actually have a ton, but you can make a lot happen. Wow, this looks horrifyingly complicated. It's really not, because they're going to explain it to you in graphic fucking detail. You have 3 races. Pure blood humanity. We love being human. Half-blood. Man, there's a lot of aliens out there, and we've been fucking them. And void-marked. You've been out in the oopsie-doopsie chaos realm for too long, or you were born out there, and you're a little fucky-wucky. You serve either an enclave, kind of yourself, you're kind of a weirdo, or you are one of the lost children, otherwise known as a literal guy whose humanity washed up on a random planet effectively and said, well, here you are now. That's it. This is what I mean by a void touch, where I believe that's a void touched. I believe this is a void touched. Wow, that doesn't look human at all. Yeah, that's the point. Yes, it is one of those games that start at 0, but they have a minimum of 1, so attributes are a lot lower than they look. Yes. Man, that looks really complicated. Fucking hope not. Yeah, it is that case. But yeah, Godblood can be, not Godblood, Voidmark can be, unique. So, where are you from? What homeworld are you from? Again, we've got some basic ones here. Well, you know what? You're from a savage world. You got a physical talent. Well, you're from an inhabited world. You're from a civilized world. You can actually traverse things. You're from a core world. You're from Lynn. You're from a border world. You are from the horrifying nightmare reality where the fuck this isn't real. And then they talk about them. As I said, we can make something happen in a paragraph. Let's spread it out for 5. And this is important. All of these do have lore bits. They are important. You should read them if you want to. You will learn something. There's a lot of things you can talk about. Cyrus, is from a core world. There we go. Yep, Cyrus is from a core world. And because he's from a core world, hey, I +1 modifier interacting with species. seem unremarkable, they gain +1 to subterfuge, disguise, and associated role. Because I'm just a normal guy. Well, Cyrus isn't. But hey, you're a native. Hey, you're from one of the border worlds. Here's all of the big, there's a bunch of things over here. You're from the deep world. Oh no. So, then you have traits are, you got your basic traits. Again, a lot of characters free between 8 traits freely. No trait less than 1 or more than 5. 24 points divided by 8. That's not actually 24. Again, reduce it by 8. You actually have 16 points. And the thing is, you have to remember, anything below 3 is bad. Can you be a perfect human being? No. Well, you can. You can be perfectly average with 3 in everything. That is your perfectly average character is 3 in everything. It serves no purpose. Yeah, it's a little odd. And if you kind of see, hey, my presence is 5, what's this number though? This is your modifier. This is what you're actually rolling. And you would normally mark these boxes for your rate, for your abilities here. I actually discovered something the other day when I was going over this, so if it looks a little bit weirder than usual, understand that's kind of on purpose. And I'm like, wow, that's strange. But yes, agility is the best for literally everything as usual. Stamina is pretty decent. Strength, intellect. Weird ones is you have persuasion and presence. Persuasion is talking, while presence is looking good doing it. You can have very low persuasion, but very high presence. Now, these are your dice roll modifiers. You have a 6 in something, you have a +2. You have a 10, you have a +7. A 2 is -1. A 1 is -2. Then you get talents. Talents are a bit strange. I'm going to do my best to explain talents. So, effectively, I have a presence of 5. Put that down here. What I would actually do, as I put this up here, is my presence. Look over here, Charmer. I put in Charmer, and Charmer would go there. All of your talents are pretty much tied to your attributes. These are special perks that are tied to your attributes, and you can only get one of them per 3 in a trait. You have a 3 in a trait, you get 1. You have 6, you can get 2, 9, 3, 12, 4. They all cost 3 points. They're pretty expensive. But if you do not have 3, you cannot get them. Zam. And some of these are pretty good. Some of these do a lot more than you think. Now, Cyrus has fast reflexes. Reacts rapidly stimuli. Having fast reflexes, +1 to surprise, initiative, and dodge rolls. These do a lot. These influence things. And I'm like, I don't hate this idea, but we're going to get more. We're going to get a lot more. And some of these do... how do I want to word it? Some of these are going to feel a lot more big than others, and you want to go with consistent. Charmer good? Yeah, Charmer's pretty decent, because it's going to be used for a lot of ways to do things. Versus, say, ignore pain, which is fucking insane, because you can just ignore the death spiral. Yeah, you can ignore the death spiral. Hey, you're composed, which is resist fear, awe, delirium, and intimidation, which is also fucking nuts. Yeah, you get some that are a lot bigger than others. Now, all of these can also be, these are flaws. You get points back for having flaws. Luckily, it's not like you can put these in anything. You have to have a 1, 2, or a 3 in something to get a flaw. Cyrus does not have any flaws. However, you can get some very funny ones, such as being morbidly obese. Can you play a comically fat bastard? Yes, you can. A comically fat bastard is possible, and it is funny every time. You can get amnesia. You can just be fucking stupid. Some of these are pretty simple. You're just very blunt. Sometimes it's oblivious. Like, you don't understand things at all. It kind of depends on what it is, and these can be very, very bad, including having a mild problem. Very mild, mind you. This is 1 point, mind you. You get 1 fucking point out of this. Presents. For having your dick be gone. Yeah, you can, for +1 bonus character points, you too can have no penis. Yeah, characters with flaws are more fun to play. It's luck circumcision. Some of these are a lot better than like others. Like you get some which are like, oh, you just have to, do this. And others are, you are crippling yourself at a fundamental level to the point where you are no longer playable. They can be pretty rad. And then we get to backgrounds. Now, your backgrounds are who you are and how you function. These are part of your 24 points that you have, remember. Yes, you're going to be investing in these. I did. Cyrus is a Muad'Dib, and he is educated. So, because he is a Muad'Dib, he's part of the upper caste. He is a artisan, tradesmen, and merchants. Yeah. Hey, they got bonuses. However, you will most likely be part of the low caste or a literal dog. Yeah, sorry, you're a Kalbi, which no one likes you. You are actively not a human. It's not a penalty. That's your baseline. Welcome to being a human being. Yes. With the multiplier. Now, being educated, there aren't many backgrounds, but some of them do feel pretty good. Yeah, here are half-bloods. Yes, we will show off some aliens in you will see of why those are a little bit funny. You can buy a house for 9 points because you probably are living in a shack effectively. Well, actually, you're not living in a shack. You're probably living on someone's couch because you are effectively a homeless person. Do you have good reputation? Are you void marked? Are you actually not human? Barely human, because this is a human being. Yeah. Then we get attributes. Now, humans cannot get attributes. Sorry, everyone. Humans cannot get attributes because these are depth of pigments. You get a beak, chitinous skin, night vision, tails, transformative skin, a lot of things. Yeah, you want to get wings? You can get wings if you want. Now, you have to be a half-blood or a void marked. Now, this is a funny thing. You might not have very much. You might have a lot. Large claws. Your legs are different from normal. You have tusks. You're just fucking huge. Quite a few of these, in fact. And yes, in case you want to, you can play a fat bastard with tentacle. You are a living hentai machine if you really wish. I don't know about you, however, playing the ultimate hentai creature does sound like a very funny way to play. Sorry, ma'am, I'm simply a morbidly obese fucking tentacle hentai monster. Can we please play? Then you get esoterics. Now, yeah, esoteric beings are much stranger. These are the fucked up ones. These are, oh, you're just a half-breed. Oh, you are touched by things from beyond the colors of time. You don't age. You hear something different because, yeah, daemons. Yeah, you are, you can possess other people. You shapeshift from a shape-shifting parent. Hey, you just regenerate body parts. You know, you keep reincarnating. You're human. Maybe. No, you might end up getting powers. Now, what are powers? Everything is void powers. Technically, there are 3 ways to get superpowers and, well, magic in this game. Mysticism, blood rituals, and void. Now, generally speaking, if you want to learn blood rituals and blood rites, bloodletting, any of these things, these cost a lot. Only humans can pick these up. Anyone can pick up blood rituals. Anything when you start getting the mysticism, though, you're going to having to start investing in being half-blood. You might be a void marked, or you have to be gifted, which is a much more difficult proposition than you would think. Blood rituals, hey, you know how to perform blood rituals. You know how to perform these things. You sacrifice creatures and can interpret their guts. It's called sacrificial divination for a fucking reason. Mysticism is a bitch. Yeah. Very few people. You have to kind of know the void. You have to become mystic. It'll be a little bit weird. Others, like, effectively, you either are a furor, you add willpower to everything, or Gnostics, which you literally try to outthink the problem. And each of these you were kind of investing in spheres. And this is about you manifesting phenomena, makes a little bit more sense later. So you might have Forces 2, Life 2, and Void 1 or something, or Void 0 even. Like, you don't even really know how to use it that well, you just know about it. That's one thing, is usually a first investment in something, a 0, is not great. Signature phenomenon, calamities, yeah, things can go wrong. Then you start buying skills. Yes, yes. I want that, and I do quote this nicely. I want some of that Xenusi, as one might be calling. And we did learn what these guys are. It's very funny. Yeah, good old-fashioned Xenusi, as one might be talking about. Now, skills are kind of weird. If you do not have a skill, you roll with a -3. This hurts. If you buy it for 1, you get Dabbler. You don't have any modifier to it. Cyrus, if we look here, invested mostly into into acrobatics, expression, socialize, and athletics. See, these are his costs. Oh, why do you have a skill rank of 1 but pay 2? To buy a skill costs 1. For every +1 to it also costs 1. So athletics is technically athletics +1. Socialize is +1. Expression is +2. Acrobatics is +2. Most skills are a 1 buy it. They are not very difficult. There are some skills that you can buy that are a little bit bigger, but you also have specializations, which grant special abilities, and that's a whole nother fucking thing. And yes, you will have all of these, and you do key them off your various stats. All of them. Kind of depending on the situation as well. Okay, G Notepad, how come you get to have 4 booba with your Xenusi? Oh god. Yeah, no, it's this is the life. You're living the life. Commerce, inquiry, intimidation, a lot of skills. A lot of them also kind of start doing the same thing. But there's a lot of overlap, but that also means with a lot of that overlap also means that you don't need to invest in every talking skill to get things done. Make sure you also invest in combat skills because yes, all of these skills technically start at -3. Defense seems really important. It's 3. Don't think about it too much. It's fine. But yes, dodging, if you want to be dodging, if you want to be dual wielding, you want to have flexible weapons, there's a lot. Ugh. Yeah, unarmed throwing weapons, small bladed weapons. Yeah, as you can kind of see here, there's a lot of different ways that you can, augment things as well. These are all the special combat skills that you can end up getting. Yeah, these are augmenting your combat skills, which are different from others. Make sure you calculate your health, which is your stamina times 6 plus 1d12, and your sanity, which is your will times 6 plus 1d12. They don't tell you this until a little bit later, but at half HP you're hurt, at a 4th HP you're injured, at half and 4th. Cyrus rolled really well for his sanity at 30 fucking 6. But his health is pretty standard, 24. That's not a ton, but it's not a little. Then we got our defense value. Defense value is 7, unless you have problems. Make sure you invest in, again, invest in agility. Why should you invest in agility, you say? Because investing in agility is going to make sure that you can dodge. Go down to our combat defense value. Ta-da! 8. That means you gotta beat an 8 on a d12. Little difficult. Enlightenment. It's how you're connected to the void. Wasta. Literally your connection to different groups. Yes. Coming to life. What's your figure? What's this? Are you half-blood? Are you void marked? Personality? Do you have any mannerisms? Do you have any sayings? Patrons, natrons, names. Here's a bunch of names. And personality. Don't forget about all these archetypes of your personality. Oh, goodness. And here's what a character would look like. Not too exciting. Nothing too strange. Vested in a couple goods. A couple skills there. Okay, you got some skills here. Got some skills there. This looks really complicated. It looks very complicated. It's not. Gonna be honest, it's not. It is. We are explaining a million things, but you really don't need to worry about it that much. It's not that complicated at the same time. You get fucking no money. Luckily, as a proud Muad'Dib man, I was able to start with some actual real equipment. Hence why I have my sword that does d12 damage. And I've got my decent clothing, turbans and boots, some bandages. And yes, we're going to go over every single item. All of them are here in graphic detail. Hey, you want to learn about every single type of clothing? Here you go. Yes, they will tell you about the 2 types of headgear and the 3 types of footwear. What are you? Not dealing with your footwear properly? Physician stuff. Make sure you buy some bandages. Always do that. So, pets, exotic, infusions and teas. Oh boy. Like some teas. Poisons, services and labor. Yes, 5 times of slaves. 5. How would we do without those 5? And yes, you can do a sacrificial divination reading. Yeah, just make sure you're by the right. Beast of Burden, get on the beetle. Get on the beetle. You gotta get on the beetle. You want to buy the fucking long-legged amphibians. Yes. You wanna buy one of them? You can, for whatever fucking reason you feel like. You want to buy a giraffe beetle? Yeah, you want to buy a comically oversized fucking beetle? The best thing to carry your shit? And yeah, have no fear. We've got weapons. We've got a lot of weapons. So, not many types of weapons, relatively speaking, but there's a lot of way to augment them. So let's say I've got my sword. I love my sword. Love me sword. So, size 3, adjacent, d12 damage, parrying, so I can parry with them. Ooh. And yes, we're going to explain them all. Have no fear. I just really think we weren't going to explain them. You fool. You utter baboon. Then, you can upgrade all of them. Most weapons can have different blades, pointed, as a shaft. What kind are you looking for? Do you want to, by chance, notch the blade? Well, that's a little different than if you have a fullered blade, or maybe you want to make it a great weapon. Maybe, perhaps, maybe even a shard blade. You want to do a lot of big damage. Well, that's going to cost you a little bit. Well, don't forget to invest in a strap, maybe. Tempering blade. Ooh, that's expensive. Ooh, God, you want to make sure that you're perfectly balanced, have a perfect grip. You want to invest in some fucking needle points, or dare I say, do you wish to engage in a hawkbill blade? Have no fear. Armor, exact same thing. It looks like, the thing is, if you look at it here, you're like, oh wow, look, this looks really complicated. It's not. It's just where the armor is, and if you have any tattoos or graftings, which are a completely different thing, by the way. The big thing is, if your strength is lower than your bulk, you're going to start taking big penalties. If you notice, it only goes up to 4, but hey, 4 is pretty above average. I can wear effectively full plate armor, well, splint armor anyway. I can wear full plate armor pretty reliably. Yeah, we got armor, helmets, don't forget about helmets, but different types of shields. And have no fear, we can, in fact, invest in customizing our armor. Oh yes, of course we can. Did you really think we couldn't add studs? And so it only costs 1 to buy a skill. What happens if you don't buy a skill? If you invest in a skill, if you pay 1 point to acquire a skill, you get the skill at 0. You will roll at a +0. If you do not have a skill, you technically roll at a -3. Unless they're combat skills, which that's a different thing. That gets a little bit messy. But yes, you are effectively, heyo, what's this game? This is Black Void. Very interesting little game. So yeah, if you don't invest in skill, you have a -3 to it. Cyrus does not have a lot of skills, but he wants to invest in them. A skill monkey character has a lot of 0s and 1s, more +1. Is a skill monkey, and otherwise known as you're a pureblood human. If you are not a pureblood human, doing a lot of those things can be rough, let's just say. Ships and vessels, have no fear. Because to traverse the void beyond the colors of time, of course, well, not colors of time, more just the space, you need boats. You need good boats. Also, don't forget we need to buy a house or a hovel, pavilion, tent maybe. You want to buy some more shit. Again, there's a lot of stuff here. But now we've successfully made it past there on page 117. Again, literally me, for real, for real. Now we get rules. I'm going to give you a secret to what this game is. It is D12 rollover. That's it. All this game boils down to, across all of these pages, D12 plus mods versus target number. I think the problem is it's trying a lot to make sure that you are really invested. And I will talk a little bit when we get further down, because it makes a lot of sense. If you roll a 12, you always succeed. That's your crit. That's your critty. We love critties. Any second, like, hey, something bad might be happening. It's sometimes you might need to roll 12 to then crit on it and then re-roll the die to try to succeed. You need to beat difficulty 16, but there's no way you can get 16. Roll for hope for a 12, roll again, try to get more. Now, these are the multiple types of actions that can occur. I'm going to explain one rather than going through the fucking list, because it's not it's a little confusing. So, basic action. Something real simple. What is D12 plus trait modifiers against difficulty? Usually it's like 4. Sometimes it's like, think about difficulty being about 9. That's roughly what you should be looking at. D12 plus 2, there's 9. That is what you're looking for. And hey, if it's doubling it, we look at here. Hey, Cyrus has got a plus 2. That means he rolls at a plus 4. Pretty good. But usually it'll be D12 with a 0. Standard action, 0. Roll D12 plus modifier. Resisted action. Effectively, if someone is resisting you, what happens is you add their modifiers to the difficulty. So if it's difficulty 10 normally, I'm resisting you with a 2. I'm resisting you with a stat of 3, so 0, it would be 0. If I'm resisting you and I get a plus 2, that 10 would now become a 12. Sequential action is an extended check. Opposed check, we both roll. Cooperative action, we try our best. We add our modifiers. Congratulations, I have summarized this entire section for you. This is the most average when it comes to resolving act. These are the difficulties. 4, 7, 10. These are the main 3 you'll be using. 7, 10, 13. Make me a TN 10 check. Roll the dice. Hey, Cyrus, make me a TN 7 acrobatics check. I rolled a 6. Plus 2 for my acrobatics. Okay, so it's an 8 now. I look at my agility, plus 1. 9. I got a 9. I succeed. I have taught you the entirety of Black Void. That's what the game is. We're just going to be as confusing as possible getting there. Because this is the thing that I think is going to throw a lot of people off. Is technically 0, 1, 2 are negative values to 3. When someone says, hey, you have a plus 4 to something, that means you have a trait of 7 roughly. Like, you're way above average. Like, hey, it's a skill ranking of plus 4. It's a lot. You are way above average. You are punching way above your weight. But if the difficulty is 10 on a D12, plus 4 is kind of nuts. You're making your chances a lot easier, even if you don't have anything else. That's good. Movement, pretty simple stuff. Nothing too extravagant here. We're just going to talk about every single detail. What do we get into combat? Combat is deceptively difficult and deceptively simple. It's neither of these things. It's right in the gooey middle. Combat has 2 phases. Initiative, and what I like to call, draw the rest of the fucking owl. Oh. Yes. you're going to be re-rolling your initiative pretty consistently. You're going to be rolling that as very consistently to get more to every round effectively. So, are you surprising them? So, I want to declare an action. I want to do something. This is my initiative. I want to do something. Easy. Cool. I want to attack him with my sword. I want to stab him. I want to run away. I want to do something. Cool. That's declaring combat actions. Here's us explaining how combat actions work. You see what I mean now. Most of the time, you might have to be going up against a reaction. So, an action must be directed toward the character, must be declare an action in the combat round. So, yeah, interestingly enough, combat goes faster because if you lose initiative, you're probably burning your action to do a reaction. And, yes. Yeah, welcome to Horrors Beyond the Colors of Time. This is what I mean by draw the rest of the fucking owl. Just do your actions, man. You know, just do it. Yeah, here's the flee option. Here's the engage. Here's jump. Here's move. Here's run. Here's sprint. Here's all the offensive combat maneuvers. Swift strike, swooping strike, trample, unsheathing attack. Full improvise, knockdown, lunge, call strike, calculate. A lot of things. Yeah. What is this actually meaning? What is this actually saying? I want to do the flurry action. Okay. I want to do the lunge action. Okay. I want to do the stun action. I want to roll the stun. Okay. Hey, can I swift strike? Yeah. I got a hammer. Can I crushing blow? Yeah. Welcome to combat. Hey, here's a dodge reaction. Here's a parry action. You know, here's what we're doing. And then we roll it again. It's a lot of very, like, you kind of see, like, all of these are like, wow, like, what the fuck? Like, these seem huge. These seem a lot. But then it's like, okay, I want to lunge at someone. Greater strike at an opponent while leaving yourself open to attack. Using close combat, strike an opponent at a range category further than usual, close to near, but giving opponents a +1 attack bonus in their next attack. That's all lunge does. +1 to them to hit you later. Hey, I want to do a crushing blow. This is what you do. That's all. Congratulations. You did it. Sometimes you might make a skill check against it. Okay. When in doubt, when you're fighting a guy, flurry at him. Literally just start vaguely attacking at his direction to force him to do something so your friend can stab him in the back. On the other hand, I am fighting this creature from, this fucking horrifying alien. Am I going to flurry? No! I'm probably going to crushing blow, because I want to do +1 damage. Doesn't seem like a lot, and it really isn't. It doesn't need to be. Yeah, just -3. If you already got a +4 to hit, you already feel pretty confident about hitting him, don't bother. Just attack. Yeah. Add agility modifier, relevant weapon skill, and any applicable modifier. Beat DV. All right. Roll for damage. I don't want to get stabbed. Block. Go into a defensive stab. Counter attack. Do something. Dodge. When in doubt. Fucking. Hey, you got a weapon. Parry. Go for it. Want to aim? Want to feint? Various actions. All right there. And that's really it. There is crit chance even. If you manage to roll a unmodified 12, 1 in 12 chance, you get a big hit. Let's roll. Let's roll for our critical hit, our exceptional hit table. Wow, I rolled a 4, everyone. I got a 4 and a 5. Let's see. Target takes severe clobbering. Roll for knockdown. Place target prone if successful. Okay, let's roll again. Ooh, that's not good. Severity 12. Rolled a 2 as well. Shattering blow knocks the victim through the air to land crumpling in a heap of flesh, exposed muscle, and bone. The victim is unable to do anything but stare blindly in a traumatized state for D12 rounds and must roll for crippling injury. Combatants in this vicinity must make a fear check. And it would do, if I look at my sword here real fast, I've got my sword, does D12 damage. My sword, 7 would do 18, 14, 21 damage. Nearly killing Cyrus right off the bat. There are mishaps. Things go horribly wrong. Sometimes you hit yourself. Sometimes things go wrong. It's great. A lot of different ways to die horribly. And then we get crippling injuries. Oh no, you have taken a crippling injury. What happened? You've taken a crippling injury. What goes on? Let's roll the dice. 7. Oh no. A severe clobbering unless partially deaf with diminished eyesight from the lesions. Character loses 1 point of awareness permanently. Oh no. You've been hit again. For 4. With a wet tearing sound, the arm is severed at the shoulder or elbow, leaving only a mangled and bloody stump. All actions requiring 2 appendages are impossible to perform. 2-handed weapons cannot be used, and penalties apply to actions as the secondary arm and hand that remains. Yeah, no, yeah, brutal damage. You know, I want to leave this character. Hey, audible crunch. You literally get inside the combat wheelchair. Yeah, it ain't easy. Sanity. Most sanity mental effects and things are, do you succeed at the roll? If the answer is yes, you don't have to worry about it. If you don't, well, start rolling and things might go wrong. You're delirious. You're fucking scared. Fuck this. You're scared. Hey, something, yeah, they don't like whatever that is. You're going cuckoo, raving mad. You're going unhinged, rambling. Oh no, recovering. Sanity. Like, sanity doesn't have as much. Like, it's really strange how quick sanity is. Like, it feels like I'm blowing through this game pretty quick, but it's like a lot of it's very simple, just explained a lot. Here's all the bloodletting rituals. Why? Because this is very important. How do we determine blood potency? Well, let's find out. We need to get some blood potency. So, let's see. Failed roll was unable to perform the proper rites, ruining the transfer of power, wasting sacrifice, critical fail, roll back to botch the ritual, uncontrollable conveyance of raw power. Oh no. Adding modifiers for preparation, blood right ranking, and other relevant factor. Shown in the table above. Yeah, various potencies. Things can go pretty extensive. That's fine. What's the worst that could happen? Sacrificial divinations being like, I want to get omens. I want to get learn something. We need the right kind of blood for this creature. Are we sacrificing it to Peer? Are we just sacrificing a fucking person? A lot of things happen. Backlash happens. Oh shit! I'm having I'm losing consciousness. I'm dying. And then fucking magic. Not gonna lie, magic is a little weird. I'm a lot of channeling and mystic spheres and causing phenomena, because it's not just anything, it's phenomena. I want to levitate a little object. Cool. That's one way of doing things. The most, like, the The best way to think about it is, do you choose what you do, determine the difficulty, and then make a roll? It's just channeling. Technically, you can use it in combat, but like most combat, how do I want to word this? Combat stuff is not very useful. When you're manifesting things like this, you're doing a charm spell or you're doing an alteration. I want to do a superficial alteration. I could change it slightly. Potency is only 1. So, matter phenomenon exam. I want to weaken. 30 minutes channeling time. Touch 9. Medium object. Medium alteration. Mystic solidity of the object or brief period, making it more simple breakage than it would be, effectively reducing its difficulty breaking by 3. And that's it. Okay, what's the target number? How do we do that? You know, it's potency. All aspects, including the effects of the total score designated difficulty, has to beat. What are you trying to do? I want to levitate a small object but moving at a swift acceleration with strength 3. And like, okay, so what's this? 1, 4, okay, that's 1, 6, strength 3, 6, 8. I have to beat 8. Roll 8. Cool. Life sphere. I want to heal someone, cause lesion. Youch. But what if I want to mend wounds? I want to do a slight mend. I want a slight mend wound. Yeah, it's gonna be like, dude, it's gonna be cheap. It's gonna be easy to pull something like that off. Except if you go into mind battle. Mind battle happens. And then you have Void, which is just have a fucking stroke. Shit gets weird. You fuck up rolling? Comedy noises. Comedy moments happen. Not gonna lie. So, experience points. What do you get experience points for? Literally fucking anything. It's a little bit expensive to level anything up, but you can get experience. Usually you're going to get experience points about like 2 to 3 every session, possibly even more. You're looking at even 4 to 5 each session. How do we increase a rank 3 to a 4? You buy every level. That's the weird part. So if you want to go to rank 3 to rank 4, that's 10 points. Buy 1, buy 2, buy 3, buy 4. Go up there. You want to go up to 5? You would be spending 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 points. They can get expensive. And over here, you can always buy talents for 3. Pretty much XP just turns into extra points. That's really what you're doing. Now, you got various, vaguely familiar fundamentals. I want to learn something. Regain sanity. Yes, you can regain sanity. Do tattoos. Or draw upon experience. You can use it as meta currency if you want. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can. So, Enlightenment is kind of bullshit superpowers that you get by going insane. Wasta is knowing people of certain groups. Din was his success involved around pleasing the Empress and her guests. She was descended of the deviant disposition, the indulgence of her house famed even beyond Lynn, of servitude, pampering, unimaginable debauched urges. Quiet morning before the palace awoke, mind would wander and dream. Dream about that wicked moan turned into a choked gurgle as it squeezed tightly around her delicate neck. But every morning as bells heralded down, the hopes evaporated as dew in sunlight. Din was a pleasure slave. The entire idea is we're going to call something stupid. It's just a relation. It's just a reputation system. That's all that it is. So, that's the game, really. Not too complicated. Really, it's not. Here you go. That's all you do. D12 plus mods versus difficulty. You've done it. You've seen it. You can do it now. There are a lot of tattoos, but tattoos are real fucking expensive. Grafting. You want to graft some things onto you? Yeah, you can do that. Why? Because you can. What's the Void? Oh, well, the Void is the place beyond places, and that allow you to, sail through. Because remember, your mind goes bananas while your Bray resource the cook, and then they'll pee your loins. Set number, yeah. It's, generally speaking, like, traversing the Void is interesting because it's, hey, you can, don't, because shit's dangerous, because it is space, and we are literally using effectively a Babylonian ship to traverse it. Yeah, no, that's what we do. We don't need it. We don't need a boat even. It's just the safest way of actually doing it. You can just walk, but, you suck. Then we get into lore. Now, this is where a very interesting situation occurs. What is events? What's the environment like? What's environmental elements? What's climate? What's social encounters like? Who are people really working with here? Here are some basic, occupations for people, basic groups. Xenusi, when in doubt. What are their casts? Are they high casts? Is there violent encounter? Where is this? Where's people doing it? Are they fucking stupid? If they're a stupid enemy, they probably don't understand literally anything other than just wildly swinging or just using natural attacks. Preservation, combat, pragmatism, trading, commerce, money. Hey, give them XP. Give them a shit ton of XP. Get enlightenment. Here's how you get enlightenment. Here's how you reward people. Give them weird shit. I don't fucking know. Give them shit. But this is a big thing that I want people to understand. Welcome to the lore. This is the city. Welcome to the grand and intoxicating city of Lynn. All the castes, all the cultures, concept of slavery, various religious situations, delinquency and punishment, the unseen rulers, who lives in the Morning Palace. Well, that's where our actual guy is here. Welcome to, I believe, his name is Agrus Den, High Cleric of the Cult of the Unseen Rulers. There's a bunch of rumors and curiosities. Bunch of, one part of the city that kind of sucks. We love her. We want to give her a big old kiss. Mwah, don't worry, Xenusi. Yeah, see here, almost every single one of these places has story hooks, rumors, notable people, distinct factions in the area. Something. One thing I want to emphasize with this system, with the setting, this man has run this system, has run this particular setting. Who knows how many times? This is a man who has run this setting perfectly. You caught him in an elevator, you could ask him what the fuck the Palace of Sighs is, and he would be able to probably tell you. Because he played a fucking game of D&D 4th edition in it, and that was where he said it. And it's kind of the idea, like, you don't really know. He's probably played this hundreds of times, dozens of times, because there's too much details for this to be, like, I just came up with this randomly. Nah, this is one guy's mega autism, and I respect that. I respect the mega autism. Even just having little things. Who's the factions? Who's working for who? Why are we working together? Do we worship this? Do we not worship this? Notable people. Well, of course there's notable people out there. The cosmos. Sometimes they're notable, sometimes they're noticeable for a bad reason. Who knows? That's the funny thing. That's the weird thing. And there's a lot. Now, these are different species. We're going to talk about them all. Some of them are a little bit easier to understand than others. So, now, as a very important thing to understand, that me and you also understand for each other, we are human beings in Babylon. That's our reference point. Now imagine you're a human being now, not a Babylonian. Okay? Welcome to one of the first alien species that actually doesn't hate us that much. And yes, they will get weirder. You want the Raiders? Also, everything is built in Cuban. The Aquazom. Maybe the Bioweek. Yeah, everything you need to know. E-Bulk. Yeah, welcome to a sentient species. Yeah, welcome to one of the sentient species that we're just like, oh, let's go down to the bar and go to hang out with my buddy, a fucking eye monster from beyond, a horrifying aquatic nightmare creature. Yeah, the mental vitality of prey. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, they psychically assault you. Yeah, no, it just, well, maybe the Harith. Wow, we love the Harith. Yeah, these bastards. They're Jabba the Hutt tier. Everyone knows they're Jabba the Hutt tier. The problem is they got their fucking planet glassed. Now everyone's like, yeah, no, they're just there. Mm. Yeah, yeah, no, they've had some issues. And remember, you can be half-bloods. Always remember that. You can be half-bloods. You know, like Imzu? No, a little 2 cubits tall. Yes, cubits. Don't forget about the Jahel. You want to have sex with a Jahel person. Can you play these things? No, I don't think you can, even in the expansion. You can only play human. You just notice there's a Kalalu man and who just talks down to you because you're fucking human. Maybe you want to, oh, okay, we're fine. Yeah, Ord. You want to find an Ord, maybe a Ku, one of these sentient species. Yeah. Here you go. Yeah, I know you just want to deal with one of these guys. Yeah, no, he's just fucking huge. He's just, this flying squid monster that just flies around. Do be that way. Maybe the Quoth, silt striders. Yeah, they only eat jellyfish. Reverse engineering the stats are a little bit complicated because generally speaking, it doesn't really look like you get much, and it's always kind of hard to get a good grasp of it. I believe they talk about it in some of the other ones. Also, the Sharuru, yeah, no, again, imagine you're walking down the street, and you just look to the side and see Uncle fucking, Sharu here, and you're like, oh, hello, Uncle Sharu, and then it just cries because it lives like this. Yeah, it's... Yeah, they are, yeah, it's proper. Do not consider man or many other species as properly sentient, regarding them as useful tools, but failing to recognize they have cognitive thought, emotions, desires, and so on. Yeah, sure, yeah. Our first aliens were not sex aliens that we could have, you know, like, hot Xenusi sex with. No, 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 no. It was this thing. It's, hello, we want to sell you things, but why? How? These are the normal ones, mind you. These are the normal. Yeah. These are the closest thing to the sex aliens that you are allowed to do. They're reptile who are 7.5 feet tall and probably are going to kill you. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's there. Have no fear. Now we get to the esoteric ones. Yeah, yeah, get ready for this thing. Now, mind you, are a hive-minded entities, a single consciousness controlling separate bodies. They resemble thick metallic blue eels with purplish appendages and heads of direct extension of the body. Uh, they are literally, they do not understand the concept of private space, because they'll just read your mind without consulting you. They live in a small gas bubble that they have to exist around, because if they don't live in their little gas bubble, they will start horribly dying. They do not understand fighting. The fundamentally primitive mentality of Almanac crew make them inept and visceral if engaged in hostilities. Their first instinct is wonderment, followed by conceit and then fear should the encounter go adversely. Young broods instinctively act aggressively, employing their considerate mystic capabilities. Yeah. Yeah, no, they can just say nah. Have no fear. Also, you just meet God. Hey, giant Jotun creature. Sura, one of the daemons. Deva. Oh yeah, no, they show up. You want to play a half genie? Yeah, of course you can play a half genie. Why couldn't you play one? There's no reason you can't. Lamasu. These are Lamasu tried to help people. They are compelled to do that. Uh, again, remember, you're walking down the street and you're like, damn, I wish I had a ciggy right now. Your bro, the 10-foot wide fucking bull man, pops you a ciggy. Hey bro, it's on me, no worries, and fucking leaves. Varen, Varen, where literally no one knows what the fuck these things are, really. And then we just got some basic animals, whatever that, a monster hunt, the rejected monster hunter creature, a horrifying evil larval worms, makeshift Pokemon. I don't even know what the fuck that thing is. It scares me though. The silt shark. You want to fight one of those? You want to fight a silt shark? But you want to fight a silt shark? You want to fight one of them? Yeah, go for it. Sludge rats. Maybe an herbat. Like wailing vultures. Yeah, just big fucking vultures. Now, these are void entities. They live in the void, i.e. they live in space. They exist, and they will never not. Yeah, welcome to Deep Devourers. Yeah, they don't really care. Man, I love the bulls. Here's a Gormer. What does the Gormer do? It just kind of hits you. Kind of play, not aggressive or territorial when the pod is threatened. Or swimmers or vessels. Gormer occasionally tend to lure young specimens away from the pod to catch and slaughter. Yeah. Yeah, they literally, void creatures are little, like, they're just jellyfish, effectively. Whatever that thing is, I don't like it. Oh yeah, they infect people and eat people. Yeah, no, you know. Yeah. Malice are a species of floating horror from the lofty pinnacles of Ing. Like something out of a nightmare. You know, those things. Ujula bugs. Yay. Yeah, and then it tries to psychically kill you. Void leeches. You want to fight one? I don't know. I don't know about you. You want to fight one of these things? Oh boy. Densely populated, which haven't said will likely just occur, not be reasoned with. Yeah. There are technically other worlds, and yes, you can visit all these other worlds if you really want to. There are a lot, and that is Black Void. I think Black Void is interesting. I think it is deceptively simple. And I also think of it is deceptively difficult and deceptively simple at the same time, and it's in that weird place. If I look around hard enough, I could probably find a quick start. And if you find a quick start for this book, most likely that's going to be everything you need for this, and then some. If you want to play this game, I heavily recommend you have a cheat sheet printed. And that cheat sheet is probably going to be a page with in a 92-point font saying D12 plus modifiers versus issue. And then you're just going to roll that. Because that's really all the game is. The most complicated parts of the game are when you start having to do things that are either a very interpretive, sometimes when you have so many little modifiers. Like, a +5 isn't difficult. Alright, +5. Plus, 5 +1s, though, that can get difficult for some people, because do I apply this +1? Do I apply this +1? Okay, I got this +1, maybe this +2, but that's a -3 here, but no, I don't have to add that +1 if the -3 is there, but I get to add this +2 here then. Do you hear what I just said? No, you probably didn't. Because you just lost it. And that's the kind of game that this is. Like, Cyrus is not complicated. Like, he's not a very difficult character, like, to understand. I think the parts I don't like are, I don't care for the fact that the stats are in the weird, like, oh, 3 is average, so it's 0, but if you have a 2, that's a -1, actually. I don't care for that at all. I think that is kind of needlessly complicated. Because it's just like, you have 24 points to spend, but you actually don't have 24 points. You have 16, but you don't actually have that amount either, because you need to get 3 to actually not suck at everything. There's a lot of, well, if and or maybe but perhaps, and I would wish characters felt a little stronger for what they should be doing. But this is also a game that you can have very different ways of playing it. I think a lot of people are going to look at this being like, we're fighting Cthulhu monsters. But you can play this, unironically, you could play this game no combat, and I don't think anything would be different. It's weird to think about, though. I don't think you need combat in this game. I think you can play this game completely without combat and be perfectly fine. Probably get a lot of fun out of it. When someone does draw a knife, it is dangerous. It's scary. On the other hand, you could play this as a full-on combat game pretty extensively. There aren't really many weapons because most people are technologically advanced to the point of knowing what swords are. Like, anything beyond that's a little bit of a fucking crapshoot. We fight Cthulhu monster, or you play Doctor Who without time travel. Not even necessarily Doctor Who. It is, you are humanity in a place that is fundamentally inhuman. No one gives a shit about you. Oh, you're not from the city. Go away, Kiva. Go away from me, dog. You're not a person. Go away. I'll throw a coin at you if you go away. Do a little fucking trick. You're like, yeah, you aren't human. You're like, man, and lack outside Earth. Yeah, you are not on Earth. Earth is gone. You are just a bunch of very disparate humans. And you're like, do you try to do something with that? We fight for our, groups? Do we try to have our own internal politics? Are we trying to work up the cast? Do we want to just have the really simple goal of, we want to make a shit ton of money and buy a farm? Hell yeah, I got 5 of us. Hey, we got 5 of us. We're going to try to make a shit ton of money so we can buy a business. We're going to use that business and we're going to make money. We're going to make money so we can buy a palace, so we can buy a bigger palace, so we can buy everything, so we'll be respected and we'll make a bunch of money. That's a campaign and a half. Hey, you're traders. What do? You literally are traders. You go from planet to planet. Every couple sessions, you go back home to Lynn. You drop it off, and you make bank. You might die horribly, but who cares? There's a lot here. And again, it's one of those things. I think that the dev knows this world way better than anyone else. I do not think a single other human being can really do it as best as him. Like, there's a bunch of people here, but it's always hard to give you an idea of like, oh, with contributions from here, does this mean that you wrote a paragraph, or does this mean you wrote 4 fucking books or something, 4 chapters? It's hard to get an idea, but I like it. I think Black Void isn't a bad game. I think it's a pretty decent one. Again, deceptive. That's what if I'm going to, we give humans a new home. Honestly, be like, we don't even need to buy a new moon. We just need to find someplace. Man, we need a fuck ton of money. Like, yeah. We need money, baby. But yeah, fantasy will continue. I know, we love fantasy. It is a lot later than I thought it was going to be. We've been streaming for 6 fucking hours. So, what I'm going to do is we're going to not go over Kickstarter today. We are not going to go over Kickstarter today. We are instead going to, if I open this up, I'm going to call it here. Hope you all had a good time. Hope you all had fun. We're ending things a little early. Ending things a little fast, one might even say. We're ending things fast and early because my throat is killing me. I feel like death. That's the fun part. Raid? I don't know who to raid. Who could we possibly raid this beautiful night? What a day. What a night. Do we have any sad girls on WVT? I do like me some sad girls. Let's see. Do we have any sad girls? Yeah, sad girls. Let's see. Nothing here. I think it might be over in that regard. Yep, no, WVT. It is kick. We're playing fucking sports balls going. Tale, what's your favorite? Also, you think was the neatest and most worth looking at? All of them in various capacities. Like, I'm saying this completely unironically. Like, almost all of them are interesting in different ways. Peryton is interesting because the knack system is a lot more naturalistic development and kind of like a how do you slim down a system as deep as like 3rd edition. Holy Lands is interesting because the way they handle certain things and the options presented and skills, how the skills work, how magic work, how miracles, a lot of things work in Holy Lands is interesting to take a look at. Vagabond is fascinating, but I would say Vagabond is, again, Vagabond's going to be someone's favorite go-to. I can't believe it's not a D&D game. I also think Vagabond, some people should probably take a knife to the Vagabond magic system. This is pretty good. And Black Void is... I like Black Void because it does a really good job. Really, really, really good job saying, here is the setting. Here is a depth to it. Here's everything. I'm going to make a game based around this setting, and I don't give a fuck about anything else. Oh man, on a plate. No, this is my setting. We're doing it this way. This is how it works. But I don't want it to work this way. I want D. Fuck you. You're getting my setting. That's Black Void, and I respect that. I think it's a lot more intimidating than it really is. That's something in the video. I'll make a video on Black Void, and I like that. It'll be a pretty positive video, too. It's the thing with Black Void is you have 424 pages. Someone looks at that and says, fuck, that's a lot of pages. Then you realize half the game isn't actually rules. It is half the game is a D12 plus modifier system you can summarize in about 5 pages. He just goes into detail about. Like, you have to want to make every character you want, but you got to do this just right. You got to do this just right. And I'm like, I'm interested in it. Like, I want to explore that world. I want to get lost. I don't think there's any one game that I'm like, I didn't like. Out of anything, the one game that I was like more like iffy on was Vagabond. I got a little iffy on Vagabond, mostly because I like sword and sorcery in a very particular way. And it wasn't the way that I like sword and sorcery, so it's like, it's sword and sorcery, it's like this. I'm like, it's not at all. And you very clearly know its roots, if that makes sense. And because you know its roots and you know exactly where it's getting its inspirations from, it doesn't really want to leave those inspirations. And then it's like, oh boy, I know what this is. Da, 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 da. Oh god, my throat's giving out. Alright, I'm going to leave now. Godspeed, good luck. We will not rage because I am a bad person. And anime girls will not say my name. Alright, I am as they say. Away. Godspeed, good luck.